its end.
Yeah, it's very curious. I don't know. I gotta ask your mindset. I know, looking at like the end of seasons, especially regular seasons, gearing up for playoffs and stuff like that. Like, is it just a different moment of locking in? Is it just kind of everything that's worked to that moment you're just trying to hone in on, or kind of what's your mindset as a player coming into those moments?
For me, it's like it could be a good practice series where even though the standings don't matter, you can be less pressured and just practice. And you also have the opportunity to pick something weird, that like maybe if you win on it, teams in playoffs might be like, maybe we should ban it, we should consider it if we want to pick this. So yeah, we'll see.
I like it. Hey, I'm always down for the crazy jungle picks. I know you yourself like to dip into your bag. Let's talk about the jungle meta itself a little bit. First, just to set the stage, what are your general feelings, Music, on the jungle meta as a whole?
It's kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie, it's mostly bruisers. I wish there was more diversity, because like even the tanks are kind of like, Maokai's just going full AP at this point, 2 AP items. Yeah, that's basically the only AP jungler right now. Lilia died, Nidalee's kind of situational, so there's not much going on there, unfortunately, despite the buffs even to Brand as an example.
Jungle right now is, can you abuse Sundered Sky? If not, then you can get into Game 4, Game 5 of Fearless. That's as far as you're going to go.
Easy.
Yeah, as you seen it on Silas, Sundered Sky Silas.
Yep.
They've been trying.
It's kind of insane. Well, we wanted to test a little bit of knowledge, get your feel for the jungle setup. We've got some trivia that we're going to go through. So I got to ask you, just off the setup that we have here, which 3 junglers not pictured were played in Split 2 regular season NACL, but not the LPL? Do you have any crazy, wacky picks that you think it might be?
Nefiri for sure. I've seen Cryer played. I don't think I've seen that in a while. Then I would say Kindred. Was recently played in playoffs. I'm not sure if that was played in the LPL. And then for my third one...
Wait, Music, not pictured.
Not pictured.
What? No junglers that are on your screen right now.
These
no
are
junglers that are on your
things
screen.
that were
this is
played
extremely
in both.
confusing for me. Great. I need to think about a jungler right now.
Absolutely.
That was picked. It's on my head. Wait.
You're not thinking of every jungler
Rengar.
available in League of Legends
Rengar.
at 2 a.m.?
Rengar.
Okay, Rengar.
There we go.
That's fair.
Rengar's my third one.
Okay.
All right. Do you have 2 more?
I said 3.
Yeah. So he did Nefiri,
Okay,
but
my bad.
I can tell you right now, Nefiri was played in LPL.
Okay.
I can
Because
also
I
tell
think
you
this
that
is a Venn
Kindred was also
diagram.
played. We have 2 Kindred players in Shun and in Monkey, so those guys have definitely played it. But I'm pretty sure Rengar is definitely one of them. I would say
There
Ivern.
you go.
There you
Okay.
go.
The Ivern's pretty nuts.
I forgot about the
so
Shyvana
this is like
game, I won't lie.
a Venn diagram
Me too.
situation. So everything in the middle is stuff that both have played. Everything on the right is things that only LPL have played, and then we were guessing what only NACL have played. So.
Let's see.
Who's
surprised
Skarner
me
in
that
Expect
that's
a
strong.
Shyvana? Are you a Shyvana enjoyer? Do you wish
I
you
used
could
to
play
be.
Shyvana? Oh.
I used to, but Champ just doesn't have an item to build. I don't know. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
Not a
Shojin.
Sundered Sky abuser. I'm sorry. Like.
you
you
build
go.
it like 4th maybe, you can go like Shojin and then what's that item? Bloodletters? You can do like
A
something
blood-
weird like
Ooh.
that.
Bloodletter's
but, like,
Curse. Yeah. Okay, that's
okay.
interesting.
I like
the
that.
champ
I
doesn't
like that.
exist at 1 item, so like every other jungler at 1 item is strong. And Shyvana's like, I need like 20 more minutes, so nobody picks it, fortunately.
Well, we have another question, so get that big brain ready for you. Which were the top 5 most played jungle champions in LPL Split 3 so far? I think you probably have a good gist of it, knowing what the meta champions are right now, like foreshadowing to it earlier. So what do you think?
Pant. Okay, Pant was actually banned every game, so I think that's not
True.
it. I think Xin Zhao, Trundle, Wukong, and then maybe it's Vi, and then I'm deciding between Jarvan or Maokai.
Ooh.
Maokai. I'll give it Maokai
Maokai?
and Vi. Vi might be permabanned, and then maybe that's why Jarvan was picked a lot, but
Yeah,
those are my
I
picks,
like the way
so.
you were thinking, because
Yeah.
Pantheon was a champion that was almost permanently banned on blue side for a large portion of the season until he got some of his nerfs. Trundle has also been a very weird blue side ban because everyone's afraid of first pick Trundle. I don't know why, but
We've been getting some Maokai red side bans too.
there we go. Okay, so it was Jarvan
Alright.
in that 5th spot.
Okay, so it was the other side of the coin. Damn. It's so close, so close. The J4 definitely has been sneaking up there. Now we got a little bit of a bonus. Which is the most played LPL Split 3 jungle pick that was not played in NACL Split 2 regular season? So something that we are seeing only in the LPL.
So only on the right side of this
popularly.
graphic under the LPL logo.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
You're on a timer.
Yeah, I hear. I'm thinking. Nidalee.
Okay, let's see Nidalee.
Nidalee?
Is
Not
it the
Skarner?
Nidalee?
It's Skarner or Lee Sin in my
It's
mind.
gotta be.
There we
Okay,
go.
it's Skarner. It's Skarner. The setup king in Skarner. But hey, we just had to have a little bit of fun with you. Had to make sure we're exercising that brain at the late night portions here. And speaking of exercising that brain, we're going to have to put you up on a pedestal here because we're going to talk about the top 3 LPL junglers that you gave us. I think we have some differentiating opinions. Make sure you go get your vote for the All-Pro in. You can scan that QR code and get your vote in as the community. But we got the top 3 here. Music. I need you to sell yourself. I need you to sell these choices. Let's hear it.
All right. I'll start off with Kanavi. I haven't been following too much recently, but I've been a Kanavi fan for so long. This guy has a lot of balls to pick what he picks in competitive games. I've seen him play Shaco, Belvet. I respect that a lot, and he's been winning with it. And he's always been consistent, always been prominent. So that's why I put him as #1. And he's been doing well this split, to be fair. So that's like giving him a bit of brownie points. Tarzan, I think, was really good at the start of his career, and then kind of fell down a slope after the I forgot the name. Was it Griffin days? He kind of fell off.
Yeah, it was Griffin.
Yeah, it was Griffin. And then to go back up to the top like that all of a sudden, I think it's very difficult to do. Like, from all the perspectives, you know, morale-wise, like, you know, I've been doing well for a few years. You know, a lot of people will consider retiring or just, you know, playing for money at that point. But him, nope, he didn't give up. Went on AL, did a really good year. Hope to see more. Not doing the best right now. And then I think Wei, just really good, really consistent. Never see this guy play bad. So I'm a fan.
That's how I know you haven't been watching Split 3, brother. This guy has been playing, so he's playing some cheeks out here.
Maybe, yeah, that's where I didn't watch, you know? Like, from what I know and what I've been watching.
Hey, that's a big 3 for me. So I'm here. I'm here with my biased opinion. I like the choices, Music. Make sure you go get your vote in for All-Pro. But let's go ahead and hone in on this series that we have in front of us. Obviously, the stakes.
Uh-oh. Lost Mazel mic on the
make some headway towards the end of the season, and I know we have Music here to talk about our junglers, but between Junhao and Climber, this really feels like the next upcoming class of LDL junglers that are supposed to eventually hone themselves and find themselves potentially on some better teams as the years go by.
Yeah, and Music, if you see anything in here that piques your interest, especially with the way that Junhao approaches some of these, the flash chomps are always very flashy there themselves, but trying to find like how Junhao splits a lot of these fights, finds that entrance, and any thoughts on that at all?
Well, I think Junhao knows his role. He knows how to step forward and create space for his carries to attack. Like, if Junhao decides to not step forward, then what is he going to do? The carries can't hit, so he does that.
And I know this one had the GA play that we were talking about. So what are your thoughts on giving your life away for these moments? Try to give it that second life.
Oh, this was really clean. I didn't realize this at first, but we're watching this. I realized how important it was. Junhao just saw the CC chain, insta-flash ulted the Smolder. As a late-game champion, you know, when you're playing Vi, like, you're an old bot. Like, the champion is strong early game, but once you reach mid-game, late game, you're just an old bot. If you can sacrifice yourself for a carry, it's always going to be worth it, unless it revolves around like an Elder Baron, you know? But that was like really clean. You saw the knockup by Cassante, and then just sent it, flash ulted on the Smolder, and then they killed the Smolder and won the team fight.
That was such an incredible game, too, because they're literally losing for 40 minutes in a row. It is 400 stacks Smolder with Mountain Soul around Baron. You're not supposed to lose those games as the Smolder, so
no.
I think that Junhao has a lot of weight on his shoulders, especially as one of the best performing members on this team, and Ultra Prime really have to be able to step it up if they want any chance going into play-ins.
Well, we're going to be taking a look at the other side of the coin here, especially looking at this LGD roster itself. More so importantly, that matchup into Climber for Junhao. And I think that's going to be super important to kind of focus on going forward here, Alk. But this LGD team, doing a lot of the same for as Ultra Prime was in their approach to this series.
Well, if Ultra Prime were supposed to be like our LCP/PCES residents from earlier splits, this time for LGD is like them rewarding a lot of the LDL players. Almost all of these players playing in the LDL last year, save for Savior, formerly Xiaoya, and Climber hasn't had the best split, hasn't had the best 2025, even getting replaced in the middle of the season for Nio, and that seemed like a much better setup for LGD. But now coming back into to the roster, they're going to need to make any kind of last-minute decisions. And Music, I'd actually get your kind of opinion going into playoffs as a team that might be struggling. What are some like late season changes that you think you can make as a player and as a team to hopefully increase your chances going into playoffs?
I think it's assessing what works for you as a team, because I do think like there's a certain level you get to in the regular season, and then at playoffs you either improve drastically or you stay the same team, and then you have to choose if you want to keep doing the same things that you've been doing, or maybe change it up, try different champions, different play styles, work on communication. There's like a lot you can do, and then I think once you realize, okay, we're in playoffs, is there something we want to change? Do we think we can improve doing this play style? And that's like what's up to the team's decision, basically.
Yeah. I want to get your thoughts on this clip. I don't know if we can maybe roll back through them, but this third clip here where you see a complete separation. Okay, well, we don't have time, unfortunately, but a complete separation from the jungle, and it seems like there was a lot of shot calling from there. I know I've heard that you do like to have a little bit of that shot calling direction. How important is that in the longevity of things, especially how long seasons can go, to kind of keep that up and keep that mindset up at least?
I think it's very important. Like, every player on a competitive team has their own role, and I think if the jungler is a shot caller, he has to keep it up, especially in fights. Even if the game is going bad, like you can be 10k goal down, you have to like try to think outside the box or be creative or call something, because if you won't do it, who will? Like, if your AD carry is like Silent, for example, he might not speak up, you know?
Yeah.
And it's your role to do it, even if it's bad, even if you're gonna lose, you know, you gotta keep the morale high. It's a competitive game. This is what you train for, so you gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
It is indeed. Well, we're going to take a look at the head-to-head between these two junglers and see just how this can all work out. I know that we were pretty excited, actually, about this matchup here out coming into it. I think both of them have a lot of direction in the series tonight.
At the beginning of the year, I would have agreed with you. I'd have been like, damn, we get Climber as an LDL champion getting rewarded by his organization and getting moved up into the LPL. You have Junhao coming in from BLG Juniors and looking good there, but you know, Ultra Prime haven't been an organization that have really succeeded in many years, just like their counterparts here tonight in LGD. But from what we've seen throughout the regular season, and especially with the night and day difference that LGD looked like when they had Nio and now with Climber, I think this should be a really interesting matchup that not only kind of encompasses our junglers, but for them, as most junglers are, you are you are responsible for what your laners do sometimes. And whether or not their laners are going to be able to pull up in these fights is basically going to make or break this series.
Do you have any final thoughts real quick before we get into draft number 1, Music?
I really hope to see spicy picks. That's all.
All
I
right.
hope to see something that we haven't seen yet.
Let's go. Well, thank you, Music, for joining us for that pre-show, Alk, as well. Thank you. And it's the last series for both these two teams of this regular season. We'll see what we get. Send it over to the casters, Slayer and Cubby, for the calls.
Thank you kindly, Mazel. Welcome, LPL fandom, here to your caster desk for our first series. It's going to be myself and the Cubster, Matt Cubby Samuelson, taking you through our Group Nirvana and Group Ascend series. But, Cubby, let's stay focused on the matchup here we have at hand. And, I'll start by asking you anything you took away from what Music was talking about heading into this series, besides maybe looking for some spicy picks out of this matchup, knowing that there's not much left in the standings to really focus in on from this series?
I mean, NACL jungle pool is greater than LPL jungle pools, right? And don't even
Facts.
games played with that, as we're always cooking in that league. Good to see Music on the desk. I know that he didn't have the split that he wanted in NACL, but I've always really respected the knowledge that he brings to the table on the map. I think it's very clear the leadership, and fun to hear him talk about it on the desk. We were talking about Wei being that 13 pick for All-Pro, and we were like, really? And yeah, we were pretty much agreed on the spot. That was a fun one. Definitely going to be something to look out for with our ballots. I know that's something that you guys at home can also participate in if you want to.
And I'm right with you there. Big fan of music. Glad we got him on here as well. Yeah, community All-Pro ballots. Make sure to check those out. I'll spoil mine right now. Music just put out my All-Pro ballot from Jungle. I'm not going to say what order they're in. But he put my All-Pro ballot out there. So shout you out, Music, for being locked in on the state of LPL Jungle as always. But as you can see in front of us, the draft is ready to get started here, Cubby. And we jump in with some classic bands so far. But if we get classic LPL bands, that means we're even more locked in on potentially some spicy picks coming in, maybe in the jungle. Hope to see it. It would make sense with the day we have here on the LPL English.
I do feel like some of our priorities in the LPL have changed over time on this patch. Notably, I think Wukong has really started to shoot up in a lot of regions, and rightfully so. Just the strength that he's able to bring early on, and after some of the nerfs that have hit some of the other junglers, just feels like people are more willing and ready to play Wukong into that Xin Zhao matchup. A little easier to survive early on, but wow. I mean, honestly, a lot on the board still for this. We've got a Rumble opener available for LGD if they want it, but looking to go towards that Varus, a pick that they did beat against EDG in that series. Thinking back to the Sivir game and that monster Silas game from XQW.
Yep, and I will always preach Savior, also used to be known as Shalia. I'm going to keep preaching the Savior version here. This guy, when it comes to especially group Nirvana AD carries, I really like when LGD lean into his early game power in his champ pool. The Varus is going to play into that handedly, even if the on-hit build is a bit more buffed up on the current patch. But look at that classic turn you see from Ultra Prime. Wukong Rumble. I mean, 2 picks you can never be mad about getting on a red side to start off your draft, Gabby.
We'll say the Thality Varus course, now that we are on 16, that got dinged, on-hit buffed, as you're highlighting, so we'll see if that has any impact on the build at the moment with the Rumble and Wukong showing. Very likely you're still going to go the Thality here, especially when you take into account the DPS that a pick like the Gwen can bring. So Sasa going to opt into that matchup and take some scaling on the top side.
Climber Sasa gonna grab up this Gwen. I think you talk more about that LGD 2 over EDG game 2. Thought his Ambessa was huge to get them over the line there in that mid game. Got up to 5 kills out of the early phase. So looking to scale and carry in a bit of a different manner with that Gwen. The Sivir is going to come through here for Baya, which is his most played AD carry on his very shortened run in the LPL. Just a pretty big comfort champion, and also a supplementary piece to the rest of this top side that I think Ultra Prime is really going to want to flourish through in the mid game, Cubby, and use that Sivir as the classic, kind of late-game insurance policy.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, I don't love the Sivir pick here just because you can buff up Wukong, but I think Sivir Rumble is a pretty poor pairing. Sivir, you really want to have something tankier on the top side that A, can engage, but B, can just buy you time in the team fight. Rumble really wants that shotgun team fight with the Equalizer, and I don't think that Sivir really... I mean, the boom speed buff is nice for Rumble, but it's not a pick that's going to be making space for Sivir. So whenever we have Sivir in the game, I always talk about what is your ability like to auto attack. This game with Gwen, Talia, Poke Fair showing, I think it's already going to be pretty tough for Baye. And this for me just puts even more emphasis on that early game for LGD to try and use this Varus that is 22-11 in the LPL. Try and use that early game to really push the pace of this game forward.
Pushing the conversation back towards champion pools, though, here. Climber getting a bit hit in his kit here with the J4 and Vi bands coming out in the second phase there. That's the problem with leaving jungle to second phase. You rarely see in the LPL, but right now, flying through some of these supports, the Alistair is going to set up as another good engage tool next to the Wukong here for Ultra Prime. See how Alistair is going to lock that one in. Where does YCX and the rest of LGD, what do you expect this turn to look like, Cubby, here for LGD with the Rel now, paired up with the Varus?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Alistar pick, it's nice that you deny it to be played into Sivir too, as of course you can only spell shield one part of that combo, but I really like what LGD have gone for here. They drop jungle, 8-2 ban, still get a Poppy. Sivir can function decently well into Poppy, but I think the Poppy functions really well into everything else the team's throwing out. With a Rel too, I think this is a good shotgun team fight for LGD. And just going to have to make sure they can really use this early game to push Sivir around. So that Sivir, can't try and scale into the Poppy Rel, because now with the Rise holding things in place, that is some space for Sivir to auto attack, and we were looking for that. And I do think that Ultra Prime did find that with some of the later picks we have in the draft here, as Rise and Alistar definitely going to help buy some space for Sivir.
Yeah, I do think Ultra Prime's approach to this draft was kind of two different thoughts, right? Where we talk about how this Ryze, this Sivir, Alistar, they're buying space, they're buying time. I think time is on the side of a Ryze Sivir comp. But now you've put a lot of pressure on Zhang and Junhao to kind of carry the brunt in the early game. Normally, I would have worries for a team, but Cuppy, what we know about Ultra Prime is, at least for myself, you obviously get to speak for yourself as well, Cuppy. Maybe we'll be aligned here, but when they play early through Zhang to get the leads that he's been impressive with, they put Junhao on a playmaker with ultimates. That is where I think Ultra Prime looks best. So for the style of wins Ultra Prime has gotten in Group Nirvana, I actually like this comp.
Yeah, I somewhat agree. I think that Zhang, like, I know that the desk featured the jungle matchup, which I think is a good choice with Climber going up against Junhao, who has been a real standout for Ultra Prime. But for me, the big standout this split has actually just been Zhang in the top lane. It really feels like we finally got the top laner that was promised by analysts like Molecule, that was really hyping him up coming out of, you know, the other region that we have over there outside of Korea in the LCP. So, you know, for Zhang, I know that he's a Group Nirvana player playing against those teams, but I can't really ignore the consistent performances that we've seen out of him in the top lane. And definitely think that is a lane where they can have edge going up against Sauce and LGD today. They have a winning matchup in the Game 1 draft, so we'll see if he can drive that home.
We'll have to see here, as it looks like we have been stalled out at the very end of our departure on to Summoner's Rift here. So we can reflect more, Cuppy, on... I really want to focus on that early game, because I know once we get the computer graph up that we always do in the early phase, really feel like this is LGD's game to try and take over in those other lanes early enough and just kind of steamroll, which, again, do want to point out, we saw in the clips earlier for LGD. That's how I felt. That's at least how I felt they were able to win that game 2 over EDG and just never look back. It's taking such a commanding early lead and making sure your opponent never gets back in the game.
Yeah, I am concerned as well for Ultra Prime in terms of slowing the game down. Really only feel like Alistar in the front line can kind of catch these engages. I'm a little bit surprised that we saw the Rel and not the Nautilus. I actually really would have liked Nautilus this game, being paired up with Talia. I think that only Alistar could really catch the hooks. It wouldn't have been quite as good of a lane matchup going to Sivir because the spell shield does give her a lot of power there. But, man, I can't imagine anyone outside of Alistar able to actually tank just the dredge lines. So, with Rel, of course, when you have that flash up, your power play is so impactful in these fights and can be quite big. And we'll see if LGD are going to be able to use that. As again, I'm a little bit surprised that we can just go for the Nautilus because, yeah, I mean, who's going to catch the hooks between Rumble, Wukong, Ryze with a Talia in the back too? That sounds like a good combo. Yeah.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see how the Rel looks on the Rift and, well, how LGD look on the Rift as we project them to have a very tough play and matchup ahead of them. So time to start with a good win to finish off your Group Nirvana. Time. On to the Rift for Game 1.
Definitely going to keep an eye out for our junglers here early on, knowing that I expect music and the Pro Tip Analyst Desk to give us a little bit of a deep dive there into the game, so keep our eyes early. Do think the Climber is going to be on him to make some plays. Is this late chunk on the Saber going to be one that is going to be a late reset to lane? I'm curious. Okay, not going to look for the cancel there, but Saber is going to be late to wave 1.
Yeah, so, you know, Kevin, you kind of alluded to it, and I do want to point it out just for everybody at home. Why music's here? Well, big part of that is Pro Diff, and you can learn to level up your game from Very Well Music. You can you know, get a session with music. You got to see Rhino earlier on if you're talking support. LPL 10, we would love if you'd use that code. It also gives you 10% off one of those coaching sessions, so make sure to check that out.
It's definitely someone that can help. I think music specifically, I'd actually be really curious to talk to him about jungle theory. I think he always had a really good idea of where to path, and how to play games, just big picture-wise. I'm looking at 5s, and big picture-wise, we're seeing Junhao get an invade off into Climber. Ooh. As Poppy didn't go for the AoE camp start on her own Raptors, instead went red Krugs and now into the Raptors, and we'll see if Climber and LGD is going to be able to read this. As, to my knowledge, Junhao has not been spotted yet. They might think he's on his own Krugs right now, but afterwards, they should start to get an inkling like, hey, he hasn't showed on that red buff yet where we have a ward. What's going on with the Wukong? Let's see if Climber can respond appropriately.
I'm waiting for that ping, right? That exploratory ping.
Yeah.
This is still up, right? The targeting ping. But when we talked about both playstyle-wise for Ultra Prime, yeah, and you're starting to see Climber read it. What we talked about though for playstyle and the draft, love that Junhao is forcing a vertical jungle towards his Rumble, because right now we're seeing him try and help Zhang out to get that Rumble rolling early. Sasa does not have the exhaust, does get over to level 3, but already used that in trade with Zhang, and he's going to use his flash power to get right on top of Sasa and get first blood. Junhao and Ultra Prime. Now, can Climber find a way to clean any of these kills up? Zhang does not have flash. He won't get slammed against the wall for the stun. The Climber should have more than enough damage, but he will fall just in time with Zhang. So Junhao comes out of the whole fray 2-0.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see Climber burn the flash to get the slam early on onto Zhang and this Rumble. And I think because of that, Zhang was able to overheat and actually dish the damage back out to make sure that Climber went down. I mean, he barely found the kill there. That was close to being a 2-for-0 even on the flip, and this is massive for Junhao. Think of the jungle camps that were taken so far, Slayer. Climber going down means he can't really go cross map and find that second quadrant that he needs, so the Wukong gets 2 kills and a 3-quadrant start. That's massive for Ultra Prime.
How can they keep that lead compounding moving forward? Because Zhang and Junhao have to run a lot of the playmaking duties for this mid-game with a Rise and Sivir needing to get to major item breakpoints. Maybe Climber senses that as he will use the flash now to throw Zhang back towards the Gwen. Goes into that overheat, is able to speed himself up to get right back under turret. So Zhang dialing the pressure meter up to about 9, but nothing to gain for LGD.
Look, I think that's the right play from Climber, but you called it out. Like, is that going to be a real advantage now for Gwen versus Rumble? We'll see, and now leave the tempo.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Vaya get all those autos down is really detrimental. These lose another, pair of summoners out of YCX. As Ultra Prime seem to be going well in almost all their lanes at this point.
Yeah, that was a really nice flash from YCX. Actually flashed over the second half of the Boomerang blade there, so getting max value out of that. But still, you highlighted Slayer, Summoner Spell burn. And yeah, this is a very good start for Ultra Prime. I think they really need this to try and delay some of those level 6s, because we still expect LGD, to have the early game with the Varus and use that to breach the Gwen into the rest of the game.
Right.
Still concerned about them. Yeah, going up against Poppy Talia. Definitely something where you have to be wary of number advantages that can be created across the map. See if Ultra Prime is wary of this first swap coming out. It does look like we're going to send Varus to the top side.
See what the response does look like for UP. You do have Dragon on the spot side and Junhao here as well, ready to just take this one down solo if you would like. Curious what the decision looks like here. Oh, good cancel the back there as well. So Sasu will get down bot side much later without teleport. Yeah, he's going to drop a wave.
Yeah, he loses this entire wave thanks to that cancel, so I think well played there by Zhang. He will have to survive the dive. He is flashless, and gotta believe that Climber's gonna go walk up top. Not synced up with his wave crashing. Instead, it's gonna be Zhang actually getting a free base off here, and they're gonna match the swap. So throughout the chaos, it's gonna be the Dragon going down, and we'll see what happens with the Grub swap here, because frankly, I do think it's very beneficial for LGD to try and keep Rumble out of the Grub fight. If you can have Gwen getting resources away from the Grubs and keep Rumble down there, I think that's a win for LGD and what that fight might look like. And they'll have 6s in for the Talia Poppy, so creating some of that terrain to try and find a big Poppy wombo, definitely an option. And Slayer, I gotta pause everything. Why is there a catalyst on the Gwen?
I was just about to pick your brain about it.
Yeah. Well, let's check the second monitor.
Job. I was gonna say, Cubby, I think this is your repertoire is figuring out what this is. Yeah, I'll give you some time here. I do want to talk about the fact that how good that swap does look for Ultra Prime when talking about getting Zhang away from the Grubs. His teleport timer will be up once these Grubs come around. I don't know if Sasha will be there just yet. So Ultra Prime also going to likely have their own man advantage created towards this top side of Junhao. Wants to make those Grubs and just first 2 neutrals a priority in this phase of the game. Yeah, Junhao setting up camp already, has the cycle available to start sealing away these blues. That blue buff on a timer that, like we talked about, he has. Climber just continuing to bleed more and more camps.
Well, we have found that Gwen is actually Row is one of the higher win rate first items. That's the only evidence that I have so far. But maybe some green tree abuse. You're building more HP for the Leandries of Rumble to rip through it. Yeah, this is a bit curious. I will say.
So what's the Cubby grade now? I want a Cubby grade on this choice now, and then we'll reflect on it later, depending on how the game goes out.
It gets a C. Okay. The jury's out in this one. I mean, it's Roa. We're gonna have to see what happens when it falls. I mean, I will say that Sasa maybe can use the Catalyst passive to try and survive this Rumble matchup, like already up from the pressure the Climbers put down. And well, we'll see if that pressure continues, because Zhang does have flash back up, does have Equalizer to try and take down a wave, and well, we're talking about that side of the map, because yeah, we're giving this up.
Yeah, we're just casually giving 3 grubs up to a Rise comp, and no big deal. Climber's like, oh yeah, Climber gets camps back. Guys, he's still going to be down camps.
Still
stealing this entire quadrant, and he's on Poppy. So, bit of a head-scratching last couple of minutes out of Ultra Prime, in my opinion. And it's got, or excuse me, LGD, not Ultra Prime. Don't want to. Kelsey, I'm not hating on Ultra Prime just to hate. All right, I misspoke. Wrong team.
Maybe Junhao's too big. Is their thought? It was a weird one, though, for me. I do think that there's a fight there for LGD if you are able to sync up Weaver's Ball or poke Varus. Varus is a little bit behind on his base, too, as he now has the Durkin inventory. He didn't have that for the last grub fight, so maybe just looking at inventory saying we can't do this quite yet. But yeah, they pretty much gave that up for free. I mean, those camps that Climber got pretty null. There wasn't a dive attempted on Zhong, so the fact that he survived everything is not bad on the opposite side of the map. And Ultra Prime kind of in a nice state here. Just letting Junhao continuing to farm and get big on this Wukong. That Triforce can be nice and early.
I feel like we're already getting Baya on the mid wave, because mid push is just such a high priority once you get into break fakes, you get into Rift Trail conversations. And while Savior will be able to kind of just delete these waves at ease to match the Sivir, that power isn't there just yet. It won't be long away, but I do value a lot when you're able to move your Sivir onto that mid wave, because for the rest of your plays and the rest of the tempo you get on the map, Baya is going to be able to kind of just get wave pushed first, and that'll make a lot of these setups around both sides of the river even nicer.
Yeah.
Going forward.
That is one of the nice features of the Sivir in the Varus matchup, right? Because we always talk about poke Varus and that mid prio. Alt Sivir to get access to the wave can definitely match that push, and sometimes win it very often. So good to see Ultra Prime just supporting Baya mid, and that's definitely going to be the game plan here. Make sure the Sivir is going to be able to hit that wave and hit it early. If they can set up for that, which they have set up for the vision right now, that is quite nice.
Just waiting on LGD to get the ball rolling is what I would say here. I really want to see Climber next to W look for overloads. Look for fights where you can reliably boot somebody out with Keeper's Verdicts, because we talked about it from draft. If you're LGD, you cannot afford to coast through this mid game. That is exactly what the Rise and Sivir want to do.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. You have Sivir already close to that Essence Reaver, and I think LGD, they burned the TP early on from XQW to get this Talia bot and get priority there. They've done a nice job of carving out some space for the Dragon. Curious how aggressive they want to play this.
Okay, there's on the hunt pop. The Realm Warp is also coming in, so Saber's going to make this a 4-3-3 advantage for the time being for Ultra Prime. That's 2 outs out of UP. Maybe they're thinking that's enough of a investment to get themselves the Dragon, and it should be.
And they're going to continue to have Sasa sit up top, but frankly, OG might be able to find something on the back half. Sivir ult turns very early. The significant ults are still up for Ultra Prime, but I do think the LGD have some options here, as they're going to drop the Weaver's Ball, try and cut him off a mid, and just play for plates on the Varus. But yeah, you called it no grubs. Sasa gets 2 free waves on the top side as the row is completed beforehand, but I would say overall, still a win for Ultra Prime.
They've got more win cons for the later stages, like the highlights. Inferno Soul going to be pretty nice here. Saosha nearly catches his back, was able to stay just long enough to thwart this YCX flank. He actually takes a turret shot. Makes things a little more hairy than I think LGD were expecting, but nobody dies.
Yeah, just going to be the way of being deleted, and then there's likely trying to find a base again, as Saber working towards that double stacking scaling items in the Roa and the Seraphs delayed for the Merc Treads necessary in this matchup, but the spikes that they care about early already in, as Junhao, that Trinity Force is very early. Continues to keep the pressure up on the climber and continues to build his own lead, and this Wukong's going to be quite the problem.
So fun in this matchup, how we talked about. We saw the desk highlight not too long ago what these two junglers were able to accomplish and do in the LDL. Arguably, Climber obviously being a part of that winning team heading into 2025 in the LDL. Able to be champions under the same banner in esports now. And to see, you know, Junhao, a guy that wasn't talked about as highly going into the year, like a guy like Climber in the developmental stage. Even in a matchup where, you know, this is the sunset of your year for Ultra Prime, it's really shown in, I would say, these last couple of series why Junhao can be a jungler at the LPL level.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, again, this is someone where looking at that Ultra Prime top side, sometimes a group Nirvana, I mean, we're looking for players that belong and players that don't belong. And it has felt like Junhao has been one of the stronger performing junglers on a team that, and look, let's face it, outside of Jung, we're not too excited about what we've seen out of Ultra Prime besides those two members this split. Now, there's a reason that they're going to be our fourth group Nirvana team, and are likely to face their demise at the hands of JD Gaming and Weibo. We'll see how those two head-to-head go to wrap up our regular season. That's honestly one of the few areas looking at the standings that can still see some movement.
Without the way Ultra Prime are trending in this game, gotta be a fan of somewhat of a shake-up coming from them, as we have again had a last couple of minutes that I want to point out. We've seen one Weaver's Wall used to cut a team off from a mid-turret, and I've yet to see Climber ever be in a position to channel Keeper's Verdict. Two ultimates that we really highlighted were going to be a big part of LGD's mid-game phase. And we've got none of that. We've got catching waves, and while that's been going on, you got Saber with the Roa done. You got the Essence Reaver coming through for Bias, so he's going to be able to constantly delete waves wherever he goes. The clock is blaring an alarm at LGD right now because the Youmu's, the Sundered Sky, like these are big first item breakpoints that you need to abuse before the clock runs out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting just kind of how those early top plays and how jungle worked early on. It does feel like Ultra Prime has really been able to control and dictate the pace of the game, just the fact that their junglers had a level lead and item lead for the entirety of it. So it's really slowed down that speedy game plan that LGD needed, as we highlighted in the draft. And well, with Rift Herald up, another opportunity for LGD to look for a play. We're going to see Climber cross mid. Savior does have Prio, so expect Wukong, yeah, going to have to back off this Rift Herald. And this is a fight that LGD is going to win. I don't think there's any option for them to not take this, as Seraphs is now involved, Thunder Sky's completed, and they have a Youmu's in the inventory. So I don't see any reason for them to skip out of this one.
I don't see any reason for Climber to take a reset.
Linked up with Savior. That's the only reason to see.
Yep. I do want to talk more about these ever-evolving lane assignments that we get. You know, we get like mid-Saber matching into Sasa. How do you see these growing on the side lanes as this game one goes on? Because right now we're having mid-top matching on side.
That's a decent shout. I do think that Rise in the Talia, you can find kill pressure later on, because when Rise gets his stacking items in, Talia just doesn't have enough gas in the tank to one-shot him. And Wukong can function very well in the Talia, especially if she's throwing her skills out early. Off guard, so we'll see if that's the look. At the moment, we do have the Rise and the Gwen. Double magic damage for both of our solo laners on each team this game, so on the Merc treads in early. It's going to be a race to pen afterwards, but I expect to see the Rise lane really try to pressure the Talia.
This is big. LGD are finally moving around the map. They're going for this Dragon, trying to stop the soul stacking, but Shouts is going to immediately commit on XQW. He's a little far away from the rest of his team. Stun Slayer, there's flashes after him, and Junhao is able to pick up that first kill, and now all bets are off. Sasa flying at Zhang to try and find the trade under the rumble, but Junhao goes in with a huge Cyclone to knock out two members just like that, and LGD having to burn double flashes just to see Savior Climber survive, but I may have spoke too soon. The flash slow is enough for Savior, Saber to pick up a 4th kill. Ultra Prime just knocked this game 1 out of proportion.
Yeah, this feels like good game to me. And man, that was a real bummer setup from LGD. It felt like they had the control. They had the early Talia chunk on the Wukong that really opened up what looked to be a decent setup. But XQW getting engaged upon the way that he did, you got to be able to react to that Alistar combo. If he gets out of that, I think that there is a real world where LGD still has that favorable setup and fight, but no flash response to the Alistar combo, and well, they're going to look for plays like this with objectives down. Vaya.
Yeah, Vaya does not have
No
summoners, but the seismic shove was misplaced with YCX's layered rel stun.
Yeah.
He just walks on out.
That did not look good from XQW. A little bit of desync there from LGD, and well, trying to reach in the back half of the play to find something before Ultra Prime resets. Comes up empty, and now we're still looking pretty grim here.
Yeah, you got the scuttle traded back. Xiaoshu does not have ult, so he actually gets burned down by Savior. TP is coming in as well. I don't know how much more they're able to grab. It's actually Jonathan's going to get caught here by YCX, and there is the flick back landing this time from XQW. That's a double kill over to Savior, the mainstay carry for so many of these LGD wins.
That should be Rift Herald for LGD. I take that and reset. Mistake there from Ultra Prime. I think playing for the crab, like kind of fiddling around the Rift Herald, not taking a clean reset after that play really set them behind. Because now, I mean, they're still split. They're giving LGD opportunities.
Cyclone down defensively. YCX should die here. Xiaoshu does have Unbreakable Will this time. He's buying a lot of space in the front line. That Keeper's Verdict was not in time, and now the Rift Herald gets stolen away by Xun Hao. And we have ourselves a classic Group Nirvana Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, I mean, I understand this a little bit more from LGD, because I think that they are in that position where they have to be desperate. Ultra Prime should have probably put themselves in this position to begin with. They played their way out of it well. I thought that there may not be enough time for them to actually get back and test the Rift Herald, but between the spell book TP from Xiaoshu, things are good. Okay, we're going way back. Yeah, keep your eyes on XQW. You got to be able to react to this combo coming out from Xiaoshu and this Alistar. Not being able to react to that. Talia gets one shot, completely taken out of the fight from there. It's a front to back for the Sivers. And it feels like everything else beside, like from here, is just desperation from LGD. They're trying to fight Weird Dragon. Do really like how Ultra Prime controlled the terrain in this fight. It was a great re-engage from Xun Hao at a really good time. And then we just kind of had a chain not exactly resetting on time. LGD a little bit of desperation trying to find plays, and actually made a couple positive plays to get back in.
Get back in, maybe overstating it a bit, as they are currently sitting about 6k gold down. They're able to trade some turrets here for this Otacon take that, okay, I'm seeing actually WTP in here, but LGD, they're a little bit too late to the party. They don't have Keeper's Verdict to even boot anybody out, so XQW TPs to watch the Otacon fall, and Ultra Prime win themselves another trade on the map.
Slayer, I'm starting to share your frustration of we have watched the Talia Poppy do really nothing this game. And
I'm glad you've
yeah, I'm there now. I'm there now.
Yeah. I mean, you would think the way this mid game has gone that the champions are reversed on the sides of the two teams. Like
A little bit, yeah.
it feels like Ultra Prime are playing the Poppy, Talia, Varus, run at you comp, and the super scaling's on LGD's side. But hey, that's just 2 for the price of 1 if you're an Ultra Prime fan right now.
All I know is that the jungle diff very much on Ultra Prime's side, so we'll see what music has to say about that one afterwards.
Yep.
This is a big game for the Wukong and Xun Hao.
Sundered Sky already completed. Yeah, this guy's just diabolically powerful. These Cyclones not only command respect for the CC they provide, but into a comp where your tankiest member is a Poppy that's 2.5k gold behind his counterpart. Yeah, this Wukong's damage warrants some serious conversation. You know what helps the damage conversation even more, Cubby?
What?
Infernal Soul. That spawns
right.
in about 20 seconds.
Decent footing carved out here from Ultra Prime. As if they stay in that control ward, a lot of control for them. You can see just how much LGD have to see given their dagger behind.
They kept YCX. Just trying to get a spare ward, sir, into the pit.
Jeez.
May I please? No, you may not.
Got a very
Now it's Herald
one-sided
dropping
affair.
mid lane. Yeah, I mean, this
Very
is just,
one-sided.
I will say, Ultra Prime, there's some serious conviction behind this game plan. And they are, you know, outside of maybe this Herald. Oh, it got through the wall! Haha, good try there, XQW. I was about to clown them for one small thing, and even then, Ultra Prime can't do wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing the thing that, you know, your parents always tell you to never do at the start of, like, you hopping behind the car, and that is, I can't fit in that parking space, you know?
Oh boy.
Climber.
I don't think Climber fits into any equation of this Dragon take. Oh my gosh, John Flash over the wall to kill him off. Piercing Arrow actually hits that thing down to 100, but they didn't even need their jungler to secure Infernal Soul. Junhao going after the backline. Good flash away the XQW savior. Junhao goes a little bit too far forward and gives over a pretty critical shutdown.
Yeah, we bit for fun out of the skates there from Junhao, but hey, Infernal Soul secured. Ultra Prime, no signs of slowing down this game, and man, they've given Sivir the happiest game to scale that she can find, almost at an Infinity Edge now, and we'll see what Fire can get done afterwards. As I still feel like Ultra Prime, like that's a shutdown you probably should have given over, but is that going to change this game? No, it really feels like this game is decided. And LGD just, man, like, I don't think that the lead they lost in the top side of the jungle really warranted a game as passive as this one. So definitely something to revisit and look at if you're LGD.
Right, get to revisit it pretty soon here. The way
Only they had to
this
grow.
Spike is coming here for Ultra Prime. On the hunt, pop.
Goodbye to
XQW
you.
gonna be the one singled out, and see ya later.
Yeah.
One sent back towards the fountain.
Well, we'll see if they can secure this bounty. But
Junhao definitely does it. Yeah, I was gonna say, Junhao, if he's diving out of pit
There's a
behind
TP.
Infernal Soul, he's gonna chase down Savior and Climber, try and take him in tier 1 turn. Good call on the TP. Here comes Zhang off to the side, does have the equalizer, lays out the lava carpet, so Climber cannot save his AD carry. Climber, his only rescue is this blast mode he's gonna take out of his own jungle. Ultra Prime are kind of just counting the seconds until Baron starts, and luckily there's only about 30 more counts for that one.
yeah, I'm counting the seconds until I can get up and get some water, and we can go to our OP analyst desk with ProDef here. This is, we're waiting for the Baron to spawn as Ultra Prime looking to be bathed in purple on the Rift, just like they are off the Rift.
Yeah, Kebby, I'm feeling like the guy in your fantasy drafts that had the #1 overall pick and just waiting until it gets back to you. You know, the boomerang comes back around. It's a long
yes.
time. You gotta wait. That's us right now.
They
Wait for the analyst
they
desk.
took Bijan and they got to AFK for a little bit, you know.
Yeah, or once you get to the the later rounds and you're just, all right, guys, let's speed this up. All right, I know none of you did any research on the third string running back for the Buffalo Bills. Couldn't even name you who that is.
Oh,
right now.
I was trying to pull him for his Slayer right there. I could not.
Third, if you did that, whew,
That's-
it's not much I could give you, but I'd give you something.
I did snag Will Shipley with the Saquon Barkley backfield just to lock that one down. Good handcuff. Anyway, speaking of handcuffs, LGD, they can't really get through the handcuffs.
Baron.
Yeah, they can't get through it. It's a police wall up here as Shoush is holding the door. And we'll see if anyone can get through the bodyguards.
Sasha is daring anybody to make a kerfuffle out front of his club. Club Baron, one would call it. And nope, they're going to just get back on the mid-wave. It's almost like Ultra Prime want a fight so they get in this game without the Baron. And well, LGD are going to give it to him. But here comes the cow through on the Realm Warp. And look how much damage he can take up with that Unbreakable Will. It's going to have to take the Keeper's Burden to boot him out. Climber will finally send actually Junhao out. And that might save LGD from a catastrophic fight as the Wukong not there to start the next engage.
This is a scene from rural America with looked like a UFO TPing a cow in the middle of everyone.
Look,
Couldn't
there's the
find
crop
anything,
circles, the Talia passive.
Yeah,
There's the crop circles.
The workaround are the crop circles, guys. Oh man. Well, no monkey a part of that picture as Junhao booted out, and that attempt from LGD it led to a few more summoner spells being burned. I guess I was gonna say on their end, but really nothing was burned there. They just kind of threw spells at each other, and Ultra Prime happy to reset and hit this one again. I don't think they really would love to wait for Elder to spawn. I very much prefer to use my lead to try and take Baron and go from there. They do see XQW bot. Curious how aggressively they want to play this, maybe to pull his TP. I do see Junhao starting the Baron.
feels like Ultra Prime are very much so respecting the fact that Climber can just boot a really critical carry out of the fight, or not Junhao out of the pit if he's able to get up here for this Baron take. While I'm talking about all these hypotheticals, the reality is, the Baron goes down uncontested, and they still want to fight after that. Zhao with the ring, but Will goes back up. Good crash down the backhand from YCX, but where's the damage, bro? LGD's got none of it. All they've got is perpetual gray screens. 4 more kills, and the Realm Warp is going to force Savior away from his base, and they're going to usher their first Baron wave, not just to an inhibitor turret, but all the way for a Nexus explosion. And Ultra Prime's most dominating win, maybe of the whole split.
I mean, LGD took a comp we felt like had to play a little bit faster early. They didn't contest the grubs, they didn't contest the first 2 dragons, and man, things just really fell apart from there. This was not an inspiring performance from LGD, and on the flip side, Ultra Prime, hey, they got a lead with Junhao, got a lead on Zhang, and we talked about this top side really performing better than where we felt like they were at in Group Nirvana, looking at all the teams in the LPL, and they really showed up to take that game 1 today.
Yeah, I mean, Gubby, we came into this matchup, you know, a really big talking point we wanted to push forward was for LGD. All right, what can they show us in their final series of Group Nirvana that could be, you know, beneficial for how they look in their play-in series? Can we switch the team we talk about that for now? I mean,
A little bit.
We'll the way
see.
that series went.
Yeah, that did not look like the LGD that just took down EDG, you know, which was a pretty big win here in Group Nirvana. That looked like the LGD of years past with, like, the Shadow Hellhole rosters. But hey, either way, I mean, sometimes it's just how games go in the LPL. We've seen a lot of one-sided games here. And we've seen a lot of those, you know, one-sided games turn into 3-game series. It could go either way. So, want to see if LGD can bounce back, but don't want to spend too much time on us Slayers. And now that we got some fun guests waiting for us on the flip side.
Oh yeah, you know, the way we saw the pathing start in that game, I know Music had to be licking his chops to talk about the Junhao Masterclass.
Yeah, why would I talk about it? Send it over there.
Yeah, well, let's hear it from Music here. I'll send it back to the analyst desk. And hey, Mazel, nice shirt.
It's almost like we're matching, Slayer. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Anyways, welcome back to the analyst desk here for LPL English. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Alk and our wonderful ProDiff.gg guest in Music. And, you know, the game was a game until it wasn't. Ultra Prime took full control of that game in game number 1. Obviously, it's the best of 3. But how did you feel about watching some live Junhao performance versus Climber here?
That was a good performance, honestly. Good read on the level 1. I think that was rewarded to him by laziness from blue side, for sure. But other than that, good read and good cheese gank. Definitely like paved the early game and the success of this game.
Yeah, I like it. Alk, how do you feel about the Ultra Primers here? Are we
I'm
feeling pretty
so
good?
happy that we got to see Ultra Prime do well in the series. They lost the last time they played up against these guys, went to 3. I know, Music, you were particularly looking forward to see how much YCX did this game as the Rel. Not much better than his jungler.
It was close to the number, you know? It was close to the number you gave out.
That last team fight, 4-man Rello did the job. I'm telling you, it's like no damage.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a pretty one-sided game. I think we got to see just consistently that Ultra Prime were on objectives better than their opponents. I feel like LGD, whether it's end of the season or whatever, just a lack of precision from them. Just not having, especially XQW, someone who we've had a lot of criticisms for, but like, we're not having our Talia ultimate before we have Baron or one of these objectives. And then like this is a clip that we're actually going to go over later, but a lot of really weird mistakes coming in from LGD, who have, at least for the most part here in Split 3, looked a little bit more put together.
Yeah. I think the hardest thing is a lot of the lack of direction in some of the fights, and they just got really chaotic really fast. I mean, we're like so far into this game in this clip. Like, you look at that absolute chaotic forever fight that was happening in the top lane as well. Like, all the stuff that kind of, the mistakes in the early game that maybe paid off in the end. And again, some of that coordination really lacking in these kinds of moments. So I'm very curious to see if LGD can kind of pull it back for game number 2 especially. I wonder, though, are we feeling like we're going to get any spicy picks right now? Because it feels like Ultra Prime is just saying, you know, we'll take the meta picks that we get. At least start with you, Alex.
Not happening. I know Music was a little bit more excited, but maybe in this very last game. If it wasn't clear, this is the last Group Nirvana series. This is the last Group Nirvana series we're going to see for the regular season. If there's anybody who's really going to pull it out, I do think that Junhao is someone that has been a little bit more exploratory, especially when we saw him pick up the Nefiri very early on in his split number 2. I just doubt we're going to see anything. And honestly, it's not really on Ultra Prime to cook in that way. They already have the momentum going into this series. They have a game that they can kind of play with. I need Ultra Prime, or I need LGD anyway, to show us something. Show some signs of life here.
Here's where that 2,000 damage extra came in for the Rel.
Yep.
We just had to show it for you, just in case. We do give away an MVP for the games. Do you have any special shouts to your music? Anybody you think deserves it?
Yeah, that Talia did a good job in helping the enemy team win.
It's a great MVP, man. Great
got a real.
MVP. I love a real one right there. A real one. Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit tough for sure. But hey, you know, that's why we come to the Group Nirvana, for the ups and the downs. It is crazy to me. It obviously, comparatively to split number 2, where you only got a single round robin in Group Nirvana, split number 3 has been very different. But it is crazy to see that we're already coming down to the end of it here with this series. And I think for both teams, you really want to have like a last hurrah in a way. I don't know if that's one of the last hurrahs that LGD wanted, but it is Xiaoxia that gets MVP. So do you have a nod to that? Is it okay for him to get MVP music?
He played good, but I do think the Wukong.
Okay,
Smurf,
okay.
Like, I think the Vision, like playing around Vision, what he did in the early game was phenomenal, and then getting the first 2 Drakes, Grubs. I think probably the Wukong very well in fights, baited a lot of CDs. Junao, I think, played better, but the Alistar played really solid too, so.
Alistar had a
serious
very
support
easy game.
bias. There's been
Yeah,
some serious support bias with the
easy, I
MVPs
agree.
recently.
Sure.
Great.
Alistar had an incredibly easy game to play, right? Like, he has a Poppy in front of him. You have the matchup that we talked about from the bottom lane with the Rel.
It's winning,
I feel like
yeah.
Alistar gets to have his pick of the litter when it comes to what he gets to do in this game. And, I mean, Xiaoxia has been in pretty impressive support so far here in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, he definitely has been. But that is our game number 1. Goes out in very one-sided fashion, at least for Ultra Prime. But as you had foreshadowed to earlier, Alk, we are going to go through some of the clips, at least with music, and talk a little bit about the jungle perspective, especially, and what I guess the kind of breakdown from your side of things would be music. So I think we're going to bring up some clips here, and we're going to allow you to draw on them to kind of highlight.
It's the
some
music
things.
coaching corner.
It's the music
It's got a whole name.
coaching corner. Make sure you go scan that QR code down there and go to prodiff.gg and get coaching for music. We get a little session here, a little sneak peek coming here soon, as we're going to be getting into it now. But go use that code LPL10 on prodiff.gg and get some cute coaching for music as we take a look at this level 1 that maybe signaled a little bit of what we saw throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think this was really lazy award by blue side. I think only awarding red is really lazy. I think you should award here. Raptors, you should award red buff. You get award on blue here. I think that's really good vision to track the Wukong and let Poppy do whatever she wants. But I think the lack of vision was false confidence for LGD, and this is where Junao basically managed to get a really good cheese and go Raptors into Poppy's top side on no vision, and then Poppy's just completely clueless, Gwen completely clueless, and then easy first blood, 2 for 1. This is where the game really spiraled out of control. I think if they had good wards and they tracked the Wukong, Poppy could 3-camp and then, or even Raptors and invade his bot side. You could do whatever, but the fact that there's lack of vision made this hole in the early game, and then when this is a winning matchup for Poppy, if she's enabled to invade, yeah, Wukong getting 2 kills just shifts the matchup completely, and yeah, it's very hard for Poppy to play.
This was the wonderful mid lane play. We're saying, okay, Junhao's half HP. Surely LGD have to get this dragon. They're already entrenched in the dragon pit.
No, this should be an easy LGD Drake. You have full setup. You're playing Talia Varus into Wukong, which is good into mid range, not high range poke. I think it's very difficult to get in here as Yuppie, but the Talia missteps and Alistar gets a good flash combo on her and then enables this team fight and this like 4-for-0 and free soul point. Like, this should never really happen. I think UP were very late to this setup, had no control, and Herald is up, top tier 1 is up. I think they could have played for Herald in top tier 1 potentially, and that would have been a safer play, but they managed to find a hole in that sequence and break open the game.
And I love that you bring up that vision conversation. I think for a lot of audiences, it's not always the biggest importance. Like, oh, they're doing the normal thing of getting some vision out there. But if you do it wrong, if you don't have those kinds of moments, I think it opens you up for a lot of trouble, especially not having that information. So I guess for you, like, where do you rank kind of that information gathering early into the game in terms of what you're really paying attention to early in the jungle?
It's like the most important thing that you can do in the early game, because really other than hitting camps, there's not much you can do other than think of like a level 2 or 3 gank. And I think like if you have so much vision here as blue side, like it's so difficult for Wukong to play the game, because you're on a ward on red, you're on a ward on Raptors, and you're on a ward on blue. So how can you like play the game properly, right? And Poppy is a good champ to invade Raptors on level 1, right? Because of the Q. Like Poppy, Maokai, now Nautilus is an example, or Pantheon, are really good at invading Raptors. So Wukong ideally wants to start Raptors, because by the time he tries to start red buff, Poppy can take Raptors and then fight him as level 2 versus level 1 on red. So I think the fact that they don't put all their wards level 1 is useless, especially to like Wukong. There's not much gank pressure, I would say. And you have the Poppy, so if you enable Poppy to invade him or get a gank off somewhere because of the vision, then the game is easier to play. So I think vision is like extremely important.
So, Music, kind of pulling the camera back a little bit here and talking about just moving up in terms of level of play. You've obviously joined the NACL last year and were able to play a little bit. What does it kind of take, and what changes from the jungle role for playing, you know, when you change competitive tiers, especially now playing in the LPL for someone like Climber and Junhao?
It's very important to watch your own VODs and what you could have done even from level 1. Like in this case, in a scrim, you could play like this and then not realize the strength you have level 1. Like versus the champions, where you have a Talia, you have a Poppy, you're against an Alistar, which is pretty weak. Like you can enable yourself to walk in the jungle and get wards without being punished. And you need to realize this, like LGD kind of did, not fully. They didn't like ward enough, but they realized, yeah, we're stronger. We'll walk in, we'll get vision, right? But you need to really realize what champions you have and what they have, and then realize what you can do and what's the best setup you can put. You know, that's like very important.
And do you, I guess maybe this is a little bit more of an existential jungle question, but do you feel like the jungle always needs to be a leadership role? Do you feel like there are possibilities of kind of not having that vocal shot calling nature? I mean, it feels like it's a role that always has direction.
It has direction because of the smite, really. Like you as a jungler are called in pro play to these objectives because it's just a timer that exists on the map, like Drake, Scrubs, Baron, Herald. You don't really have much of a choice, but in high level of play, for example, Faker is like used to be the shot caller. I don't know if he still is, but like if you know the map enough and you know where to play and you're the one who's like dictating that and taking the initiative, then you can do it. Like even if it's like a mid or a top, I know lots of teams function like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be the jungler. Sometimes the jungler's talking early game because there's no one really else to talk about what's going on where the enemy jungler
I'm hitting
is.
my camps, guys. I'm hitting my camps.
Yeah,
I'm red, man.
I'm killing Gromp. I'm on Wolves. You know, there's not much to say, but like later on in the game, people have a general idea. You might have your mid laner with 5 kills. He's really fed. He pushes side lane. He wants to shift. The mid laner can take over the game, play around him. Usually it's very good if the fed member who has the agency to play is the one dictating the game, because then it's easier to play for him, set the vision, objectives around him, strong siding, weak siding. It's very important to do that. So it can vary.
I like that. I guess if maybe this is reaching too far in the bag already, but if you had one thing that you would tell kind of aspiring challenger junglers to really focus on, what would you say that one skill that they really need to hone is?
Oh, it's definitely watching VODs. I think watching what
just
the pro
watching the
players
VODs,
do,
yeah,
and comparing it to yourself, see what things you're missing on champion mechanics.
Watch LPL VODs,
little
right?
ones. Yeah, LPL VODs especially. They're very aggressive. The junglers are very aggressive in the LPL, as you saw Junhao did this game. Very smart, realized the vision, went for it, was not scared to do it, and it won them the game. So that's like something, you know, someone might know he could do, but not do it because, like, oh, you know, maybe I'll get invaded and it'll be bad. But he pulled it off. It worked.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need. Alec, before we get going to that next game here soon, do you have any thoughts, kind of pullaways from LGD side to try to get into this series? Is Ultra Prime just fine and dandy how they are?
If we can somehow figure out a way to get Nayo in the building, maybe. But
Call him right now.
This game is functionally, again, I don't think Ultra Prime or LGD should really be worried about this. I think that their eyes are looking towards the future and towards that play-in series.
Yeah. I think momentum is always really, really important in the LPL a lot. I feel like it's always extremely tying, especially at the end of the regular season, going into playoffs. In the playoff play-in that has all that pressure and stuff, it's always very, very interesting. Music, do you have any thoughts? Is LGD, is it possible for them to get back into this one?
I think it is. I think if I were their coach, I would be like mad from that game. I would be very like, guys, we're not here to lose 2-0 in 1 hour and leave. Like, at least use this for practice. Like, that
the
was a
last
joke. Like,
game.
are we going like this into playoffs? Why are we? Let's not scrim. There's no point. Like, what is the point if we're gonna play like this? Like, we gotta show up. We gotta try our best. We gotta wake up, and not be lazy with words. We gotta put up a fight. Like,
Yeah.
this is not it. Even the Drake fight, the third Drake, that was laziness. The just got caught. Like, you can easily get the Drake there. It's just like you gotta play 100%.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part is that LGD have actually been a pretty strong team. So to see them have that lackluster performance in game number 1, hopefully they can bounce back and get us to a game number 3.
Yeah.
That is it from us on the desk, though. Thank you so much, Music and Alk. We're going to be tossing it back to the casters, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you once again, Analyst Desk, for highlighting the real campaign we should have pushed here before we went back to Analyst Desk. Yeah, Junhao MVP. I don't know what went wrong with that vote, but I'm glad the Music was able to break down why Junhao was kind of the one to warp this game earlier on, and we'll see if he can do it again to give Ultra Prime a 2-0 that not a lot of people had on the books.
Yeah, I like the Music rant at the end there. I felt like that was very appropriate of, hey, like, why are we even here, guys? Like, we might as well just not scrim if we're going to go play and go out like that. So let's see if we get a better LGD. I know that obviously our teams are kind of hiding stuff before playoffs potentially, but they were really flat in that last match. Didn't put up a fight when they needed to have a pretty blistering early game to get things going. And yeah, as Music highlighted, like that opener for Junhao was really good. And I was kind of sitting up here on the desk like, man, like, was this entire game really just the Wukong lead? I'm still not sold on that, but it definitely was very significant for Junhao and Ultra Prime in terms of pushing that game forward.
And again, you know, leaning even further into what we saw from Junhao and Zhang, when Ultra Prime look most lethal, it's playing through the top side, playing through the top lane. You got yourself a pretty good draft UP to do it in game 1, but you now lose access to that Wukong and Rumble that you clutch so dearly. What other champions can you put into your makeup to play for that same kind of success here? We'll have to see as the Yunara continues to be a ban Ultra Prime go-to here. Savior no access to the latest champ in League of Legends, but already liking LGD's bans. Yeah, let's go after the two guys that kind of terrorized us in game 1. Make sure there's no Renekton, no Pantheon to really worry about.
Yeah, Ezreal tells me it might be a Xayah look. And then also just kind of curious to see if we have any Cassante prio coming out for LGD. That's been a really big pick for Zhang, and where my mind goes to if I see a Renekton ban is that maybe being an option. But still, a lot of power picks on the board. Ezreal taken away tells me that a marksman early or marksman opener could be a thing, but of course, the side swap that Yone was left up, big pick for XQW, and something that LGD can play well.
This will be tapping into some potential split 1 routes as we really just saw Yone Sejuani as a duo be such a huge priority in a lot of these pickups. It has fallen as the meta has changed, but gotta think that's where Climber would like to pair up nonetheless on that turn. But you now open the door for Saber, who has been pretty stock standard when it comes to those control mages in the meta. Where would you like to see him try and counter this Yone out, Cubby?
Well, we're going to start with what looks to be a Scion lock-in. And in terms of playing into the Yone, you have options. I mean, you could go with Kali, could go Silas if you want to get aggressive. I know that Saber's been pretty good in the melees. So see if that ends up being the route, but also has some options to take some other choices here early on. So curious if they just end up locking in a Xin Zhao here. But no, going to be the Silas that I will say we are on 16, so Jungle Silas is not out of the question, but this is a good matchup in the Yone.
Yep. You know what makes it most fun, Cubby, if it goes mid lane? You rarely get a melee matchup in the mid lane. Dyna doesn't, I would say, in competitive play these days, and that's what we are going to have on tap. Also, the champion that XQW, I think, had one of his best single games on was that Silas in the EDG series win. So we'll have to see what he looks like up against that champion this time. If this Sejuani comes across here, though, for Climber, I am keen on giving some praise to maybe the game plan here for LGD in Game 2. Yorick, Yone, I mean, that's double melee for the Sejuani, but it's also a super side lane game, super split game, you would say, with these two solos.
Yeah, I'd also say that I don't really see any surprises here. Like when the Yone is picked up, we pretty much expect with this team that Sejuani gets knocked in. I think it's important to note that Yone, for XQW, it is 3-1 this split, and second most banned against champ when it comes to LGD, as it has been a lot of teams denying this away from him, and LGD has proved that they can play this well, so just interested to see what other tools Ultra Prime are going to take to try and slow down this early game snowball. As the Nautilus locked in, so they do have those dredge lines to try and go fishing later on, but a lot of pieces still missing. And we'd love to see Ultra Prime honestly take away Zaya. I think they're showing a lot of dive, and Zaya has a lot of value right now.
I do really want to broach that marksman conversation, not only because of, the clear threats on either side, but knowing these two AD carry players and how, at least through the limited sample size for bio that we've gotten, they like to play. Again, this Callista ban is very good here for Ultra Prime. Remember, Savior is, at his roots, a Draven guy. Not going to say we're going to get it in this game, but early game ADs is what Savior, I think, is best at. So we'd like to see with this top side coming together for LGD, what he would like to lean into, knowing that some of that mid-game power definitely feels like it has to come out of the bottom lane.
Could see a Lucian ban here if they want to deny Lucian in any combos. Instead, oh wow, a Caitlyn. So
Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, you said it. Like early power, definitely something that LGD Savior has used, and I mean, you say that he's best at it. No, really, no surprise from a Draven player. If we're gonna be honest, he likes the laning phase. So we'll see what else he wants to grab. The Caitlyn ban is really curious to me because it feels like they're setting up an AD. I'm wondering if they could take Zaya themselves, and there is some real value for it against the Yone and the Sejuani.
Ooh.
I wouldn't.
I
like
want to
this.
throw hands.
Not a fan.
LGD, not a fan.
No, Nautilus Lucian just doesn't have enough power. Doesn't have enough gas in the tank. I think this duo falls off incredibly quickly. So.
All right, well, it's locked in, Gubby.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it's able to pilot. I will say, like, the flip side of it, the optimistic outlook is whatever AD gets picked here by Savior, it is except that pick is going to be under threat early. But like, why not?
Yeah, this is not a bad game at all for Draven. Like, a lot of the concerns you have as Draven are actually, I think, nullified this game with what's showing early on. But, oh, wow. Okay, going to be the Aphelios. This is a good matchup into the Lucian. Again, Aphelios, sometimes you're really worried about being range gated. You do not have that same concern this game. As YCX maybe poising to grab a Thresh here. I think Tom Kench also an option. Lulu an option. Braum going to be the lock-in. Yep. Also a good option this game. You already have main engage. Aphelios, Braum playing into the Nautilus and Lucian. That bot lane has to be so careful about just dashing in at all. And, I mean, this is a double counter and a really good setup for LGD. I did not like the Lucian Nautilus pick. I think they really opened themselves up to something like this where Aphelios has a very happy game here.
I think this is, a return to normalcy when it comes to this matchup. We expected Savior and YCX to have a huge advantage on the bot side. They've now drafted themselves into that spot. Counterpick gets left up, though, for Junhao, and he does get himself the Trundle. So as we talk about, our hero of Game 1, Music's hero of Game 1, gets the counterpick, and he's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting, I feel like, this game with this Trundle.
Yeah, it's got to be a death ball for Ultra Prime. This is a super low-range composition hopping in. And if they get behind, I think they're going to struggle. But, hey, Trundle, you pretty much create two just super Omega tanks in the Scion and the Trundle when you drop the Subjugate. Silas gets really tanky as well. Does LGD have enough damage for that? I think that's actually a very real question to ask that Ultra Prime's going to throw at them. I don't think the answer is yes. It's going to take a long time until that's the case. But any lead for LGD, only option for Ultra trying to play this game out is really to throw themselves at the enemies. So could be big if LGD is able to sneak out any leads early. I really like the lane that they've drafted for themselves, bot lane. I think that's going to be just a lane lead. And then we'll see what happens mid with junglers being involved. And the 2v2 going over to Ultra Prime with the Silas and the Trundle.
Like we always talk about with Ultra Prime, this is a team that is most successful through top side. So at least they've got that in the cards for them, maybe through their jungler. Now the Zhong is off of the Rumble onto the Scion. as we get set to go into Game 2 here, which could be our final game, Cubby, of Group Nirvana in 2025.
Yeah, it's honestly been nice to have a double round robin this time around. Do feel like we have just a little bit more confidence in a couple of these teams stepping into the play-in stage. But we'll see if any team besides EDG can really make any surprises. And of course, with JJ in now for FPX, he'll be playing later today. That's going to be definitely a challenge for whatever team faces them. So excited to see how they look later on today.
Well, the challenges are ahead here for our two squads. Blow up the enemy's Nexus once again. Saber already getting the level 1 antics in. Able to dash over that wall and get some solid chip damage in. Cubby, I want to get this out of the way early. I know it's Grubs is 7 minutes away, but how insane is Grub priority in a game like this? I feel like it's massive.
Yeah, I'd say it's big as well. I think the big thing for me is you do have the option of, hey, if we can trade economy onto the Yorick, it's quite good. So just kind of wondering what LGD does around that time, because I do feel like they're going to have a couple of options in terms of playing for it, or maybe dropping it to make sure that, you know, Sauce gets pretty big on the Yorick. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of Grub abusers in this game for sure, Slayer, which I think is where you're looking at, especially with the Yorick Yone on one team. So we'll see if that ends up being the case for LGD and they prioritize that objective.
Got to see an awesome segment with the pros corner, music's corner, breaking down Game 1 jungle stuff. Would like to, I'm sure we will hear from it. His thoughts on the Spellbook Sejuani. I know this is definitely something that's kind of evolved further with some of those, you know, more utility junglers coming, but
also just an option in the Trundle, right? Because you don't want to give him the Aftershock, which gives him more on the subjugate. So I think understandable here from Climber, and we'll see if he's able to make use of it. Definitely can be sneaky with some of the summoner spells you're able to grab, sneaky with some of the plays you're able to make. I think a big talking point of the spellbooks coming in, especially as support, is actually the fact that a lot of these Grub fights have involved teleport being snagged by supports right before to help with the setup. So the spellbook has definitely really warped how Grubs are played at this level.
this game round, we see both junglers pathing together. Saber taking a pretty aggressive trade with a low health bar. XQW with that Doran shield, able to stand up to a lot of extra damage and gonna heal himself up pretty comfortably. Saber has to be very careful about his next couple of steps here. XQW gonna use that soul form to threaten even further and get a wave in a nice position. So mid lane in a good spot here for LGD. How does that impact the rest of the map?
Well, it's going to be TPs being forced out on each side, and I really expect mid lane to be some of the focus that we have in this game. If you set Yone or Silas behind, can be really big, so no real leads yet, but a good start for XQW on this Yone again. A pick for, he's played it 4 times just the split. He's 3-1 on it. It's been a big pick for him. I mean, going back to the rest of the splits, as you were talking about, Slayer, it really feels like XQW on this champion is just comfortable. And that has been a bit of a challenge for the mid laner of LGD. I think he's had definitely some varying performances on different champions.
Without a doubt, Cubby, as we see the product of same side clears here from Climber and Junhao, means that Climber's got to make the long trek up to get his own crab. Don't want to ever challenge a Trundle on anything, no matter what champion you are. So Junhao can be able to reset himself a bit earlier off it, and speaking on those resets, might see a bit of a classic swap come across. I would think that maybe Ultra Prime's bot lane would make the swap, and you always want to find a timer to make that swap whenever you have a Scion on your team, to try and get him in the 1v2.
Yeah. No, that's a good shout, and we're going to see those recalls get synced up between both side laners here. As Scion going to be forced to catch, and at the moment, going to just be standard lanes being thrown back out, so it's going to be the Aphelios Braum falling a little bit behind, as Baya using the power of some of that early Lucian, get a priority base for him. If we can use it to get more, because again, very concerned about this Lucian Nautilus as time goes on. These guys just run out of damage so fast in the game.
Just like to see them try and use that to pressure the Yone as that, you know, econ threat, as that stirring giant in slumber. But as you called, just standard lanes coming across. Maybe Junhao pointing out and making a call saying, hey guys, listen, I want to try and take this dragon off the board early. He is kind of clearing down towards it. We'll have to see, because we know that Grubs in 3 minutes is just such a big event that everyone's going to come pulling up to.
No, I 100% with you. Definitely expect grubs to be contested. As we could see mid-play here. Both junglers hanging around.
Primer's going to cover nicely. No subjugate, no glacial prison, no ultimates to speak of in general. And the stun's going to land on a Junhao, and Saber's not healthy enough to look for the drink. Climber's going to flash after him. The knockup lands, and down goes Saber. They might look to double dip here. On bot side, we have our own fight breaking out as Savior's going to be able to trade his support back out, but Baya, should he have enough damage here? They're waiting on cooldowns, the dash, the double taps. Yes, Baya answers back for Ultra Prime, 2-0 out of lane.
2 kills for the Lucian, big, but that winning mid-jungle 2v2 we talked about for Ultra Prime, they didn't have level 6 yet, no subjugate. So the Sejuani Yone, the ability to stack that permafrost passive ends up winning out. And that lead for XQW, I find very big, so we're going to have to see what Baya is able to do. I'm just worried that, you know, how can Lucian interact in this game in the long haul? As at the moment, just a dredge line thrown in at YCX finds him. And man, this Braum must really melt here next.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Alright, yeah, it's just the first.
That was a little grim. The second winner's bite thrown at the Nautilus didn't get the passive to reapply, so that's one that you can always maybe think about saving for Baya. I thought each AD actually played out the back half decently well.
Yeah.
Baya was trying to, or Saber's trying to use vision and then to walk around the piercing light, and Baya just cleaned that one up. Hey, lead for the Lucian early, and again, this pick, concerned about what happens with it as time goes on, his ability to interact with this game, but early on, if he has a lead, definitely has a lot of power.
A lot of dancing around this dragon early on. See Saber is able to hijack the Fate Unsealed ultimate there for XQW. Zhang, though, is going to use his Scion ult to get back up to lane, and that is going to make sure that neither top laner should be a part of any sort of dragon play, but looking at the timers, Cubby, and how much we've hyped it up, I don't think Dragon's going to be the bell of the ball anytime soon. Grub's in a minute. That's where we got to look for well-timed resets and who's able to set up first around this top side.
Scion did just ult back. Sasa also burned his TP and does have the Maiden up, so just kind of curious to see if LGD actually finds a lane swap here. Because again, Doric in his own lane can definitely do some work. As at the moment, Zhang just going to catch all the waves that he can, and these solo lanes for LGD with the lead that XQW has early, and then the matchup topside for Yorick. It's looking like a good start for them.
I'm looking to poke his nose into this enemy jungle and steal away. I believe he stole away the big chicken.
Yeah,
well,
he had a better smite. You can see Junhao still stuck at the 600 smite, whereas Climber had the 900 smite going in. So, all right, rotation's coming in. Yeah, Baya's walking up. Nautilus TPing in with the Spellbook TP that we talked about. Now LGD, they got to catch this wave, but after this, they should be able to make a play.
All right, Baya looking aggressively, but he walks into the Glacier Prison. He immediately cleanses with the Fate Unsealed. Hits on to 2 from XQW, and Baya is absolutely cooked. Punished for his over-aggression.
Beautiful setup by LGD as XQW, this Yone, the second most banned champion against LGD. We're seeing why in this game. Great setup by XQW for that fight with Climber. Baya dashing into that Fate Sealed. And with him going down, that means that those grubs that you were really setting up as being so important, so they're going to go LGD's way, as they're looking for a little bit more.
Continue to find these aggressive trades, but into the Trundle with that subjugate ticking. YCX walked a bit too far. The culling comes down. They're dropping the depth charge onto XQW as well. He burns the flash, but the grub pit is where their attention must be turned, and it's going to be 3 secured by Climber. We'll see if this is a one-way trip, though. No return airfare. Does dash over the walls. Could actually get Junhao to flash after him. And I assume they're going to give this kill on over, to Junhao to try and get this Trundle back accelerated.
Okay. Still 3 grubs taken by LGD. I think that's going to be okay. If I'm Ultra Prime, I'm blitzing towards that dragon. I think they're going to sneak in a Baya base as he's going to have that Essence Reaver completed. I think after that, maybe there's a window where Climber's getting back on the map. He's got a lot of camps for himself to worry about. But curious, they're going to use Saber's TP here to really threaten that Drake and kind of keep up some of the tempo they got from at least the kill in the back half of the grubs. If not, I think neutral going over for 1 kill, not really worth it if you're Ultra Prime.
Ooh, okay, Saber able to attach back to XQW
nice.
through that Soul of Shackle form there. So good trade there from Savior. As do you want to, you know, we talked about XQW as, you know, a melee maestro, a pick that he's been touted a lot for his ability on. Saber,
Yeah.
not a lot of Silas tape, and like we talked about earlier, it feels like he's been pretty chained to the mage meta. And
He has.
yeah,
And
it
he was
makes
the
it fun.
Yasuo Akali player early on, too. Like, he was playing a lot of melees in Split 1, going back there as well.
And Climber, good try with the blast cone, but that is going to be first dragon finally going down into the hands of the
Looking at an angle, too. They actually saw Xiaoxia looking for the predict. That was kind of cute. Does not connect. If it did, could have been big. But Beast Dragon going over. I still think LGD has the start they won early, though. As you set up, Slayer, I think properly so. Grubs. With a Yone York comp, you give them 3 grubs. They have leads in both side lanes. I mean, how much can you get done here if you're LGD?
And it just further
Ghost popped?
punishes you. Okay, we're going after Saber. Oh, we're not going to look where that first failure ultimate went. There's the hijacked one. Used to be able to stun up, but he gets a heal as well. Saber buying a lot of time, and now Climber and YCX have to flash away from the might of the turret. And here comes Bai off to the flank. YCX is good as dead. Bai's got more than enough damage. XQW. Fate sealed to get away, but another drench line's going to sink through for Xiaoxia, and Ultra Prime have a bit of an answer back here, starting to really stack up some kills.
Slayer, that dive was gross. I don't know. Like, so many tools were used when there is guaranteed lockdown between a Braum plus Sejuani. You have the Permafrost passive. You have these Winner's Bite passive. These are guaranteed lockdowns. You can use it to chain your other abilities together and find the dive kill. Watch how they play this in the Saber. This is used, wasted. We can see the Braum Sejuani rotating late. So we have no Q3. Like, why are we opening up with Glacial Prison and the dash? Walk around, use your control ward, get here, try and start with a Winner's Bite, try and start with a Permafrost, and fire your tools like Glacial Prison, like Fate Sealed afterwards. Because with everything going sideways, Saber lives, Xiaoxia and Baye rotate, and they actually end up finding a big win for Ultra Prime and get themselves back in this game.
Something you markedly pointed out from draft as a concern for LGD is reliable damage when this game goes off. And I want to point out just the health factor that's going to be apparent here for Ultra Primes. You know, Zhong's going to get tanky next to his passive. Subjugate from Junhao's going to give him so many defensive stats, and Saber building health-oriented as well. LGD, again, you know, with a nice bounce back early game, but they've got some questions to answer pretty quickly. We might see it on this top side as a TP and knockup comes on to Junhao. The Subjugate, we talked about the HP, there wasn't enough to cover for that amount of damage. And here comes the Glacial Prison from Climber layered on to Xiaoxia, and Sabers has to watch his support drop as LGD calling all 5 members to win themselves a critical skirmish.
Good pickup, Rip not up yet, trying to
Saber!
snipe Braum.
Oh, one auto, he gets it with the burn. Saber able to find one, but he went after the support with all 4 members. LGD around, the Fate Sealed is going to find its first kill. And with the stuns layering, Zhang is also going to drop. Red, white, don't fight, and Savior just showed you why.
I mean, that wasn't worth. The Bork Yone doing some serious work there as Ultra Prime kind of funnel in one by one. And that tankiness of the Trundle and the Scion that we, you know, kind of said as a science experiment. Like, you're throwing 2 super tanks at this LGD squad. Feels like they're passing the test so far. Savior has a flash of his own. Decent trade from Xiaoxia. Trades up at least.
That's the second time this game Xiaoxia has forced a flash mid-depth charge ultimate.
That's a unique one. You're really locked in to pick up on that one.
It's a classic. If I had a nickel for the amount of times blank happened,
Yep.
you know, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's interesting enough to tickle your brain a little bit. Just like these couple of fights in this replay kind of head scratch my brain.
Well, you see, Junhao wanted the crab, and he did get the crab, but it was an expensive crab. I think on the exit, like, Zhang doesn't feel comfortable being able to buy space here. I'm kind of curious if he could have played a little bit further up. Because it felt like he was kind of banana comboing back and forth a bit. It tells me the Ultra Prime didn't exactly know what the play was, but yeah, Saber trying to find the 1-for-1 ends up not being worth it, and Zhang gets kind of baited back in. I will say in Zhang's defense, he did not have good items for that fight, and he still does not. You can see he's waiting on components, and kind of getting bashed in by this York now. So again, scenario for LGD very good right now. Their solo lanes are winning. They have 3 grubs. They can win the game a lot harder for them.
Ultra Primer getting cheeky here. YCX walking away. Very unfriendly brush, but again, it's the Braum that's able to start off this engage, and Junao actually had to flash away from his team to try and survive, but he eats an ultimate to the face and gives another kill over to Savior. Another positive trade for LGD, support for jungler.
Yeah, that's worth if you're LGD. As Savior, we don't love the Collector first. It's going to force the LDR second to get through all the tankiness. It's going to be on Ultra Prime here with the steel cap showing already. So Felio's going to look for 3 items. But hey, at least YCX, again, Braum. The only option for Ultra Prime is to just throw everything at LGD. That's a game where Braum's very happy. And I think that we've seen the scoreline for YCX, not be the prettiest. And that bot dive was pretty poor, but still, the value for Braum, like, on paper, seems high. And definitely with what we're seeing in the fight so far, it's been good.
And what we haven't really touched on because he hasn't been on our screens very much.
Yep.
Sasa is 2-0-1. Trinity Force done. Completely uncontested. His Saber is going to whip out on the hijack Fate Sealed. With the Soul Unbound, XQW has to go back in. Y6 is luckily there to make sure his gets sold out. So we can revisit that convo, Cubby. Is this the dream Yorick early game or what for Sasa?
Yeah, this York's going to be real big. I mean, it's good in at least the matchup that he got. Like, he's going to be a happy camper. There still was the chance that Lucian's able to, burst you down, but I think as York, that's pretty tough. And, man, I mentioned the damage for LGD, like, isn't enough to get through the tankiness that Ultra Prime has. Ultra Prime does not... They have less damage in their comp, right? It's just, how much can Cyan and Trundle tank? And that's a very good scenario for York. He's very happy being in a game with lower damage. So I'm with you, Slayer. I think Sauce is really set up for success here, and we'll see if we can do it in the zone.
It's also the fact that LGD was able to pilot early, grabbing these grubs, getting the leads on, marginal leads on their solo lanes. They have the ability to make sure there aren't really any traditional fights in this game because they can just 1-3-1. And who right now is ever not just matching but punishing this York and Yoni in the side lanes? Hold on though, we have a nice little Freljord ultimate combo, gets multiple knockups. John goes after Saber's able to back off the Aphelios, and we're going to test how tanky this Scion is. And the answer is going to be not tanky enough for Ultra Prime. John going to go down first here. There's no real way to look for a turn unless Jouch is able to get a pretty good depth charge down, or a dredge line. We sacrifice the bait, and LGD are going to gobble up all the spoils of war on this top side, being the Herald. We'll see if Junhao wants to start a fight.
Still have hijacked up if they want to fish around for a Saber ultimate. LGD is a little bit low, so I think Ultra Prime, they're going to think about playing this. The Silas ult options, though, I don't think that he's going to be able to grab the Glacial Fissure or Glacial Prison yet.
You don't have grubs. All right.
Yep. Okay.
He's going to exclude himself from the pack. And, all right, so Ultra Prime get nothing.
Feels kind of like a bit of what the first game looked like, sadly, here, Slayer.
Role reverse, though.
Yeah, a little bit. We'll see if LGD is going to be aware of this one as Junhao is laid a trap in the brush. And, okay, he's going to spring it.
Nice. Cross back the Eternal Plane he created for himself the first time. And the goal still remains unfinished, which is going after this turret, and that's a missed hijack Glacial Prison there from Saber. And, well, it's actually LGD that get the first turret throughout all of that. It's XQW to knock it down on the top side as they continue to pile up turrets. And, hey, Shelly's out here. It's turret knocking down Brigade right now.
This was a real tempo killer.
Oh, nice pillar.
For Ultra Prime, as that failure to take the outer has resulted in a great scenario for LGD. Keep in mind, Ultra Prime, they never really based either, and LGD fit in the base in there on this deploy. So not only are they winning out on the turret war, the HP war, but they got the base in too. No chance for Ultra Prime to even look for a fight. As yet, now that topside jungle is in the hands of LGD and Climber, and I like how LGD played the re-entry on the map, and definitely, back home, evidence for what can happen when that failed moment of sitting in the enemy side of the map, like camping that raptor brush. We're gonna hope someone walks in. If that doesn't happen and you stay disciplined as a team, you can create really good tempo scenario for themselves or yourself, and LGD did just that for themselves here.
So we've talked so much about LGD trying to deny or shut down the snowball low-range comp. I want to highlight a couple of pretty good item buys, I would say, from LGD members to kind of help facilitate for the low range and low damage profile. Got the shield bow done on XQW. That'll buy you some extra time. Heartsteel at 100+ stacks for Climber. That is a tanky Sejuani and a redemption for YCX. Really going to make Ultra Prime's burst comp even more problematic.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of problems right now, the biggest problem is going to be that Yone. Like, the shield bow being completed on Yone, the fact that XQW's up, I mean, 3/4 of a level on Scion and can actually push him around to the side lane matchup, that's going to be a problem. And it's open up. I mean, Sasa's no TP, so they're playing away from the Otacon with the Yone and him being able to threaten a TP here, and seems to be a decent setup for LGD. Did see a blue trinket used by Baya, so the Otacon is spotted and will be stopped, but now Ultra Prime spending a lot of time up here, going to lose control of mid and lose control of that Dragon Pit.
An eloquent use of resources here from LGD. Moving around their pieces at the pinpoint moments, and part of that is due to those advancing wards. They were able to spot out Ultra Prime trying to come down for that Octagon before they even exited their own jungle, and as you called out, they move forward, they take the tier 1 turret off the board, and XQW has all the time in the world, and he's going to solo out the third Drake of the game, the first Ocean Drake. What a bounce back for LGD. I'm going out on a limb saying there was some very momentum-based speeches coming in that locker room after game 1, but now they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is at the Octagon fight. They really could just decide this game. They're going to TP on into Yone. XQW off to the side. Glacial Prison can get the stuns. They're layering on the shoot. How he doesn't even get the Otacon. He goes down first. Sean flakes into the background. He is going to be able to get a 1v1 with Savior, but he doesn't even win that right now. Red, white, don't fight. Get away from the Aphelios. He doesn't care about your health bar. 3 kills for none. LGD running away with this second game.
Yeah, I think that's game right there, Slayer, as pretty much every major monster objective has been secured in favor of LGD, and it's just been Climber and XQW able to set the pace a lot better than what has been available for Ultra Prime, where it felt like there was a comp where they kind of have to throw themselves in at LGD and see what happens, and LGD, they're very happy in that world.
Full of glee. Just going to look back at this fight where it's just desperation for Ultra Prime, but no business being in a fight with this LGD team.
Yeah, Junhao doesn't get subjugate off in this fight, flashes out and dies, and then the fight's over before it even starts, really. Trying to get a nice, at least look onto the Aphelios, but absolutely zero help from the squad means he can't really make an impact in that fight outside of forcing Saber into the 1v1, which Saber won.
Even mid waves aren't safe for you to try and fall up. There is. Oh my god, XQW. That is half the health bar off of one nice little QW combo with that Soul Unshackled recall. Now we're going to really start to see the full power of this split push monster comp. And I suspect Ultra Prime are never really going to get on even footing to try and fight whatsoever. This split is just going to be so deadly, suffocating when we say. Top tier 1 traded for, a whole lot of gold on the backswing.
And Baya is the only one that like is fed and is ahead, and even that looks good right now. As okay, TP coming in. That's
right,
Saber.
Zhang is going to cut off the escape angle using his health bar as a resource, but it's actually Southside that's going in for the flank with Saber. Holy moly, what a hijack, Fate Unsealed. And now look at the pandemonium, but the health bars for LGD are just too tanky right now, and they can't get Baya in a position to capitalize on any of these blinking health bars. XQW will finally drop a Climber, able to throw the boar at the rest of Ultra Prime forward, and without Baya, look at the minions and Maiden take care of business.
Well, we thought that it would, kind of questioning whether it would be enough damage to take down the Scion and Trundle early on. It's become, there is definitely not enough damage to deal with this Yorick, as Sasa making them feel the pain of the Gravedigger, and, well, looks like they're going to be sending Ultra Prime at least to a game 3 here.
Doing it in style with one of the quickest games the LPL maybe seeing at the very end of Split 3. It's getting a little bit dicey towards the end, but I think... Yep, Sasa's going to have it. Pre-25 minutes, LGD with an answer back.
Well, We were disappointed early on. Oh, that's not very appealing to me there. We're going to work on that one. We were disappointed early on in LGD's Game 1. It was grim, to say the least. Well, I'd say things are a lot better there. As LGD, they were able to come out, show out, and show us that they are here to actually play this series out. Here to maybe earn some scrims for themselves, according to Music, who, you know, they were playing like they didn't even want to scrim after that first one.
Yeah, well, we'll see shortly how Music's opinion may have evolved in this one. But how much of a return to normalcy did that matchup feel like? I mean, is that what you expected to see from LGD in Game 1?
I mean, it's why we haven't seen LGD get their hands on the Yone, as XQW, I felt like really controlled that game, controlled the pace with Climber. And yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of what we've come to expect from this LGD squad. That again, this squad's kind of teased us all year, Slayer. We're always like, you know, does this team have it? It's a bunch of young players that have won LDL. It's been fun to see if they can actually climb the ranks of the LPL. They haven't really been able to do so yet. So I do think that point in series matters a little bit for them, you know, whether their year is a success or a failure. And this is just about building up to that. And hey, I think that was a pretty convincing game to try and build up to whatever they're going to try and do against Weibo or JD Gaming later on. So see what they can do in Game 3.
And Cubby, you know, while all the Group Nirvana conversations are around, you know, the exciting ones are around NIP and EDG, maybe threatening some of these lower Group Ascent teams. Hey, LGD, you got a series of yourself, your own too, so you may be carrying that in there with a win. But you all are getting a big fat W coming towards your screens because we are going back to the analyst desk. That means we get to hear more magic from Music on this jungle matchup. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ProDiff.gg desk. Here we've got Alk, we've got our special guest Music, and myself, Mazel. And it's the last series of Nirvana. You know it had to go to 3. We had to get all the goodness out here, Alk. Wouldn't have it any other way, right?
There was nothing spicy though. Like
I know.
Me and
that's
Music are
really
kind of on the same.
part.
Like maybe there's, you know, it's the last couple games of the season for some of these teams, but no, we had to get Trundle into Sejuani, and we had to get some more Braum games in versus Nautilus. I don't know. A lot of this drought felt like LGD could have a little bit more agency, especially when you put XQW on one of his most comfortable champions throughout the split. So I'm glad we got to see it. It's just, for me, how could we have not gotten something similar to this in game number 1? Like we've played for the last 7 months basically for LGD. We have to know what our strengths are 7 months into the year.
Well, Music, did you have any takeaways from that game number 2? We actually got to see some life out of LGD.
Yeah, I think really good skirmish comp with Braum Sejuani, and they took their good fights. I think you kind of played a bit greedy with like single plays there, like with Salas going for the Nautilus, kind of baiting his teammates. But I think this blue side comp by LGD is very strong in river skirmishes. Sejuani, Braum, Yone, melee champs, just very easy to collapse and hit first target for Aphelios. Create a kind of like a Trojan horse for him, so he can hit first target, and yeah, they just got the skill.
I gotta ask you, Music, are you on the side of Piggy Duty is bad or Piggy Duty is good?
I think Piggy Duty is good when it allows you to be good, and I think when you B1 Yone, it's good. I just dislike the Trundle pick on 5. I think that's like not something you should hold, and I don't think it has good value there too much. Like you have the sounds, so you're kind of denying the blue side Trundle, but they didn't take it, so I don't really see the value. I think Lilia could have been good if they decide to send Nautilus to support anyways, or go Nautilus jungle and just handshake the tank matchup and then take something like weird for support to counter the Braum blind.
Really quickly, actually, I want to ask. It's a very, very hard hypothetical for a lot of junglers. For the rest of your professional career, you are forced to play Sejuani, but you have an 80% win rate, or you're allowed to continue having free will, but you have a 49% win rate for the rest of your career.
I mean, winning is fun, so I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy and pick Sejuani first pick every game.
All right, fair
When you pick Sejuani in draft, do your teammates say thank you?
Oh, my AD carry's like, thank you so much, thank you so much.
I love that. Well, XQW does get MVP. I feel like that might be a little bit of a Yone buff for that one, but actually a great performance from XQW, who I gotta say, had definitely a come up coming from that game number 1 as well.
I'm proud of him. I'm glad that we
Yeah.
didn't
Better
have to see a
performance.
repeat of his Talia performance.
Yeah.
That was really
See the
tough.
Talia again.
I'm sorry,
Night and
man.
day.
Like, yeah, it was rough to watch. Music.
Yeah, the Talia wasn't great, but good Yone performance. Played around
That's all
him.
that matters.
Did a good job. Team didn't lose confidence in him. It's pretty good.
That's
I
true.
think they have the momentum now for game 3. For sure.
True. That's true. I'm sure that we'll end up seeing Ultra Prime on the blue side at this point for game number 3. But hey, we got to step back into the Music's pro coaching corner. Make sure you go check out Music's offerings over on prodiff.gg. You can check out that QR code in the bottom left of your screen. Make sure you use LPL code LPL10 at least. Save 10% on prodiff.gg and get coaching from this man right here, who's gonna walk us through some of these clips and some of the ideas behind them here. So, Music, any thoughts here going into this first one?
Alright, so right now, Sejuani based with double Giant's Belt, which is basically the best component in the game for early game. So even though this matchup should be losing, you go Spellbook on Sejuani. No Aftershock, Trundle has no value into that. So Sejuani just walks up with a double Giant's Belt and does whatever she wants. And you can't really punish this as Trundle because, you have the Yone skirmish power and you have Ignite because of Spellbook. So yeah, you can just do whatever you want and just smite this away and this guy's going to stare and be like, uh-oh, what now? Now, thing is, these grubs are free. It's really good grubs because you have a Yorick and a Yone. You have split push power, right? So grubs is good gold. But right now, Brother X2W is baiting CX. They're going in, and they're just taking a fight. And then the problem is like, wait, what about me? Because Yone has a Z. And meanwhile, poor Sejuani is like hitting the camp forever, 20 years. AD carries, So everybody but a jungler doesn't get this. Yorick's pushing. This guy's bot lane. Like he's left alone on an island. So he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna die for
You had
country.
some
take this camp.
choice thoughts on that one. All
Yeah.
Sejuani wanted to do was do
Yeah,
the
I mean,
damn
guys,
objective.
You just gotta help the jungler hit the grubs. It takes 50 years to take that, Just help the jungler. He's hitting it for you. He's not hitting the plates, guys. Remember that. So when you're playing for the objective, help him, and then you can leave after it's gone. That's all I could say about that one.
I like it. Now we're getting into that the Atacon force here by Ultra Prime.
It's just desperation, we gotta force this. This is just basically try to get a good fight, and
Pray.
they don't.
And they
don't
don't.
get it. Yeah, well, Atacon, shreds your resistances. The turn on this team comp, as you can see, is a pillar and a Nautilus. So, not great turn, especially with Atacon hitting you into a front to back comp like this. So, that's kind of the nail in the coffin there for Uplay.
How confident are you in taking? I remember we were talking about some of that shock calling setup from the jungle. Are you just popping off in comms all game long on the Sejuani here as Climber, where you're just setting up everybody else for success?
I think you should. You had a pretty good early game. You got good advantage, good ganks, good invades. I think the Climber should have only done more pressure on his team earlier in this play, to pressure them to hit this instead of fighting on mid. I think playing for the grubs and leaving because Sejuani had all 5 camps up was quite important. So I think that's the only thing. I think it's very easy to autopilot when you think you get the objective because you're hitting it, but realistically it takes you so long to hit this camp that you need help, right? And as you can see, Yorick takes the wave. This wave is neutral. It's not important. Yorick should stay and hit these grubs. He hits it once, twice, and Yorick is leaving, right? No point. It should help.
Yeah.
You can always wall the Sun doesn't even have ulti, and even if you did, you could wall it. And then Braum and Yone just have to play here because there's no mid wave. But this happens. They don't expect an overload, which they should, because this guy has TP. And Sejuani gets punished for this, which is really bad, honestly. I think if this doesn't get punished, the game is won for LGD. But this gives UP a way back in.
So, Music, from Ultra Prime's perspective, and this is something that I think you kind of hinted at when we were talking to you, both in between the games and during the pre-show, as well as talking to some other pro div people about when you are in a solo queue game, things like this are probably going to occur, but if you are from Ultra Prime's perspective, if we can't team fight, if our draft isn't really, giving us many options, what are some other ways that solo queue players can try to hopefully help or figure a way to like solve the game for a losing situation?
It's just taking it one play by a time, you know, like realizing what the player on the map is, and then put everything into that play, because like you have to or you will lose, right? So I think it's just playing as a team. Even in Tokyo, like it's not that much different than comp, especially the higher you go up in ranks. So it's just like following the rules essentially of like what we're trying to play for and not create too much chaos. And as you can see there, in that grub play, there's a lot of chaos for no reason, right? Like Seju and York cannot control
got
to
the
display
3
it,
grubs,
plays his bot
though?
lane.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
you got
Worth
3 grubs with
on the back
punishment,
of
you
it?
know?
Yeah.
You got punished for
Yeah,
playing
true.
good. You played good as Sejuani and you got punished. That sucks as a jungler. That's all I'm gonna say.
How do you get back at your team after that? What do you? what do
Well,
do?
you can't do it in game. Even in
Alright,
Tokyo.
alright.
Like if you want after the game, you guys, like this is not happening again. Like I'm hitting this for you. You guys are getting plates. I have
This
all
is
my
for
camps up.
you.
Please.
It's not
please,
me. It's
please.
you.
Just hit the camp, you know? Just like there's no waves. Waves don't matter. You guys have waves every 30 seconds spawning in your lane. I have camps on timers. I have objectives on timers. Just help me hit this camp. It doesn't matter if you drop this one wave. You'll
Yeah.
be fine.
All right, music. Last thoughts getting into that game number 3. Any feelings going for either junglers in that focus that we've had all day? Any kind of leaping off points? Any spicy picks that you truly want to see?
I think Pant and Vi will be removed, so I think we might get something spicy in the jungle, because I think those two are like Pant, Vi, and Xin. So I
Yeah.
think, and well Jarvan, but I think Jarvan might be blinded, so there might be some spicy picks here. I hope so. It's game
Okay.
3. Champs are being pinched. We'll see the
I
bans
like
as
it.
well.
Last game of Group Nirvana Alk. Thoughts, feelings, concerns, adorations?
It's Group Nirvana, baby. Anything's possible. Every game that's winnable looks losable, and every losable situation becomes a winning situation for us. So I'm excited to see if whether or not Ultra Prime can pull it out and hopefully tie up at least a little bit in the standings. Get a final win
Yeah.
before we go into play-ins.
I would love to see it. I just want to see it go out with a bang, some fireworks, as we send it over to our casters for this game number 3, the last game of Group Nirvana.
Oceans may dry up, stars may go supernova, but Group Nirvana will always have unlosable, unwinnable chaos. And Cubby, it's you know, it's an honor to bring some of that Nirvana style for one final time in 2025.
It is. I mean, look, this has been a pretty wild year. Watching both the LCK and the LPL pretty much be turned into a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 league, just with the groups they've had and how they've grouped them up. But I think Nirvana has definitely at least provided us grounds to actually see some players improve. Like, I do feel like Zheng's improved. And while some of these teams, I also feel like a big part of the narrative we had for teams like FPX and WE last year, we're just seeing how they were able to evolve in Split 2 with that format and playing against those good teams every single week. I think that did really help benefit them. But yeah, it's been interesting to see all the changes, and hopefully we get to see a Nirvana team at least surprise us in the play-ins here.
That's the big hope. That's the banner message we have for Split 3 Rumble stage. And we do have some exciting prospects, but we also have two teams that, no matter what happens with the rest of Group Nirvana, do have themselves a play-in matchup as well, and you'd like to go into that play-in matchup with a win. And well, Cubby, let me ask you the impossible question: like, what sense can you really get of these two teams going into Game 3, knowing we've seen the good and bad and ugly of both of them already?
I mean, that's where it's truly been the LPL Classic here, Slayer, is that we've had a stomp on each side, on blue side, too. So, look, I do feel like that draft was pretty LGD favored with how they played early.
Yeah.
I think I very much agree with Music in terms of how he was talking about that jungle matchup. Like, for Sejuani and after the Grub fight, it was a really good scenario for Sej. But, yeah, we've seen 2 games where it just looked like Game 1 LGD. They had to make plays. They came out flat. Game 2, the death ball for Ultra Prime came out flat, and we're gonna have to see Game 3 if the teams opt for scaling or opt just for more guaranteed playmaking coming in.
It's gonna be a big thing. I also, there's so many LPL staple meta champions right now that I think have now made it to Game 3 in a spot, but it's rare that they make it to Game 3, and we're here now. Is what I'm trying to say here. Alk pointed out, he was talking a lot about the Xin Zhao getting through to this point. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just the B1 blue side slam. Too many B's for me to kind of get over there in that sentence.
Yeah, could easily be like the bait for a handshake. Curious to see what happens there, and also just where teams prioritize like the OP junglers like Pantheon, Vi, and Xin Zhao, all of whom have actually seen pretty significant buffs throughout the years. So kind of curious as we get closer to our playoff patch, like what the priority is like for some of these champions in particular.
And you know, it is the last game of Group Nirvana. The last game of Group Nirvana for LGD. They are going to a play-in series. I'm once again here to campaign that we pick Kalista, Caitlyn, Draven. We try and find a draft where this works for Savior, because I still enjoy most, not just because those champions don't show up in the LPL very often right now, but playing to this guy's style, because I just think that it's so fun when you can see him warp bottom lane early and then carry that to an LGD win. We'll have to see, though. Here we go into Game 3 draft. Pantheon, permaban per usual. Early Nico ban out of Ultra Prime. Wonder what that signals.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Kalista Renata value could go up in that world, as Nico kind of an answer to that. Or also a pairing with Kalista, too. So maybe looking at that duo in particular. But Pantheon, Yunara going to remain on the ban list. LGD, it has been Pantheon blue side bans up until this point, as he's taken out on red side. And with Orianna banned, curious, I mean, really attacking some of the Wombos that are left, but also maybe setting up for a mid blind here for Saber in Ultra Prime. Just kind of wondering if he's thinking Annie in this scenario, maybe.
Getting rid of those two Wombo characters, yeah, I wonder if you're trying to morph the game state into a fight style you like. And Bessa is a powerful B1 nonetheless. They were banning this Renekton away last draft, we saw, but hey, this is some tech that it hurts me to see, because I think Aurora is just such an overtuned laner with her
really
passive,
good.
but I think this is a really good answer to the Ambessa that's run rampant in the LPL.
We'll say this is the first Aurora picked up by LGD actually in Split 3, which I find quite interesting.
Wow.
Yeah,
strats.
I know it's been a really, really strong champion for a lot of teams to use both mid and top, but LGD going to find it in their hands here, and we'll see what I expect XQW to be piloting the champion. We're going to have to see what he's able to do, but of course Ultra Prime going to be running out that team, and oh wow, the Kalista is taken for Baye and taken away from Savior and LGD.
There you go. Kalista Renata. Hands check. Central going to be bottom lane early on with this pairing. And I don't think that LGD are going to look to maybe answer that now.
You can.
R3, you can. Do you want to
Yeah.
get a mid lane? Oh, are we going to set
Sasa
this Aurora
Udyr.
mid?
Yeah.
Sasa Udyr.
I was expecting the Aurora mid. Looks like it's going to be a Sasa Udyr here. Definitely can tank Kalista forever. And that empowered slow does make life pretty difficult for Kalista. So at least the point and click. Yeah, point and click with the Vi. And topside locked in for LGD. So going to be interesting to see what the bans are. They have to protect both their solo laners. Whereas for Ultra Prime, going to be likely taking away ADs here. I said both solo laners, and Bessa's showing. We don't think it's going to be jungle and Bessa. Tins out taken off the board.
That'd be some tech.
And then Caitlyn as well. 2 Caitlyn bans against Savior. Quite interesting.
I wonder if they levy a Draven ban. If you want to just get rid of bottom lanes you think can go toe-to-toe with Kalista Renata early, yeah, let's just take away Savior's, 2 champs, the crutches of that sort of idea, with Lucian already off the board as well. With Lucian Varus already gone, yeah, that's a great Draven ban. Like, what 80s are left to try and match Kalista Renata early?
I think Zaya's an option. I'm just wondering if they try and save it. Because they could snag a support here and then wait. Like, you can just go recon and wait if you want. If you're looking for the lane matchup, though, I think this is it. Corki, very bursty, has that armor pen shred, and you can just find your R5 support here later on. So, it's going to be Corki picked up.
We'll see what that pick looks like for YCX, because we have run pretty dry on your traditional support, engaged supports of the meta. Right now, Leona is the only one that would really be hanging around, so I'm not forgetting that Renata's already been picked, so maybe Leona is the answer. But those picks do kind of have some trouble into the Renata. The Fury, though, coming across for Junhao. All right, you know what? I was preaching it. it gets me excited. It is Junhao and Zhong. They took a backseat in game 2, tried to play some tanks in the top side. No, they're not messing around, Cubby. A Bessa for Zhong and Nefiri for Junhao to be just so much snowball threat for Ultra Prime.
Ooh.
Bard Gaming, too.
Okay. All right, Bard just makes the game weird. I do like the Ahri pickup in the sense that you can at least play versus Aurora plus Vi with your ultimates, but LGD, I kind of like their draft. I think that if they're able to sync up their R keys, it's doable. It's just going to really be, you know, can these Tempered Fates set up for anything? And are we making sure that Aurora is going to be able to find flanks? Do you think if this game goes, like, uber late? I'm curious to see what happens with Callista and if she's able to drain tank. Because I think the theory of Udyr is just the empowered Rs and the turtle stance. It can make life really difficult for Callista if she gets caught up by one of those slows. Can be really deadly in fights. So between that and the Vi, expecting to see Baya get attacked.
This is going to be a very fun game from a sense that both comps kind of want to fly at each other, right? Like,
yeah.
we got a Vi playing alongside with, like, a Bard and a Corki, like, low range. Then you've got, like, Mbessa with a Callista Renata early game bottom lane and on top of this Nefiri. There was not going to be any dancing around these fights. There's not going to be poking and prodding, Cubby. When fights kick off, everyone's throwing down their entire arsenal to try and just blow up the other one faster than they can.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, Tempered Fate can really throw a wrench into things between that and Magical Journey.
Yep.
Yeah, so really my eyes are going to go to YCX just to see, are we able to use the Bard pick to the level that we've seen Bards internationally impact games that really feels like a champ where it's so weird and you have so much skill expression in how you can play it. So just curious to see if our LDL support or reigning champion support is really up for the challenge here in the LPL.
It's time to see, Cubby, who can get the final win in Group Nirvana in 2025. Hundreds of games, thousands of hours spent. We have finally gotten here with no stakes in the standings, but good old copium of momentum between LGD and Ultra Prime heading into their play-in series. And, well, if this game goes and comes and goes early, looks like the computer algorithm is really behind an Ultra Prime win.
Well,
or
they were
LGD win,
LGD.
sorry.
Yeah, they were LGD
favored
favored early.
Yep.
I think early on it's just calculating there's not enough damage for Ultra Prime, which I can kind of see. Between the Callista, I think needs some time. Ahri at 6 is actually pretty strong, but Mbessa and Nefiri also needs some time. Whereas LGD doesn't really need that time. They got Udyr, Corki, Aurora. These guys are able to fight instantly in this game Slayer. And curious to see if LGD is going to use that to be aggressive.
Aggressive may be the name of bottom lane early on here with this Callista Renata looking to try and take tempo, but YCX doing a good job. Keep them off the wave for now. I want to highlight back to this jungle matchup. Since I stunned there from YCX. All right, hold on. Never mind. We're dropping heals already. All right, nope. I've been pulled astray. That's what you need for level 2 priority right there, Cubby, is burning heals early. But the point I want to make very quickly is the power index between these jungle picks, Vi and Nefiri, it's in the hands of Climber. He needs to make the most of this Vi early and often.
Yeah, Nefiri later on scales really nicely in that so definitely going to see if he's up to the challenge at the moment. It is Saber being shoved in pretty aggressively. Aurora, of course, as you highlighted, Slayer. Early laning of prowess is very real for the Aurora. As Ultra Prime going to probably struggle to find ways to deal with that. Saber,
oh my God, Saber is dead! Just like that, the power of Aurora in the early levels.
Bro just got styled on mid. Holy cow, XQW. Making up for the sins of the Talia game here. That's a big solo kill. Only a refillable potion for the Ahri. 7 CS after 3 waves. On the flip side, it is first blood and only the 1 CS missed by Aurora. On the first few waves, XQW going to get back in, get the cannon minion. And let's take another look again. Aurora with that electrocute can do work early. Level 3 picked up, level advantage, zoning off the wave, and I mean, Saber's used everything.
Passive is disgusting.
2 passives. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 passives
gosh.
secured. Definitely, that's able to happen, and definitely very balanced, and we like that very much, you know, to chain the passives together.
You're going to like it a lot more because you're going to be seeing a lot of XQW as this game goes on. Once ult comes online, not only will he have a stranglehold on this matchup into Saber, but I expect him to be linking up with Climber and looking for ultimate threat on the map here. Both junglers finishing up their full clears, both trading crabs, getting the first resets on the map. Curious to see if we'll get any bottom lane switch ups, but for now, Sasa is walking back top lane, holding his TP, so both top laners holding TP, neither bot lane moving just yet. Pretty similar state that we had in game 2.
Yeah, kind of interested to see what happens with this top lane matchup. Sasa going for a little bit of a different Udyr build. I went through the match history just to see, you know, how or what he likes to do in terms of piloting this champion. Looks like it's just going to be full tank early on. I'm just interested to see like if a Leandres or a Mask sneaks in. I know they've really nerfed that item, but historically I think of Udyr as being that off-tank pick potentially in the top side, and it is a very oppressive item.
Maybe that's partly why LGD don't want to swap him out into this Ambessa. It's critical that they slow down this Ambessa pick, not just for the fact it's Ambessa, but knowing how on point Zhang has been, especially in a carry aspect role for Ultra Prime. You'll need to lean on that to make up for some of the early woes on the other sides of the map so far. Got the Dragon on the Rift here, both junglers posturing around that bot side. But like we see with so many LPL games as of late, Dragon priority is just not that high in the early levels. So maybe we wait to see when that first reset for Grubs timer comes along.
And so far, you just want to see if, I guess, the Corki moves here. They're responding to the swap from the Callista Renata, and this is all very late. Yeah, kind of waiting to see what Savior was doing there. But low mana has yet to base, going to pick up that small wave. Did see Renata base again, so Callista not going to move, but at least despite Savior not being able to reset, still could be the Dragon threatened by LGD, but understanding that Corki still has to reset, they will not hit it. That timer has been thrown off by Ultra Prime. Well done. And it's going to buy them some time.
We've got plenty of. YCX just dropping a little couple treats here for XQW in that mid lane. I'd like to see XQW get a reset off in the next couple of seconds, maybe, if he likes to capitalize on the extra gold that he picked up. Maybe more power to this skirmish that seems to be building towards these grubs. Like to see Sasa using his push to get Climber onto the Scuttle Crab, so they'll have vision control. So we are still about a minute 15 out from the grubs, and you want to look at maybe some of these ultimates coming online, Cubby, especially for these junglers before anything pops off.
Yeah, of course, cease and assist can always be really big. We'll say that I think the lead for XQW is really important here mid. We have seen the base be used by Saber to try and be strong for the grub fight. We should see XQW match, and that's where I'm going to look to see if LGD can really build a lead and set up for the grub fight here through mid and through this Aurora that has been activated early on thanks to a very good solo kill by XQW.
Well, the bottom lane's got a push that I think gives them a bit of a timer to take the reset if they want it, or maybe just walk their way all the way towards the grubs. That's seeming to be Savior's angle.
I think it's no Callista, no win. Like, if I'm Ultra Prime, I am really scared to take this fight. Ambessa's yet to base. Zhang's going to go TP back, but I think Udyr is just infinitely more useful right now. And very scary at a grub fight. And interesting. I mean, Sasa's just going to go full tank this game, so it's going to be a really big Udyr that's just kind of going to be as annoying as possible. Going to try and be the biggest pest as he can be. Yeah, you can see going for straight armor there. Feels good this game for sure. RE, magic damage free, negligible if you're Udyr.
Salsa wanted to take a reset, but with the timing has to teleport up early. They're now getting Zhang up here as well. Both mid laners have TP if a fight does break out, but it's LGD that already have one grub secured. Sasa Sasa gonna try and play tank on
Up
the front
two.
line as we just see projectiles traded. Second grub gonna go down here. We'll see if Ultra Prime want to fight for it, but the cease and desist is coming across. Hostile Takeover is gonna get cleansed by Savior. Sasa on top of a very low HP. Sousa, but the Tempered Fate's gonna stall everything out. 4 XQW to come through the between worlds off to the side. Sasa buying so much time with his health bar means the rest of LGD can just knock down these health bars as the 80 carries go blow for blow, but it's a great pullback on the damage from Baya, who is untouched through all of this and dealing out damage. Ace out of nowhere to Ultra Prime.
I mean, Saber had a really nice fight there. Was able to get a lot of resets, and Zhang just did work on the backside. As I gotta take a look at LGD's fight, because I thought they'd be stronger if they put their tools together. Not the case. So what happened here? Sasa gets a pretty efficient start to the fight. I mean, Hostile Takeover only gets so much. I guess Zhang just goes untouched, as this was funky. Yeah, Xiaoxia ends up getting a reset off a Hostile Takeover, and then Sabers has a really nice fight after this. YCX missed, and they kind of left Savior to the wolves here as Baya cleans them up, and then XQW goes down to the next round of spells from Zhang, which played really well from him. So, going to give Zhang some credit for sure with Ultra Prime, but felt like a disconnected and off fight from LGD in a world where we really favor them going into that.
You talked about how for Ultra Prime, you couldn't really force a fight without Baya. For LGD, the same really felt for XQW, who again, they had first track onto Grubs. They started the Grub poll. I don't know why XQW is one of the latest members to that fight with all the power he had that is now evaporated. He is back down gold, and well, LGD are going to try and get themselves the first dragon of the game. And Junhao was just, you know, seeking a potential steal angle, but that's first drake down at 10 minutes. It's not a big gamble for Ultra Prime to give up on.
Yeah, it could be worse. Ultra Prime. I mean, they're sitting really pretty right now. Look how far ahead Zhang is. With that Eclipse, definitely going to help against the Udyr, as you're just going to take a lot of crit damage in that matchup. Eclipse can help shake some of that. And yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what Zhang can do. Going to have to find the ults on his own in the backline. Doesn't have insane setup outside of Fate's Call or Hostile Takeover. It's probably not going to be used for him.
XQW. Well, we are sorely out of position on this wave. Maybe just sensing or assuming he's a bit more stronger. Saber doesn't have enough to one-shot him yet. Zhang the attention of much of LGD's ire as well, but none of these side lane plays are going to manifest just yet. That means we can start talking about more item breakpoints that we expect to come through here. Saber's actually going to use some Spirit Rush and Force Between Worlds out of XQW. Wow, how is that? How the mid lane matchup has really turned already.
And Saber did pick up a lot off of that Grub fight, right? At 2, 1, and 3. He was the biggest winner coming out of that. So having that completed Rowanamicon, or Malignance, big difference maker for him early on in this matchup. So also has access to wave clear, can kind of match what Aurora's doing in that category now, so that helps too. But yeah, 2K gold lead here for Ultra Prime. And curious if they decide to push it at either the Rift or the Dragon, as we have sync spawns, and that makes for pretty slow next couple of minutes of gameplay here. So
Here's the real fun talking point, Cubby. Synced respawns from our AD carries. What does Savior get? He gets 2/3 of the way to a Trinity Force, already massively expensive. And Baya comes back with Blade of the Ruined King for that Udyr already, and upgraded boots. So this Callista is really going to start dishing damage out, and hey, maybe already opening up those burn it, drain tank conversations that we thought may not be a reality in this game.
I mean, in theory, yeah, but this Udyr is going to be really big, so we'll see if Baya is able to maybe ignore the Udyr in fights, go elsewhere. That could be definitely something big to look out for, because it was an armor rush game for the Udyr, and I think rightfully so. Again, Ahri's magic damage, very negligible if you're an Udyr, so not really worry about that.
See how well Ultra Prime maybe can force Sasa to stay away from some of these plays. Having to match this Anthessa, that's always a way to make sure your Callista has better priorities to go after. As both junglers are making maybe some dives a priority. Hello, flash cease and desist. Goodbye, Baya. Just like that.
Well, That was nice. I like the heavy investment. Climber with the flash in to guarantee the lockdown. They take down Baya and get some pressure, open things up mid. So need to see that same direction coming out of Climber and LGD here. If they want to continue to try and make plays, we do see the TP was stopped by the Tempered Fate. Well played.
Well played, YCX. Gets that one off the board. Not that TP would have made much of a difference with how quickly Baya was taken away from us on Summoner's Rift. It does help Climber quietly have the only gold lead for LGD currently standing. Got some serious power in his kid, as we heard Music kind of talk about when looking at this matchup earlier on. The role of a Vi. Very early game oriented. Gets a lot of power out from first item, second item maybe, but after that you become a glorified ult bot. So Climber, want to see him use as much of that damage profile now before it whisks away into the wind.
Yeah, and as we approach these monster objectives spawning, we have some big item completions over there for LGD, so it feels like they can somewhat match the power of Ultra Prime, even if they are a wee bit behind. So curious to see a lot of priority over this bot side as we skirmish over the blue buff. Should go LGD's way. Well played.
This is what I love. This is what I love about LPL. We're bringing all the house down just to go after a blue buff. Does end up getting secured. Dragon in about under 10 seconds. Rift Herald's also spawned on the top side, so it's a good spot to try and fight if you want to gobble up some of those key neutrals. With Junhao already down to about half HP, but Ultra Prime are really locked in on trying to secure control of this bot side river. That's giving XUW some time alone on a bot wave, but we'll have Saber swing over and we'll dance once again over the river with the mid wave taking care of for now. No major stuns landed, and remember, these two comps, there's not a lot of poking and prodding going on. It's all in or all out.
Well, there's a lot of poking and prodding going up on the top side, but that's just into the man-bear pig in here, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, I say that Sauce is actually channeling the recall, so we'll see if he threatens a TP down here that was canceled.
Oh, wow, YCX having a
Good
flash,
escape.
a magical journey. Saber, Spirit Rush is going to connect with the charm on a Savior. That's going to get the Tempered Fate out alongside that cleanse. A lot of value out of Saber's kit usage there. Prime feel confident enough to take down the second Drake of the game, and they will do so thanks to the Ren Smite combo, even if there was a jungler in the wings.
Well done. We got Savior out. Means easy Drake from there. Coast is secure, online. Quick reset from LGD. Do like the response from them. We'll see if they're able to attack this Rift Herald and do so successfully.
Already moving in. YCX and Climber. They've got Saber on a reset, just coming out of base. And more importantly, Junhao clearing on the exact opposite side of the map. He's going to be spotted over a board there. So Climber should feel pretty comfortable getting this Rift Herald. Should give first brick, though, over to Ultra Prime, which usually would open up feats of strength conversations. But with this Herald going down, yep, those are actually going to be secured by LGD.
Yeah. Still, this game feels close, and I honestly good to see. I think some of our teams making decent decisions here. As the decision tree has been nice. Zhang does TP in, but cannot save the mid outer.
Execution! Savior, the first one up there, and Zhang was trying to capitalize, but he actually has to flash out because West Ultra Prime didn't follow with him. They're instead going to try and punish Sasa for the TP, but that is a very tanky Udyr that takes virtually negative damage. So that is a ton of the firepower out of Ultra Prime for the next couple of minutes. No ult, no flash, no TP for Zhang.
What's a good find from Zhang? Just felt like the team wasn't really there and ready to follow up with him. So maybe a bit of a forced play. TPs did come out from both of our top laners there, so you can return to side laning and be somewhat happy if you're the Ambessa. Zhang going Black Cleaver next, probably going to have the advantage over Salsa, the two items too. Important to note, did complete that Fim of Winter, so this Udyr going to be having a lot of heals and a lot of shields, and we'll see if he sneaks in a Spirit Visage later on to help with both those things.
You know, we've talked a lot about what Ultra Prime in winning form looks like. With like Zhang and Junhao leading on, these carry picks for themselves. but I do want to, you talked a little about how it's the
I think I know where
Sasa
you're going.
Udyr. It's the Sasa Udyr, right? And for all, as much as we talk about Savior having big performances, the AD, and XQW having brilliant moments, Sasa plays that kind of neutralizing role in a lot of the top lane matchups, and that's why his Udyr is such a famous pick. So for him to be 2 items tanked down into a full armor team is pretty valuable for LGD going forward, even if he does still lose out on trades into Zhang.
Yeah, I mean, he can still hit the waves, he can still get his farming, and still be really annoying for Ultra Prime to do it. But I thought where you were going there, Slayer, is that we definitely teased Ultra Prime. We feel like this top side's decently strong coming out of Group Nirvana. Like, Zhang and Juhao, we would not be surprised they're competing in the next series they have. But that's been the way that Ultra Prime's been able to consistently win games. LGD, I don't know if I have as clear of an answer of like who their strong players are or where their strength lies. I think that for me the answer would be YCX if I had to give it, but this is a core that had success at the LDL level, winning that championship with pretty much this squad, outside of the folks that were called up early. And yeah, it's pretty wild to again see that it just feels like as a team their identity is more of a team of 5 outside of like we feel like these individuals need to play well for the team to win.
Some of the parts are the most important thing here for LGD towards the whole. And you mentioned how this is virtually a lot of an LDL LGD from a year ago. Whatever happens in this playing stage, I do think a lot of these players can come out of 2025 holding their heads high, knowing that, hey, listen, we were able to compete, maybe not in Group Ascend yet, but to make play-ins twice, to top Group Nirvana at one point, and then be a serviceable threat for the play-ins again, back-to-back splits. If you would come into 2025 knowing this would be how LGD finished, yes, there are some takeaways and things to learn on, but for such a young team, this is a pretty fine showing in a calendar year after coming up from the LDL.
Yeah, again, we'll see if they're able to actually do any damage. We're looking for these Group Nirvana teams to at least have a chance to challenge the Essential teams in the playoffs that we're going to have this upcoming week. So I think that for me, like, success is still defined by that for all these teams.
Oh, there's your boy. And
oh boy,
there he goes.
that was a hell of a magical journey there for the Puppers. They go through it.
I think the only guy going through it right now is YCX. Maybe face-palming a bit for getting picked off at such a unfortunate position time. There is a dragon spawning bot side, but no, that's not where all the LGD pings are going. They're trying to make a mad dash for the Otacon, knowing dragon is not a reality for us, but I like this out of Ultra Prime. Zhang is just going to handle the dragon themselves, and they're going to try and make a stand-up top side for Otacon.
It's a great call by Ultra Prime. They're really forcing LGD to come to them. Now, can they get out of this scenario? Zhang's going to be chunked. TP coming in. They had to pull off the dragon.
Yeah, they had to pull off the dragon. They are going to TP in their 5th member. Sasa is going to start testing the limits of his health bar, but he eats a pretty critical charm. He poked down low, but the Temper Fate's going to hit onto 2. XQW goes in the middle of the Ultra Prime, then comes back out. Fate's calling to save 1 member. They're able to get Xiao out, but as soon as he goes out, he falls back down, and Sasa's health bar is too much for Ultra Prime to bear right now. Baya deleted by XQW, who finally gets to show what he is made of after that early lead. And it's the Blast Cone to save Junhao, but it's LGD that wrestle back control of Game 3.
I mean, Sasa just tanked up the entire team, was able to live through that too, and LGD immediately have ripped their way towards the Otacon to drop the dragon. So, yeah, I mean, that was an interesting one, because I thought the start of the fight, Ultra Prime sticking it to the dragon and with Zhang was actually a good call, but on the flip side, I'm not really sure about that, because the Ambessa got really low, and the conditions that LGD had when they did decide to TP in were very good.
This is bar gameplay right here, YCX. Yeah, I'm just going to annoy the jungler on his dragon take. Oh, you're TPing Zhang in? Magical Journey, but this time Junhao is actually able to follow with the Puppers over the wall. They have to actually eat the stun, and that means that Junhao can keep chasing with that Conqueror. YCX does end up falling for disturbing Junhao on his dragon clear.
The combo still taken by LGD. One Jung's going to wrap this one up this time around. So Zhang will score the dragon. And Ultra Prime end up getting something on the back half, but still like where LGD's at in this one. And Kind of curious to see if we get a second look at that big fight, because man, Saucer just tanked up
Oh,
everything
Baya.
for days.
Cease and desist available. The Aurora joins. A lot of dashes to cut down Baya, who is paid for his transgressions a lot in these last couple of minutes.
Very clean. The Q bump set up the Aurora combo, nice and easy for LGD. Savior is after the Otacon, so Otacon's so big for level. Savior is level 14. That is really big compared to Baya, who is level 12.
Let's go back to
Really
this
get a
fight.
second look. Yeah. I mean, Saucer just tanks up so much. Like, yes, the charm hits. No way. Temper Fate does a great job of buying time. Not the perfect fight for XPW, but I think it really allowed for them to reset, get Savior in position to be bursty coming out of that Temper Fate. And then with pretty much everything invested in the Saucer's health bar, where he walks out, Ultrafine had a real disadvantage in this fight afterwards. That was punished well by LGD.
Now they use their level advantage, and what I would say are some pretty big spikes in power as well. To maybe leverage themselves a Baron. Spawns in about 30 seconds. You got more amount of Trinity Force done here on Savior. This is a big spot for the Corki. And with those upgraded boots, a lot cut through on the magic damage from XQW. All leading into an LGD comp that plays so well into the strengths of being able to force fights they want, knowing that Sasa is just too tanky at level 16 to deal with, and Climber can single out one member and try and delete them with this Aurora whenever they want.
And Saucer going to go for that Spirit Visage next to make sure that the heals and shields are even bigger. That Udyr is for sure going to be annoying. I'm definitely going to have to keep our eyes on Saber, see if any of those combos do connect with the Udyr, because Ahri, obviously you want to find different targets, but I do think it's kind of important to connect on Udyr a bit as Ahri, just as I don't really know the damage the rest of your team has. Now, you are Ultra Prime. You're scaling in this game. It does come off the Ambessa and then the Fury. You're at much better breakpoints now. Visage definitely going to work some wonders against LGD and some of the shields they're able to find, especially on the top side. See, that's close enough to get the drain tank scenario that Baya kind of wants.
While the Serpent's Fang, oh, hold on. Tempered Fate, YCX not going to land. That's a critical ult in these last couple of fights. It does give LGD control of the mid lane and the inside track towards Baron for now until Saber. Saber's going to dash after and land a charm onto YCX, but that is a lot of the horsepower behind Ahri's kit out of commission for a little bit longer. And LGD, I mean,
I'm pulling
so
this.
much river control. Yeah, I was going to say, why not?
Yeah, get some TPs out. Like, make them come to you. I think this is the right call. They don't do this incredibly quickly, but you can get a good map scenario for yourself. I think that's massive. But
A redemption, though. It spots out Baron. They
Good
know
catch.
it's not being taken, yeah. And that means that they're not going to walk into any of these
Ooh, this is
very
a hell of a
treacherous
flank.
brush.
this is a hell of a
The
flank.
two-pointed strike from behind. Here comes Sasa for the first prong. Second prong over the wall is going to be Climber. And hello, Baya. Eat this ultimate to the noggin. Down goes Sausa already. And there's no way for Ultra Prime to ever find a way to compete with that level of flank from LGD. 3 kills in an instant, and they don't even need to chase down Zhang because they know that, one, Sasa's going to take Junhao out. Hell, they may not even go for a Baron. They're just going to go for the kills in the base here now as they knock down Zhang, and they're going to take the whole house with them.
Okay, they're going to pull off after the inner turret, go find the Baron. What a great setup by LGD. The cat and mouse game around the Baron was kind of fun. LGD, of course, the redemption was used to spot the Baron, but LGD after that, they used the time to sneak Climber in, get him around the enemy team, and pull off a flank that really jailed Ultra Prime to take a fight that they did not want. It was on LGD's terms, and it showed in the result.
Podium finish, the medal around the proverbial neck for LGD of winning a fight like that is purple. Baron on 2-5 as we'll go back through this masterful setup from LGD.
Again, Climber getting back in his pocket so good. You just have Saucer running at him, tanking up all he can. He's only brought down to half, and the response from Ultra Prime, it all has to be focused on the Climber and the chaos. Savior's the one that really thrived, as this Corki just pumping damage.
You get a pretty big ult damage pull from the Aurora as well across all those members. It's just forcing Ultra Prime to change their focus too many times that they end up panicking, and well, that one fight really leveling the state of this game now with Sasa just so unmovable wherever lane he goes with his Baron. Maybe a threat for an inhibitor turret whenever. Saber able to rescue one turret back at the top side, but he's going to immediately have to TP back down. The gold is coming in droves for LGD, thanks to some of these turrets.
Ignoring that Drake, just trying to take as many turrets as they can. You can take the Drake on the exit if they so choose, which, yeah, it's going to be a pretty pricey exit.
Here's the nice
Sasa, yeah, Sasa knocked down the middle inhibitor turret, and the rest of LGD laying siege to the bottom inhibitor turret.
Trying to slowly stretch out the fabric that is Ultra Prime's defense right now until seams start busting, turrets start falling. Hard spot to be in, but Zhang's trying to break. He gets a public execution onto XQW, but he has the zombies this time. He's just going to bark off that ultimate and drop the worlds on top of Ultra Prime's heads. There's a couple of rockets here from Savior. They're able to get another kill. XQW going a bit too far forward, though. Able to die over to Baya, who's able to trade his flash well, but LGD's still healthy enough to start taking inhibitors after a murky fight.
Honestly, pretty amazed at the value that the tank Udyr got in that fight. The empowered Ahri drop was slowing everyone up. Opened up that angle for XQW to look for the end. Couldn't find it, but LGD still looking for the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sasa right now. He's taking 2 Nexus turret shots, all the attention of the 3 Ultra Prime members, and that lets Savior just step up and once again turn into a makeshift Gatling gun and belt health bars with ease. Baya's gonna fall next year. He can't dance around this Udyr as Sasa picks himself up a double kill. The Sasa Masterclass has earned LGD the comeback in our series, a win, the final one of Group Nirvana as they'll head into the play-in stage on a W.
And that Udyr from Sasa, this is the second time he's played it. It's been to into Ambessa both times, and we haven't really seen other players using this pick, and I do see the value of it. I thought that game against Callista in particular, you can see the slow feel that Udyr can drop, how difficult that makes life on Callista. The lack of damage set up really nicely for Udyr to play in that game, and Ambessa just couldn't really have the impact despite, you know, Zhang, a player that we think pretty highly of and are hopeful in his series going into the play-ins. He wasn't able to do much in that one.
Yeah, Kevin, that's what's the fun part about when our, takes, opinions, reads on certain matchups go completely wrong is we now get to sit here and say, hey, Sasa, we spent a lot of the pre-show, a lot of these drafts talking about Zhang, deservedly so, but he comes away from this series having, don't want to steal our analyst desk thunder here, but a player of the game, an MVP-like performance to finish up this series and beat Zhang, take him down for one final time in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, I like the Udyr. I'm curious to see what Music thinks too. I know that, of course, he used to play with Quacker in NACL.
Yep.
He rocked
Big
that Udyr
Udyr
top
guy.
quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, but that was the full tank variation from Sasa. I thought, again, it was used well. It did its job. It got priority. It tanked things up later. Really opened up space for Climber, who did have those big flanks, did have those solid engages on the fly, used that cease and assist well to really help LGD push that game forward.
A joyful end to the Nirvana stage here for LGD. But much like Ultra Prime's, maybe a little bittersweet end. This toss is going to be bittersweet for me because this is the final time we'll be throwing it back to the analyst desk. So let's hear the pro diff man himself, Music, and joined by Mazel and Ulk's final thoughts on our final Group Nirvana series of 2025.
Welcome back to the ProDiff.gg desk with Music, our guest. I couldn't be happier that we got a 3-game series for your LPL English debut here. I'm Mazel, joined by Alec. And, man, I got to say, did it pan out? Was it everything you expected it to possibly be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, this was the lower side of the LPL, right, in terms of like
Yeah.
brackets. So
Mhm.
I didn't have a lot of expectations. Not bad, you know.
Okay.
Good.
I like it. In terms of the spiciness of the jungle, it didn't necessarily go there, but things you were excited about, we did end up having the Udyr and having a little bit of give that way. Is there anything as a jungler, at least in terms of when spicy picks come out in your lanes, in your solo lanes, is there anything that you communicate to your team that you're like, this needs to happen in these kinds of situations, or do you kind of stand your ground with those spicy picks?
Oh, well, in this case, I think gotta put trust into your teammates to know their strength. Like, if your top laner is coming through there, you hope he knows what he's doing and he can pilot it. in my case, I love Udyr as a jungler because his level 1 is so OP that he can create a weird kind of obligation topside for vision. Like as you saw, like there was so many wards dropped by Ultra Prime level 1 because they were scared of Udyr just walking into Nefarious blue side jungle because it's with him, you know, empowered R. It's too hard to play against. It just enables Vi to really clear. I think having a counterpick support and an Udyr helps Vi full clear and then enables Vi to become a champion. I think her first clear is her biggest weakness.
You were really excited about the Bard. We were like, okay,
Yeah,
we're getting.
true.
We
You
were a
were
little
too, Alk.
afraid.
You had a timer.
Yeah, I put up a timer because I had a feeling that with how easy it was to execute for Ultra Prime's draft, we would have seen a Bard ultimate from YCX that would have helped out the enemy team. That timer never came, so I'll own up to it. I'll own up to it, but I know we were like, okay. I know Cubby and then us as an extension were talking about like, oh, this could have been a Zyra Khan angle, but it seemed like YCX and Savior really took a really strong control of this bot lane matchup.
But there were
Yeah.
like no objectives. it was all fighting. Is the Nefiri pick cooked? Music? Are we?
I don't think it's
did
cooked.
No,
It's just
you still
execution
like
based. The Fury is a good combo and you have an Ambessa to pair with it. It's just, I don't know. If they had, one of these teams should just had Zyra Khan for blue side instead of Kalista Renato would have been so
Maybe,
good
yeah.
with this combo. They could have just done Zyra Khan 2-3 instead into the Vi, whatever. It would have been completely fine. Completely fine. I think that would have been good to go Zyra Khan 2-3 there because they showed Vi Aurora, I'm pretty sure. I'm getting the sides
Yes.
confused. Never mind,
Yeah,
ignore
yeah,
me.
yeah.
But Zyra Khan, game 3, it's a good pick together. It's a good duo. It's really hard to punish it with champs being out, so I think they should have done that.
What's your favorite lane to gank?
It has to be ball lane. Because you can full clear down.
Yes.
Just full clear down, gank, there's a Drake maybe, you know, like, I don't know, top lane,
Yo,
a bit
Alp, we're
iffy, you know, there's
winning.
not much rewards, you know, it's like, either it's a free kill or it's just a hard dive, and that's a lot of work, you know, if there's no dive, I can
yeah.
go hit a dragon, you know, it's like easy.
Yeah,
There's
actually,
always those dives towards top. What's up?
perfect question I actually wanted to ask. With some of the map changes, I know it's been a while. We have 8 months worth of data now that we can kind of look at the new Summoner's Rift. How do you feel like as a jungler they've either hurt or helped you playing the game?
It definitely helps. Grub moving to 8 minutes helps, because when it's at 6, there's a choice between Drake and Grubs, and right now, you either start hitting Drake at like 5 to 5:30 and end it by 6:30, or you just ignore it and then play for your third clear, and then play for Grubs. That's like essentially how the game is played right now. So it's easier. You have less chaos on your second like clear, you know,
Okay.
because of the Grubs.
If there was one jungler you could choose to play, doesn't care if it's not meta or anything, what would you pick? What's your
Oh,
favorite?
easily Viego. You can control other champions. It's just X Factor champions.
play
too fun.
every other
Agreed.
Champion.
I love playing Viego, man. Viego is so much fun. I'm kind of sad that they removed him from top lane, because I remember when they
Top
released
he's
him,
back.
he was
He's
playing.
back
my
with these buffs.
God.
I know. I
back.
saw some of the buffs. I was thinking, okay, maybe we get some Viego lanes, but has been. I agree. Viego is by far one of the most fun jungle champions to play.
All right, so who gets the final MVP of Group Nirvana? Do you have any guesses here, Music?
I have no guesses.
No
Jungle
guesses?
div?
What
Can we
about
get a
you,
jungle div?
Oh,
I
and
don't know,
in
like-
this, okay, in this series, I mean, the Vi flank was pretty nasty. I'm not gonna lie.
The Vi
Okay.
flank
I thought
was
you were talking
very,
about the
very
Vi
OP.
flank.
It's
The
gonna
Vi
be
flank was very
XQW
good.
though. I mean,
It
remember we
is.
started off this game with the Aurora solo kill in mid, so I
True.
think it's deserved, especially for a player who has had really, high ups, highs and lows here already in Group Nirvana.
Very true. Hey, gotta end out with a little bit of everything in the final little bit. But hey, XQW had some really good follow-ups there, at least in the final couple games. All right, Music, is there any gleaning lesson that you want to give to future junglers, future jungle stars here before we do a little bit of a promotion read?
Yeah, you gotta full clear. Like you gotta do your camps
Full
before you do
clear.
the play. Just
You
full
heard
clear.
it here first.
Don't skip
Ignore your
camps.
laners.
Hit the camps. Hit the camps. The camps
Hit
are
the
champions.
camps.
Then do the play. Always just clear. It's so important.
All right, I love it. Alec, do you have any final thoughts on this this Group Nirvana bout?
I'm sad that this is our last Group Nirvana regular season games, but it does mean that we're a couple days away. We're on the 25th right now. We've got 5 days before playoff starts. I'm itching. I want to get us into best of fives already.
It's going to be super exciting. Well, hey, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it goes to paying on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee. Linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews once we get those up and running. It's been a pleasure. Music, I want to give you last big chance to give any shout outs. First of all, before I give you that space, go ahead and check out prodiff.gg. Go ahead and check out Music's coaching corner. And my man, you have the floor.
I mean, first of all, thank you for having me. It was lots of fun. First time doing an analyst thing like this. Lots of fun. And yeah, thank you for Prodiff for sponsoring me here. And yeah, I mean, if you guys want to get coached by me, check out Prodiff. You can always question me in any questions on Discord if you are curious about coaching. Yeah, scan the QR code.
Yeah.
Well, Music, it was an absolute pleasure. I'm sorry it's 6:30 in the morning for you, but you know you get to go to bed now.
Yeah.
Or whatever happens at 6:30 in the morning. Everyone, we are going to step away for a little break. When we come back, Slayer and Cubby will be taking over the show for the rest of the night, and we will see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
Welcome back under complete control of us casters here as we have abandoned all segments and renditions of a analyst desk, Cubby, which means logic. I think we suspended a lot of I would like to see a return to logic here in our series. We're moving into our Group of Send series today, and well, Cubby, we're in for a fun. I can't believe I'm saying it. What match day are we technically on? Like 36, 37, and we've got another debut to highlight here.
We have a surprise. I guess better late than never is the phrase here, Slayer, as it is indeed BLG JJ stepping in as we all expected, right?
Wrong team. Wrong team.
Oh,
it's actually
really?
it's actually so funny enough. Remember Shadow? He's actually on BLG, and JJ ended up on FPX.
How'd that one work
Surprise!
out? How'd that work?
Oh, we're about to find out how this works out. All right,
we're gonna find out.
Let's introduce the first team here, which is going to be Shadow's new home, which is Billy Gaming. Been in the top side, Shadow in the jungle, as we talked about. Golden left hand, Knight. Don't need to sell the MVP frontrunner any more than that. Elk and Ond, though, for BLG is where, Cubby, I want to start the conversations with this squad because, well, AD carry Glaze coming through here. I think Elk has been maybe the best AD carry in Split 3.
Yeah, I've been pro Elk, maybe not that high. I think Gala's playing really well right now, but On still off and on as a player for me. And need to see more hits from On, but for Elk, it has been some, I think, solid moments for BLG. I don't think that Elk has, for me, been like, this god tier 80 carry, even with all the success that BLG has had. I always felt like this was the team about the solo lane players, but this split, I really feel like it has been Elk's best year. Quite frankly, just start to finish. I do think that Elk's had a pretty good year, and we'll see if he's able to at least carry things through now for his squad in the later stages of things.
Yeah, this last clip is all I really need to sell him how I feel about Elk right here. When you've got, this is what we missed from old Elk when he was just kind of such a dominating force on that 2024 BLG team. Like playmaking on the Xayah was just fantastic. The Sivir game was just really smart and calculated. I think he showed a whole repertoire of his ability when it comes to the current meta of 80 carries right now. And while, Cubby, I'm still with you that this team will always live and die and mostly play through Bin and Knight, as you obviously have to. I think BLG's shortcomings, a lot of it can on much bigger stages. We're talking about LPL Split 3 finals. Maybe we're hoping what they look like at Worlds. Elk being at this form, I think does warrant some serious sort of X Factor conversations going forward. If you can keep this up, markedly for now going into the playoffs.
It does. And look, I think for Elk, again, take a lot of positives out of what we've seen from him this year. And if it does continue in the playoffs, we'll see if BLG can kind of return to being that top team. They had a stumble in the middle with Shadow, and now going to have quite a few series left for them, given the storm out they had, and then the fact that they were just late to games with MSIs. So we're going to see a lot of BLG at the end, and we're going to see if they have what it takes to really make a push in the LPL.
We are not going to be seeing a lot more of Fun Plus Phoenix in the Rumble stage as we introduce the challengers to one of the top squads in the LPL and BLG. Final series you'll see from Fun Plus Phoenix, and they are going out with a shebang, and that mainly is in the jungle. That is JJ in Fun Plus Phoenix Red, surrounded of course by the top side Sheer, Care in the mid lane, the now second most recent addition in Jachi at AD carry, and Jue rounding out this team.
Look, it's been a tumultuous split for FPX, but JJ, of course, being available in the jungle pool, FPX need help if they want to honestly have a chance versus EDG, which is wild to think about because JJ also gets to step in and try and take out his old team when we go to the bracket, because that matchup's already locked in, Slayer. So pretty wild to think about with JJ going up against EDG, but we'll see what he can do today against BLG, as he could be an X factor for this team. It really felt like this team, Shadow was the leader on it. JJ stepping in, we'll see if he's able to be a leader, but this is a team that it feels like can support a carry jungler if need be. And we'll see if JJ can be that person for FPX.
I'm glad you already approached that topic there, Cubby. Carry jungler, because I think JJ at his best in spots for IG was when he could find avenues to pick carry jungles and look really effective on the map doing so. And when it comes to that IG team, it was hard to find spots to be able to, license one of those carry junglers. When you've got a guy like Rookie in the mid lane wanting to play a lot of those carry control mages. And while we have seen a lot of great things from the Shy as a tank player, a lot of that hasn't started to really ramp up until Split 3 when the meta reflected that. So remember, JJ has not played any reps really on this new meta, this new read. So I hope, like you're mentioning, on an FPX team that kind of just needs someone to carry them through some of these games, we get to see JJ return to picks like maybe the Nefiri we just saw in the last series. He played a brilliant Zed game up against BLG you're getting to see right now. Zed can find a spot for that. Even just those mainstay junglers right now, the Xin Zhaos, the sort of the Xin Zhao, the Wukong that have carry potential as well. I want to see him lean into being resource greedy on those champions and giving FPX a lifeline in their final series.
Yeah, again, I just feel like this is going to be a Hail Mary for FPX. We're going to have to see if it works out at all. But it's so interesting because, like, so many BLG fans is like, guys, it's okay. Just keep on changing our jungler. Like, all of our problems are going to be fine. Well, it's too late for BLG to change a jungler. They're going to have to face the jungler that could have been on their squad and take them down today. Shadow going against his old team and a player that I think a lot of fans would have been okay to see replacing him. If you are truly a BLG fan, still doubts in how far Shadow can actually take them. So, yeah, I think it's given the late change, a somewhat exciting series that we have on our hands.
And speaking more on Billy Gaming, we have some time before draft kicks off here. I know our analyst desk that we had at the top of the show talked a little bit about the standings and how, well, for the most part, you know, we've wrapped up where everyone's going to be slated with play-ins and playoffs. But within that top four, and the fact you mentioned that BLG got to their games late, there is some wiggle room for Billy Gaming with how tightly packed the records are, especially between IG to AL.
Yeah, so win's going to be important here for BLG. Again, took a few stumbles after the first round robin. They went undefeated, started at the hands of AL. As BLG have not been able to find this. I mean, honestly, I felt like when they were, sitting at 7-0 or 8-0, like they still were a team with holes, with flaws in them. That was just kind of exposed by other teams that just started to play better, I feel like, as the split went on. But for BLG, I mean, building up confidence for playoffs is still important for this squad. That really does seem to be thriving on whatever vibes are in the team or whatever honeymoon they can be able to create with the roster. So, a chance for them to at least build some confidence tonight against an FPX team that, of course, looks different, but they should take care of business against.
It's important to remember as well that you spoke on the unfortunate natural disasters that messed up the end of this split here. That 9-3 IG and BLG, they will play again as the final game of Split 3 Rumble stage that very well could decide likely the 2-3 seeds. Both of them have their kind of, sharpen up matchups to start off. BLG obviously playing the 1-11 Fun Plus Phoenix. AL will get their final crack at WE. So if things go according to plan, that final game of Rumble stage 2025 LPL will have somewhat major playoff implications the way these top four teams will be able to pick their opponents. So you definitely want to be as high as you can to the top in that aspect.
Yeah, could be fun. I got to say, I think FPX is the first pick no matter what. If they end up getting through that play-in match, as they're going to hope that JJ, donning the red now, can give this org the boost it needs to maybe be a backdoor threat in playoffs, or honestly just a team that garnered respect across the league the way that they did when Shadow was with this squad and they were playing well in Split 2.
So let's dive in a bit more to the comparisons, right? Because we're going to see them both on the Rift matching up against each other. You talked a little bit about it earlier, Cubby, how both these junglers have their carry potential in their champion repertoire, but what are the big positives and maybe some cons that you feel FPX are gaining by having JJ step in as that carry jungler compared to Shadow of past?
Look, I think that JJ, I mean, this guy is a world champion, right? We have seen him at times be a little flippy, as a lot of our LPL junglers can be, but at other times be really sound. So this is someone that, this is a young team. I'm curious if they end up playing to his beat, if he plays to their beat. We're so deep in the season, like how much can you change and adjust when you get someone new in? That was the whole discussion about BLG, JJ in the first place, right? Is it too late to make this happen? Well, for FPX, I mean, you really have nothing else to lose. You weren't winning the roster that you were fielding, so might as well go out and get JJ if the price tag was low, especially. It feels like that's the case for FPX. And yeah, I mean, we're going to learn a lot from these early matches. Are we playing JJ's game? Are we playing the team's game? And just JJ just fits into that puzzle? Really curious to see.
And, you know, the flip side here for JJ from a more, like, personal spot here is you spent a lot of Split 3 in Limbo after, you know, helping IG nearly get themselves to MSI. It's just a big spot here for you to kind of tell the rest of the LPL and any teams watching with all the jungle carousels we've seen and we should see going into 2026. Hey, listen, this is what I can do with an FPX team that is not firing at all. It is very slow. So if we can see JJ, you know, not just play well, but rise up, you know, some of the FPX strength we saw them when they were able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the playoffs last time, it's a huge advertisement for JJ to any of those teams that feel like they need to make a jungle switch after 2025, which, knowing the LPL, there'll be a couple of suitors no matter how this playoff cracks out.
Always, Slayer. Always have to keep things interesting here in the LPL. And
Keep
yeah,
blaming the jugglers.
That's a good shout. It is a good shout. I think that at least JJ gets to prove that he's still in playing form, shape. I don't think that there are any ever doubts about that when you have won a world championship. But just honestly interested to see if he can take advantage of this opportunity. Like, this is a weird opportunity in JJ's career. You think about a world champion.
Yeah.
Well, we're stepping into the last place team in Group Ascension, right? We're 8th in the standings. I don't think that JJ has been on a team that's been lower on the totem pole since his time with EDG, like before that. So, yeah, it is like, can you take advantage of this opportunity? Can you bolster this team that does have some talent on it? Like, we like the young pieces that FPX has.
Oh, yeah.
Can you be a player that can bolster these guys up? I think that's a big thing here.
Look out early and often to see how Jouet, speaking on those young prodigies, plays alongside JJ. But as we get into draft, we are going to start learning where JJ's head is at on the current jungle meta read, because I would wager there's been a decent amount of changes since he last hit the stage to play some LPL games. Not meta warping changes, but definitely some changing of guard when it comes to those higher class junglers like the Trundle that will be getting a ban here last for FPXs. We get Pantheon Trundle taken off the board, so you still got Zen floating around, you got Gwen, you got Rumble. Varus also survives. A lot of juicy B1 picks here for Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, and if you are FPX, you do have pretty high priority on that Rumble for Sheer. It's been 9 plays for him. So wondering if they end up going for that. But of course, Elk has been really, really strong on the Varus this year.
Oh, but he's
boy.
winless
Oh boy.
on this Yunara, if I am not wrong. I believe it is 0-3 up to this point.
It is gonna need some space creation, though. Nico's gonna help out with that. Gonna be the pick for On, and we'll see if they end up snagging a support in the back half early on for Jouet and FPX.
Jouet, just pick your poison with some of these engaged supports. Two that come to my mind for him most in game ones. He likes to go Alistair, maybe a Rel angle if he'll see it, but I think he's going to use a couple extra bans here as JJ grabbing himself the Wukong, and he gets Care on the Annie. Already a fan of the position JJ is in for his debut at under FPX.
Can really jump that Nico if they do find the Nico isolated. Definitely a threat there. If you remove Nico from the fight before she's even able to use the Pop Blossom, that is such a game changer. So, yeah, and just really interested to see the lack of priority on Rumble, too, from FPX. This is not what I expect from them. Again, Sheer, 9 Rumble plays. That is their most played champion for the split. They've been a big Rumble team all year. So, interesting to see them switch it up. I do like the game plan they have, though. Really feels like they can consistently execute into Yunara. And Bin on the Gwen, he is a terror on that pick. He's a very good Gwen player, but that's a lot of damage and not a lot of space creation for a champion that can do enough damage for your entire comp.
So what are you looking to see Sheer come up with to match up against this Gwen, right? Because you're talking about a lot of damage. Space creation for FPX could be big here too. I'm starting to think like, I immediately think tanks, right? But if Sion gets through here, are you expecting a Sion to try and mitigate this top lane? What do you do to solve Bin Gwen? That's the hard-hitting question, right?
Yeah, no Sion into Gwen. That'd be asking for death. I think the pick is probably you go Jax or just wait and take the Rumble, which could be very real here. If they want to leave Rumble up, I think that you have an option for BLG to take it away. Support bans, I think that Rel was really valuable, but the other support's not as good in the Nico. So I like the fact they took away Rel, but what do you take away here? Okay, Rakan's still going to continue the focus.
Not a bad play into FPX as Zway. While the team has been on a bit of a decline, I will continue to cope that not a lot of that blame can go to their superstar support. So giving him a 3 ban, always going to feel nice if you are BLG. How did Fun Plus Phoenix round out their draft, though, with this final ban? Who do they like to target here? Expect more levied over towards Knight, but the J4 is going to come across for Shadow. Good option into an immobile mid and 80 carry combo.
Yeah, you're showing Annie Varus. I think that getting rid of Jarman's A-okay. So now if you're FPX, I think that you're right, Slayer. What do you do if you're a support? Like, you're looking at Leona. With all the supports that have been banned, you do not want to play Alistar into what's showing right now. You're going to have a terrible time if you're Jouet. So curious if that ends up being the choice.
So we've seen the Aurora come across here for Knight. So a really ticky-tacky way to try to make space here for Elk. It looks like BLG's game plan is to try and create enough chaos on the front side of a fight with Gwen and Aurora that people ignore Yunara to somewhat of an extent. But I am worried for Elk with this team. There's not going to be enough sort of space creation, I feel, for this Yunara. The hope now might just be that in classic BLG fashion, your solo lanes are too far ahead that it won't really matter.
Well, 10th Rumble for Sheer on the split. And now for Jouet, I wouldn't mind this. You're going to have to be very careful about when and where you drop those ultimates because you need the layer of the Equalizer, need the layer of the Tibbers, need the layer of the Cyclone. If you interrupt that, yeah, if you interrupt that, you could really buy time and space for BLG to make a difference. But Bard priority continues to skyrocket as more and more people figure out how good this champion is.
I love it. One of my favorite champions to watch on the Rift, especially out of that support role. Vi going to come through as that critical R5 here for Shadow. I think that's a fine pick into, again, a Varison and Annie that are easy pickings for this ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what each teams have, I think FPX early on, advantage Rumble, advantage Varus, advantage Annie. How much can they get done early? Aurora can contest some of this early lane phase, but are they able to get Wukong a lead where JJ can play this one out? We're going to have to see. On the flip side, BLG, a lot of scaling in the hands of Bin and Elk, so try to survive early, play off your Pop Blossoms, play off your CSN assists. Any single target kills you get can be really nice to put on the right people, but got to be careful about team fighting FPX early on. So I think it's very much advantage FPX early.
How funny of a draft do you find this for BLG with the Yunara now? I feel like this just feels like a weird spot for the Yunara with how the rest of this comp came together.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. It was picked so early that you got to live with it, right? But
yeah, of course.
I'm
hindsight,
with you, Mazel. Yeah, I'm with you.
Mazel left already. I know we're in the same shirt, Cubby, so it's throwing you off a little bit. No. Getting compared to Mazel, that's always something that that hits me in the heart here. You know what also hits people in the heart?
I'm depressed. That's a sign I need sleep. But sleep is for the weak. We got FPX versus BLG up next.
We've got JJ's debut, and the best way to try and sing in a hopefully successful run for FPX is, well, maybe with the home crowd. Maybe not the home crowd, but some FPX Jayos. I want to hear some Jayos because I think the stadium mics have been depriving us of a staple part of the LPL. Let's see if they're back in full for one of our few final series from Group Ascent.
Better?
Okay, better, yeah. There's some serious FPX energy in the building, too.
That's good. If Slayer can live with it, I can live with it.
I can survive off those Jayos for now. Hello, FPX early game lead.
Oh my.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I also heard a JJ Jayo. I thought I heard that. Thank you, our producer Kai, pointing that out. So high bar for the debut. You get your own solo Jayo at the end of there. It's nice.
Well, if you're a world champion, you got to skin in the game. I feel like you deserve a little something. So. Good for Good for JJ there. And honestly, good to just see him back and starting in the league. I know that Way kind of worked out for IG. It's been good for him, but by no means do we want JJ to be out of the league completely. Good enough player to be in the LPL, of course, and excited to see if he can really help rescue a struggling FPL.
He starts his first clear under the new red banner. You already see Elkin on taking pretty good control as Nico lanes normally do. I think sensing that, Jachi is rocking the teleport on the Varus, which is a new adaptation we've seen come through recently for some of these ADs.
No, I mean, it just gives you the ability to rotate in the mid-game, make swaps easier, makes playing for a lot of objectives easier. So, see if Jachi can survive with Jouet. Of course, the Bard laning phase, not really where his strength is at. He's a goofy little champion. Gonna need to try and impact the map to get the most value out of Bard.
Get him to his chimes as soon as possible. Yeah, get him out of that lane. I am curious with some of these, what the conversation around swaps could look like with the Rumble Gwen matchup. I don't feel like either are too keen on getting themselves into maybe a 2 versus 1, dropping waves to try and match swaps. So we'll have to see what that looks like for Sheer and Bin, because both of our junglers are finishing off their top lane clears, and they should end up clashing at that grab, but the exhaust early out of Bin here. Just good cover once you see Sheer go into the overheat, so you don't take too much extra damage.
Yeah, unnecessary there. Good play on the matchup. Bin's actually going to be up CS on the flip side now. He's already up, and he's going to catch this wave, so well played, well managed by Bin. As per usual, what we've come to expect out of this player.
For all the top around top lane right now, it's cool to see, you know, some praise given over to Xiaosu. Reminder, you can fill out your own LPL All-Pro ballots, but there was some love for maybe him on the top lane All-Pro. I think what has set Bin apart from the rest, he's been consistently one of the best on those carry top laners that have gone a little bit to the wayside with the supremacy of tanks as of late.
Yeah, tanks always... Really, it feels like kind of the move now. It's funny. I mean, when the Shy, Rumored, is asking for tanks in chapter like that, that's when you know that tanks are pretty good.
Yeah,
either that or we've lost
marker.
the plot. Yeah,
maybe a little bit of both. I think we've lost the plot a little bit on the top lane tanks, but hey, not going to deal with them in this game here. Not going to deal with any tricky swaps or crab fights as well. Both junglers trade top and bot crab on their own. Get out on for those second clears. Still, though, wondering if FPX might try and initiate a swap with that TP advantage on Jachi. I think that's a good place to try and look for it. Maybe we'll see it in the next minute or so, as Grubs are still a little bit of ways out.
a good shout. Rumble's going to be happier in the swap scenario, especially once he gets access to Equalizer compared to the Gwen. A moment, though. The connect.
Bar gang. Knight does not get stunned, and the Invis is the only thing to save him away from giving up first blood there, at least burning a flash.
Well, it's something. Can Jachi survive this? We're attempting it.
Oh, so slows out, getting some autos down on his, taking up the turret and flashed out just at the last moment. Really clinical dive there from Elkin on to get BLG on the board first.
Very well played by Elk and On. The flash from On was very on point to dodge out on Jachi's arrow. Would have been the kill going over to Jachi if that connects, so that would have been enough health to take down On. But well managed by the BLG bot lane. Have said that Elk's been very on point. We've seen some iffiness from On this split, but that's a great start for them, finding the first blood down there.
Again, trying to carry the Unara win rate up a little bit by its bootstraps of winless on this champion so far, as it is taken over the 80 carry meta and in prime position for a lead here in our first game against FPX. But Cubby, we got to revisit that hot topic of a jungle conversation, not just because JJ is looking for a bit of an invade, but because he, alongside Shadow, will soon have access to those game-warping ultimates. Might see them make a debut before any results come around here, as Sheer does have the lava carpet, and Bin is completely caught out with no flash. Bin is just dead here.
They're going to give it over to JJ, but pretty much a solo kill here for Sheer. I think he gets that even if they play it out completely. Meanwhile,
look out for the stray cannon minion. Oh, the cannon minion's got heal. The cannon minion's got hands, but it's not enough to get taken care of. Just has to burn his flash.
Okay. I mean, that's going to be Dragon going over to BLG, but still getting that economy out of the Gwen. Let's see what Sheer can do. It did say it's 10 plays on the Rumble this split. That is his most played. It's his team's most played champion. And let's see if Sheer can prove why.
It's going to have to be him. Maybe just his top side is JJ also holding on to a pretty good gold lead. But I love this cross map coming through for BLG. JJ is losing a lot of valuable camps right now. And as long as Elk stays virtually safe in this 1v2 and respects the wave bouncing back towards him, Billy Gaming doing a pretty good job gaining some resources despite Vid's mess up.
Well, I mean, at times that's just BLG.
Oh my god, the Q into Dwayne to stun him into the cease and desist. Shadow is styling on his former team right now.
Absolutely beautiful from Shadow there, as he manages to, and that was really nice. The Q flash into the Bard.
Replay ASAP.
Yeah, that was very well played, as he's able to pick off the Varus, and a poke Varus from behind is not the same champion as a poke Varus from ahead.
This just in, water is wet.
Yeah.
Getting reports.
Oh, thanks. It wasn't the hottest it takes, but I have PTSD from that Slayer. You know.
True. You know what? I will never forget. We've casted a couple of a good handful of games together, Cubby, and I will never forget the great lethality Varus of 2025, I guess. Okay, hold on. Here we go. JJ with the Cyclone is able to catch Knight a little too far forward. Got to flash himself out, as he does not have access to Between Worlds just yet. So good cover for Care, and we'll see how much that allows FPX to mosey their way up towards the Grubs. But JJ not having Cyclone makes this a treacherous task, and Pop Blossom dodged by a nice little magical journey there out of Dway, but Elk is transcended, and he's flashed right over the only ability that stops him from solo killing Jachi.
Yeah, no, need to burn cleanse. He can flash over the Chain of Corruption like that. Takes down Jachi for a third time in this game. Meanwhile, at least one Grub going over to FPX.
Looks like they're going to get more than one.
All right. Well, Yunara's getting free plates and farm.
Yeah.
So this is okay. Yeah, this is okay for BLG.
I'm liking my Elk best AD carry in split 3 trope right about now. Look at that gold lead, 1.4. All right, we're gonna get to see the solo. One slow is all Elk needed.
Yeah. Nicked by the W. Alt pop, beautiful flash, get over the Chain of Corruption, and that's a pretty juice cannon minion there. As Jachi falls, and
here we go.
Boy, not again.
They're using the minions. Remember, the turret doesn't ramp up on the minions. This is just bullying from On and Elk.
Just play safe, bot guys. It's fine.
Just play safe. You have a turret. What are you doing, Jachi?
Well, folks, that's what happens when you use Nico passive, the W, to assimilate a cannon minion. Because, as you highlighted, Slayer, the cannon wrapping, a little bit janky, a little bit different on the minions. And boy, oh boy, have Elk and On used that to its full potential. Both the Nico and the Varus been very good for them this game.
Are we sure that Lethality Varus is the early game champion in Yunara? No.
True. Not of these items.
No. I just feel bad for Sheer. He gets that really nice kill up topside, and then Lynx after one reset sees that that's a Blade of the Rune King done on Yunara first. So.
Yeah. All right, Slayer, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Verbal meme. Oh wait, no, it doesn't work unless we see the scoreboard. Hold on. Yeah, I know Elk's doing well. We're gonna talk about that here in a sec. All right.
Timing is not on your side today.
It's not. That's okay.
All right, here we go.
Verbal meme. At Drew Levin. Who is boosting in this lobby? Go find the boosters, Drew Levin. Who is it?
It's I think the gold may be a telling side here. I don't think the savior of League of Legends is awake at these hours.
Well,
so you all at home have to deduce the booster.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to see if he's more of a moose guy and thinks the Elk is just a fraud. But hey, who knows? But at the moment, Jouet gonna see if he can find Bin on the top side. Did just ding that level 9. And Shear's going to need at least one more wave to get in here. So JJ has rotated. And Ajachi has rotated. It looks like that Dragon is not going to be on the menu for FPX. Instead, try and get a piece of it.
Right. It does have exhaust. I think that plays a huge role depending on who he's able to drop.
I think he's dead.
It's also 4 versus 1. Yeah, I feel like he's just as good as dead. There is the lava carpet and the knockups all landing. But JJ takes a good lick of damage, and that's going to TP in here. But a flash magical journey saves all. JJ escapes with his life.
Those are the hands from JJ. Great reaction there to get out of the queue from Knight. They've rotated back around too. Let's see if we can find Knight.
Oh, Shades of Corruption. Knight caught napping. And he is going to go down to the flame spinner from Sheer. Tempered Fate also locks on up and forces him to turn forward the Pop Blossom, but the heal is not enough. JJ survives. Dway diffing that play from BLG.
This is a great play and call from FPX that was for sure disrespected by BLG. The rotation around so on point. There's okay.
Oh, Elk immediately cleanses the Timber stun. I don't even think they really even need a shadow. I think Elk just wins that alone, but good bait nonetheless.
That's a mistake there from Carrot. You got to be able to sniff that one out. But man, BLG kind of go in one by one on the top side and do give a lot of gold over the FPX that was much needed. And I'm not sure if that's being called by JJ or Jouet, but whoever called that was a very nice play to sneak back in the brush. They got 2 more for their services.
Definitely screams veteran move from the newest FPX jungler that brings that world's winning pedigree to this roster. Is hey, we'll get another look at the whole dive and turn.
I mean, there's one played very well by FPX. JJ just a Q flash with Q caught Slayer. But after this, look at how quick they were able to get in and get back to the fog. Threaten this in the brush. I mean, this is so good from Jouet and Jackie. And this is kind of what we want to see out of FPX. Again, this is a young team. They have talent on this roster. Sheer and Care. It feels like they were big developmental pieces that, one being Care with FPX, but they ended up with this crew on their roster. They picked up 2 more in Jouet and Jackie. I think a couple of the more exciting players in their own role that are younger in the league. And it's just about putting it together now as FPX. They really have not been able to do that in this way.
Look to see if they can carry that big sum of gold they grabbed on the top side into this mid game. And while I do want to, point out, hey, the gold's still fat in the BLG pockets, it's still just so much on Elk. On the Sunara that we highlighted doesn't have a lot of the usual protections we see from this comp, so we'll have to track how well Elk can use that gold advantage later, because now it's Sheer's turn to get dove, but diving means there's a turret there, and, well, Shadow actually is here for the structure instead. He's actually late there, though, to first brick. JJ's able to get the topside one, so no feats of strength. That is not wrapped up just yet.
Pete's still up as we do bust into the mid game. I do want to say I kind of hit on scaling of BLG a little bit. I like the world that we're in with Elk and Bin. The only concern is, are you always going to be able to auto attack?
JJ's caught on out as his teammate was resetting. And they guessed right on the clone. JJ's impact instantly felt so far in this game 1.
I think JJ was tracking the red buff ticks. You can see that through, when you get a damage tick, you get the shadow on a stunned person. So I think he used that to track on. And on caught out, no Pop Blossom available, and a Rift Herald likely to fall in favor of FPX. So the good plays continue.
Here's a problem spot for BLG is they overforce in spots. They're just disrespecting their opponents.
Why?
His 2 flashes immediately gets that Yunar picked off. The Tempered Fate also is going to grab Shadow, and Timbers wants to lay his paws in on the BLG jungler. No Vault Breaker, it's just a stun. And it's more and more stumbles and trips into this mid game for BLG.
That 0-4 Jachi, he's back in the game. His brother took control. And
who's boosted now?
Yeah, and in terms of BLG, I just think that we're taking some real fights and decisions. As Knight going to try again.
Yeah, you want to see another one? Here's a Pop Blossom. Bin teleports in. They still have their turret up, which is actually really huge. JJ, this time the Magical Journey cannot save you from the might of the turret. Bin not going to look for more with that needle work, but Billy have saved their mid-tier 1 turret at the very least and taken a shutdown off the board as well.
They have. We'll see what happens before the Dragon here, as it is the sole point for BLG, but a couple fights in a row where they've opted into the fights down numbers, Slayer. Thought they had enough strength to win it regardless, but the execution has just been better for FPX.
Oh, sure, all right. 10th game of Rumble, you know he's comfortable testing the limits of his damage. And Knight, we're going to try and forget that one on your MVP campaign. The action keeps rolling nonetheless. BLG have completely cut Jouet out, and the good layering of CC means that they're able to trade their mid laner out.
Well, Knight has TP when he spawns, so gotta imagine this Dragon is advantage BLG. FPX gonna have to make up a lot of ground.
This is Soul Boy on the Hextech Soul. So powerful, whichever team's able to grab control of it. Shadow gonna start that one up. Knight up in mere seconds. He'll have a TP angle towards the bottom side of this pit, so he doesn't have to TP away from his team. They can hold this front line. Zon is actually going to respect flash away from JJ. Stun comes across. JJ, do you have a steal in you? Yes, he doesn't need to steal it because he just killed off Shadow. There's the Dragon secured. Bid's going to try and kite back towards Elk, but here comes the Tempered Fate. Not going to hit on either member, so Yunar has to flash over the wall and burn that cleanse as the might of FPX's front-loaded damage rears its ugly fangs.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing fights get a little bit weird here. I don't think that Elk is having the best setups from his team. It's hard for Elk to play these fights out because the Pop Blossom's desync, Shadow's going down early, and a lot of the other tools around him, it's just damage. Speaking of damage, here, goodbye. That's some revenge for Knight. Trades out the solo kill in the side lane, but still, you know, Elk on the Inara, he's 3-1-3. He's still so damn strong this game. He just hasn't had the fight impact because the fights have not gone his way, and props to FPX. They can definitely play these fights where it's tough to play, tough to auto as Inara. They're doing just that. As Shadow, the complete focus there, the two ults of FPX, he goes down, and then the back half of the fight, they play this one out okay. Elk forced to burn both the summoner spells, couldn't really auto attack during this one, and it ends up being a win for FPX.
Love to see the no breaks, all gas approach to this Andy from Care. He is constantly looking for flash ults, double stuns. This is the reason why Elk has to burn both Summoner and Flash, because he is a stun chained up here. For a matchup where we always have to highlight the BLG solo lane, the power of Knight and Din. Really feels like Sheer and Care have come to play with their world champion caliber jungler now in the roster.
And it's good to see JJ get off to a good start. Again, a player that is rightfully so highly lauded here in this league. And one that, again, I don't know if he really changes the outcome for FPX, but certainly throws an interesting wrinkle in moving forward here with his contract now being in FPX and kind of what happens this upcoming offseason. Again, I can see some of the logic of putting JJ around some of the youngins that FPX has. I mean, we're excited about players like Joshi, excited about players like Jouet. This feels like they need more time and experience to really, you know, make that big splash in the LPL, but players like Jouet were already getting looked at by teams that, you know, perceive to have stronger seats in the LPL.
Good way to keep him in your org is to give him a jungler of this caliber, even if it has been in the past. You can still turn back the clock, it feels like, with JJ. And with a jungler holding confidence, unlocks Jouet even further, and maybe he shows shades of the FPX that nearly topple JJ's own team just to playoffs ago.
Wow. Speaking of toppling, Otacon.
Otacon, yep, going on up there.
Yep. Carriage is TP'd top side. We do have Elk taking a reset here. Don't think this is going to be spotted by FX. Resets are just going to be matched, but Varus items, you know, it was an 0-4 start, pretty disaster start for Jachi, and he's at least
back.
slingshotting himself back into this game well enough where he's somewhat on par with Elk's items. He's only behind a little bit, and this is still a very strong, sweet spot for that poke Varus.
Problem being that it took till 21 minutes for it to come, so Elk kind of superseding the power of this Varus outside of his range and poke threat is almost here. He backs to get that BF sword locked up. JJ thinks he's sneaky in this brush, and he's been on the ward this entire time. Luckily, not enough to execute damage over the wall from On and Knight, but JJ now, with no camps on this top side, he is forced to take a reset. Oh, no, it's redemption here to keep him around. So Otacon isn't a freebie for BLG, but they kind of feel like it is. That Tempered Fate
That's
is a vision one, yeah. So now that kind of fight altering ultimates off the board here for FPX. I don't think they can really force their way in here. JJ's still pretty hurt, but they're going to look for the engage on to Care this time. Elm trying to set himself up with the Transcendence, but the Between Worlds with Bin's damage is well enough to take JJ down. Here comes the Lava Carbon, really well positioned. There's no jungler left, and the Octagon has completely reset, and that throws a huge wrench in any Octagon plays for either team.
Well, that was chaotic as the junglers fall. JJ was taken out immediately. FPX used their ults pretty nicely there to make sure that things were evened up. As gonna return to the waves, and curious to see if we return to the dragon. I mean, Hexel is very threatening. Could easily think that a team could take a pit stop to take the dragon. As you engage on the Care. Elk did a nice job of pathing to at least make sure that he couldn't get hit by Annie and the stun. But wasn't quite able to get enough damage down to actually take Care down and really change this fight in favor of BLG. So I know he missed with the slow in the ult. Maybe if that hits, they find Annie. Regardless, Elk's side of the play is safe. He does have both of his summoner spells, and we'll see if that can be useful in the upcoming fight here.
As you correctly predicted, Cubby, all the attention now gravitates back towards the dragon. Except for
Not
two people.
quite
That
all.
is Bin and Shadow. I like this. We're seeing a lot of these LPL teams recognize when they have carry top laners. Yeah, we can kind of force objectives on our own. It's sometimes been top laners taking dragons on their own. This time it's Shadow and Bin on a little sneak mission of their own, and they're going to reap all the rewards here. Otacon soon to go down in mere seconds, and what's the worst thing? You trade dragons 2-2?
This is fine if you're BLG. I mean, Otacon is going to be a lot of power in terms of levels, which I think they really need on their side. Just really strong with levels advantage too. And yeah, you're getting an advantage until you're giving up a Hextech Soul that's permanent. Well, if they get a big enough advantage, then all of a sudden Hextech Soul becomes your advantage potentially. So see if BLG can get there, but hey, Otacon and Gold on Bin, that sounds pretty good to me.
Nasher's not too far away for Bin's world, I feel like. It might actually have it on this reset. We'll see if that one comes through. It's another insurance policy in the scaling department. Yep, there it is. So it gets the Nasher. So we have been on a very nice spot here. As you start to kind of hand off the damage duties from maybe Shadow earlier on as that 2-item power spike can buy. It's very powerful. But now, all right, our Yunara's not far away from 3 items. Our Gwen and our Aurora are 2 pretty powerful magic damage items of their own. Despite all the murkiness these last couple minutes have held, I think BLG still feel like they're in a fine spot.
Yeah, I still just think it's really important that BLG find the Annie, find the Wukong. I think removing Annie and just taking those stuns out of the fight, making sure that that burst can't be used optimally is actually not a bad call for him.
At least Elk has both summoners back up now, though. That is pretty big.
Yeah, I was going to say on the flip side, just about Elk, make sure that he is able to function and play the fight that the way that he needs to, frankly, to make things work, because he is that big. And FPX that wary of fighting.
Yeah, I think this is a smart decision. Because they don't know, they don't know where Bin has been for the last couple of minutes, and they know TPs are available for a flank, so they're not going to push their luck too much on that tier 2 turret. The real big thing I want to watch that I think helps slows this game down in FPX's favor, at least for setup-wise, that mid-tier 1 being up makes it pretty hard for BLG to set up any more advancing wards or try and flank out for a fight angle. So it's a big crutch that FPX are kind of leaning on these next couple minutes.
Yeah, I still really feel like they need to continue to push this game forward too. So would like to see them try and make some plays. I mean, they're staring down an IE now on Elk, and you guys face Yunar at home. That doesn't get any easier, as you know.
It's a great spot for the Yunar to be in, but again, I am worried about how much space and how many autos Elk can get down in these fights. That's going to be a really big part to track. And
It's the Care focus.
Well, for now, yeah, Care playing himself extra safe. He's sacrificing cannon minions. That is when you know he is valuing his life in the side lane ultimately.
Yeah, good discipline there from FPX.
One pesky ward left, Shadow. You almost got them all.
BLG has a small lead, and feels like we just kind of waited for the next dragon. I will say, slowing the game down for BLG. talked about scaling a couple times during this one, but probably good for them. They have the Gwen, they have the Inara. We feel like if this goes late, it could be advantage BLG. The fact they have the DPS more.
Might be what allows them to kind of just threaten the Baron by starting it to see if they get some of these TPs out. Jachis comes off the board to cover that mid-tier 1 turret. We have both top laners on either resets or clearing bot side camps. A lot of pings coming through. Kerr will really look to be the fire starter. You talked about Elk already having his flash and cleanse back up, but Kerr was able to claim that with his own flash, and he's been aptly aggressive with those Tipper stuns. So we have no TPs. Everyone's just pulling up towards the mid lane.
Elk's healing pretty good from the D-Boy, and what I assume to be a passive. Definitely keeping that one in mind with Joshi firing out these arrows. All of them are heat-seeking missiles at the Inara. Just until that first one went wide, but that looks to be the target from Jachi. And meanwhile, Shadow looking to really threaten that mid-outer. Here we go.
Right, Edge of Night already taken down. Tempered Fate, though, is going to stall Jachi's execution. Pop Blossom going to hold JJ's clone at bay as Ben wins his 1v1 with Sheer off to the side. But Kerr is able to drop Shadow off. Both jugglers again trade out very early in the fight. Clutch Pop Blossom from on. But there's no way for Elk to get in. He just can't get reliable autos down. That means FPX have themselves a winning fight by the most thin of margins.
Jachi got so low there at the end, talking about the thin margins. Just barely able to survive the damage that was being pumped out by Elk. And with that win, I mean, they TP'd back. Knight has TP when he spawns, but there's no smite. That's going to be a triple Hextech Dragon soul point unless Elk has anything to say about it.
Buying JJ some space. Elk trying to do a lot of heavy lifting here. It's a stall game. Knight has TP. Shadow's going to come back up. JJ's going to take a reset. He did. It's a completed.
A lot of flashes missing. A lot of flashes missing.
Started. Yeah.
No flashes on BLG. I want to see if that
Kerr has
goes.
Yeah, I want to see Kerr jump forward this Tibbers. Now is the Bard with the Spellbook Smite. Gets the Dragon, but JJ goes way too far forward with the Hexgate. Tempered Fate bails him out. The Bard diff really starting to manifest a lot in this game for Jouet.
I mean, that was massive, because that's almost a scenario where it's a win for BLG. As JJ slinks out of there, he's going to lose his red buff, but he'll take the soul point. And yeah, like, when he resets to get his health bar back, I'm looking at it like, oh my god, like, we just lost the Dragon as FPX. That timer, gonzo. But not when you have Jouet to actually find the Spellbook Smite in the back half. And that makes the game pretty interesting here, Slayer, because I don't really care what the scaling is when you're going up against the Hextech Soul. That's going to elongate the lifespan of your competition if you pick up Hextech.
We'll get the slow-mo look back at Jouet. Oh, I love this. I love how he and Jachi made the point, right? That piercing arrow steal threat. You time it up with that smite, it's too much for Shadow to handle.
That was quite nice. Especially, I think he had to wait for it to get below 900, maybe? Because the new smite powers, you don't quite get to 1200. So, shout out to Jouet. That was really cleanly and really well played. One of the reasons that we're excited about this player is that he has shown really good instincts, I would say, when it comes to this game. Whether it's just finding angles or making plays happen like that. It's been a decent performer, a solid, decent performer on a team that, of course, has really struggled in group essentially.
Big time plays in the biggest moments as once again he finds a Tempered Fate catch on a Shadow, chains the Corruption down next. Piercing Arrow going to chunk him down to half. You have to rely on that red buff for a lot of his healing and maybe some of the camps. So for now, FPX will get control towards that Baron, but how much value can you get out of some of those ults you've already burned as JJ gets caught by a big Pop Blossom and on. Make sure that he trades his life with the junglers. Win for BLG now. They have a much superior smite left up on the board, and they're going to try and take control of the Bear Pit or look for more as Kerr sends Shadow on a long ride, but it's one back towards the fountain. Another quick trade, 1-for-1.
I mean, they traded up, I guess, the second time as junglers and supports are both down. Now Ben pressing R.
It'll work, but he gets Tibbers dropped, even though he tries to stasis it with the Gwen passive. The Zanya's forces out the E from Sheer. He's able to get that first kill. Jacci, though, is down as Knight gets just enough damage out, and Elk is going to take the turret up through the stasis and help Knight knock down FPX by, again, razor-thin margins, but it's an ace nonetheless for Billy.
The Triumph keeps him alive, and I think a big part of why is the Otacon. Look at the levels. Knight 17, Elk 17. They have multiple levels on their opposition, and that's what's helping keep them alive. That and just good play throughout the fight. Kind of sloppy, though. That 3v3, I'm very surprised they ended up taking that.
But with how sloppy that last fight was, there's no real Baron play. Just JJ losing control over a Scuttle Crab that he now has to pay with a flash and the Tempered Fate out of Jue. So JJ's over-aggressive positioning takes a lot of firepower out of FPX in the last couple minutes, and Billy know it.
Shira's TP. They're going to see this TP coming in from Bin. They're going to probably just have to slam the Rumble TP now, but is it too late?
Looks like it's too late. Jue has no hero smite to help out, and JJ Cyclone just used defensively. They do catch on off to the side, but Elk is able to put some serious damage out. Karen goes into the stasis. Shadow is out. Sheer flashes after him, and Chachi's able to grab Elk and knock him down. Bin saves the fight for the second by trading out Sheer, but JJ and Jue are going after him. No stun lands. Bin trying to kite back using the scissors to the best of his advantages. The soul lanes of BLG. They have to hold up tall, and Knight slams the golden left hand down on the head of FPX. No, sir. No fight win for you. Knight triple kill.
What a flash from Knight as he cleans up the fight. Now, 50 seconds away from Dragon. Everyone pretty much dead besides Knight. We got to see who gets to that Dragon first. I think BLG has a slight edge on the death timers because their Midnighter just cleaned everyone up at the end. And that was the big difference maker because that was a sloppy fight, Slayer. I mean, that was everywhere if we take a second look at this. And look at Care. Care gets spotted. JJ presses the R, which actually keeps Shadow on that side of the wall. That's pretty big. On gets deleted. Kara gets spotted. He goes down, but it was at the cost of Shadow. Now we're in the 3v3 world. After Elk goes down. And I guess we just didn't play this one out really well enough. Yeah, that's a great click from JJ, but an even better flash follow from Knight to chase down and find the kill there, I guess. I mean, they still got the kill on the Bin. It was close, so is it an overchase? Is it not? Who knows? Regardless, Knight with the flash made it happen. And they got the Dragon, so that's a big one, securing that Hextech soul point for themselves.
Knight, maybe the biggest win off the back of all that is he has a nearly full of pages book that quietly went under the radar, but when you pick up a multi-kill like that, it comes to the forefront very quickly.
Oh yeah, and man, I mean, in a game that gets as chaotic as this, everyone really has opportunities to shine, but sometimes the best player is just the one that shines the most at the moment. That seems to be Knight, who continues to be massive. You said the MVP campaign, Slayer. I don't know where you feel about him right now. I still think he's probably my MVP, but
I would agree.
It is just so ridiculous how consistent this guy is in mid lane too of all the roles. Like he truly just is on another level.
Even in games where I feel like he made some mistakes, we saw him, flash and die to a burn, get caught early in lane, get forced out a bit. It just doesn't matter. When you have this level of pedigree, early game woes, none of that matters. He just understands the biggest moments where he has to have that impact, like an MVP, the most valuable player on your team. Now, as we talk about, he gets caught by the Tempered Fate, but all looks for an immediate turn with a 3-man Pop Blossom. Knockham's still going to come on tonight. JJ has the GA, so he will come back up, but Elk is right in front of him. He needs to get these autos down. JJ can use the Trickster and the Cyclone to get out. Bin's needlework, not enough. The heal comes through. Elk's trying to push the Transcendence to the maximum form, and it'll help get just enough damage through to drop JJ and Jue. And with Shadow reviving himself, Billy may finally claim this Baron after 15 minutes.
I thought that opener to the fight was so good for FPX, and it was, but once the ults were down, they don't have the DPS to keep up with the Gwen or the Yunara. They're online. BLG have scaled.
Chachi, no! Doesn't get it blind. Bin might try and run him down here. Change the corruption still up. I think Chachi gets out, but that's Baron finally knocked off the map.
Pick up for BLG, and again, that gold lead they now have. Elk on the Yunara, He can auto, and he is the big difference maker in the back half of this one. Thought it was a good start to the fight for FPX. They found Knight. He has a great buffer on the ultimate here that shuts down Kara completely. Kara got nothing off in that fight. And with how close the back half of the fight is, I think it's very significant that Kara didn't get anything down. You have Elk and Bin still at full health. Elk stepped up, played this very nicely with Bin. And man, you gotta imagine if Kara is there with stuns or a Tibbers, is BLG and is Elk able to play as far up as they did? Kara found immediately, made that fight really difficult for FPX.
Still not over yet. When you're this late into a game with this much gold, full build starting to come through for some of these key members. It really does just come down to execution. Right now, though, the Siege is at the forefront. Baron still up for a bit for members like Elk, Shadow, trying to get rid of some of these last tier 2 remnant turrets. But FPX should be able to hold this bot tier 2 for now, unless Knight gets that big of a combo into 2 members. And just like that, bye-bye turret.
Now, we didn't mention Aurora scaling. He's got some nasty AP ratios in there, as you can see there. Knight, with the death cap completed. And what is that? 19 stacks? Is it Magi's? Damn. Well, yeah, Aurora's hitting just like that, I guess, Slayer.
That's just Knight's Aurora for you. You also got to worry about Bin, who is maybe off this last reset, going to get a decap completed. The Gwen damage is disgusting. So one thing we highlighted from this draft, even 3 picks in, BLG are damage rich. Are they able to siege well? Shadow flashes away from the Timbers really well, so he doesn't get popped as Knight dropped in between worlds. JJ forced out of the fight, and Care once again the victim to start things off for BLG, and Elk trying to really max the transcendence of his Yunara as best as possible. BLG have to be a bit wary, though, taking their siege towards the Nexus turrets. They have other avenues to play for, and they'll instead knock 2 inhibitors off the board and try and get themselves to the Drake Pit with it spawning in 30 seconds for a Hextech Soul, no matter who grabs it.
Yeah, that's the safe call there. Trinkets used to try and allow for FPX to play in here. BLG, they have base shadows. I don't think that FPX are aware of it. But, of course, Baron, power play expiring as this dragon spawns, and that dragon going to be the site for everyone. As Hextech Soul will
really
certainly
careful.
the game. And Jue.
I mean, this is the power of Elk right now.
Yep.
Bin also gets the decap completed by this point. Never had to expend ultimate. Didn't really fight at all in that last bout. That will finally be Hextech Soul to BLG for the proverbial nail in the coffin. Yep.
Yeah, that's game. BLG's got this one. This was a heck of a game, though, Slayer. I do want to credit FPX, their ability to play with the Bard, find some windows. I thought JJ had a good early to mid game.
Uh-oh. Okay.
He wants some more pages.
Oh yeah, he wants some more pages.
Oh.
He wants to make the 0 to 100 one-shot video. Here it comes. Oh, he actually misses the Q. Oh, okay. Redemption is the only reason Care lives. Does have to flash out of another great Tempered Fate from Jue. I do want to bring up something, that we talked about a lot with BLG really quickly, Cubby. We are 15 seconds away from leaving the BLG game time Goldilocks zone. Just keep that in mind, everybody.
Oh god. No wonder I forgot about that one. It almost feels like a fake stat, even if it's very real. But yeah, BLG, read it off, Slayer, because at post 40, they've got a pretty tough record.
Yeah, I do not have the numbers in front of me. I can't lie. But we will gather them soon, because that is one of the most fun things to talk about with BLG. Hey, yeah. maybe that's why they stalled this game out. They're playing towards the tactics,
I don't love their tactics, but
post 40-minute win rate up.
At least they
1
have
of 6.
tactics.
Yeah, so they're 1 and 6 in post 40-minute matches. That is. Well, we gotta clean that one up.
That's why we call this guys the blue shell. No. But yeah, that's different league. It's fine. Yeah. BLG though, again, this team towards the top of the LPL standings does not come without their own flaws. And that is something I feel very strongly about this year for LPL. It does feel like all of the top teams, they've got some Achilles heels. No one has looked invincible, and that has made for some pretty fun splits of LPL.
Hey, you know, hey, we talk about bucking the trend. If you are BLG in this game, you might get a 2-for-1 scenario here. Because remember, Elk is 0-3 on this Yunara that is full build now, and scary with the GA. So you win the game here. BLG, they move to 2-6 in post 40-minute games, and they get Elk his first Yunara win. All that really feels like is that one final magical fight. Will they take it now, or probably just wait to get Baron and bring Hextech Soul and Baron into this very rapidly crumbling FPX base?
If I'm, I mean, it has to just be a hero temper fade either way, but it's so hard to even get control now, especially going up against a Nico. Yep, that thing is spawned. They have 2 butchering hits at their disposal, so we'll see if they can spread them out or use them. All right, there's one. They know.
All right, this time Knight's able to sidestep out of the temper fade, so there goes that big game plan, and Pop Blossom is through on to 2, and Knight gets on the back line to drop all of that damage. GA's popped, but Knight is taking heads, not names, grabs himself a double kill just like that, and no Baron needed, just massive loads of damage. Billy Gaming gonna take a 1-0 lead in 42 minutes. For the first time in what feels like forever, BLG are winning a post 40-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, they scaled in this one. You have Gwen, you have Aurora, you have Yunara, and we saw what they were able to do when that game did go late. So I do think that BLG put that one out correctly and got themselves that game 1 win. Took a little bit, but hey, once you get Hextech Soul, that game is pretty over.
But like you were talking about before that last fight kicked off, I do think, well, I want to ask you, because it's a really small sample size, but do you feel like JJ has already maybe added back some of that edge that FPX may have held in Split 2? I know, I'm asking you right out the gate.
Yeah, too small a sample size, but it is an upgrade. I mean, look, IYY game plan was not for IYY to play at the next level. He did his best. It wasn't great. Was still better than Milky Way, right? Who also has his own problems going on right now. So it just feels like this is the best case scenario for FPX. And again, the expectation, I think the one thing that we can say for sure is that it did seem like JJ was making a couple of his own plays or own calls, but I think it was mostly dictated by Jouet. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but do want to see JJ just consistently make good decisions, make better decisions.
Oh! I forgot about this.
One of these takes is better than the other.
Yeah, take that, Ulk. I definitely. Oh, this is the funniest part. You know what? I will expose myself.
Okay.
This is the funniest thing ever. Technically, Ulk can correct me. I'm sure he's around, but I believe Ulk actually wrote this take for me, and then I just ran with it. So
wow,
yeah, so
you're giving away trade secrets here, Slayer.
You know what? For the sake of honesty, you know what? I want to be honest. So
I would not have done the same.
Also,
I would have been a dirty liar.
And also, listen, if the socials just post the screenshot, nobody's gonna care about what I said after. They're just gonna look at the screenshot, and then
true. That's how it works, you know.
And you know what? Don't I get some points because I saw the take and I said, yeah, I'll back this one? It's not like I just got thrown into this live. Like I knew this was coming. So
well, I'm getting thrown into this live. I did not know this was coming, and this was quite fun. So thank you to our producer Kai for that.
Thank you, Kai. Yeah. So yeah, FPX are 1 game away from 1-12, which would definitely meet that hot take from July 23rd. Wow, whole month ago.
Again, like they've had a bit of a jungle carousel just with the Milky Way issues, and then now JJ coming in with IYY.
A lot of outside factors.
It still feels like they're a little bit far away from putting it together. But I mean, again, that wasn't the cleanest game for BLG. Like FPX did find ways to get back into that game. It's just that early game, like your very starts 0-4. The fact they made that game close, I think, speaks to how strong on paper this mid-game draft is. But in the end, that game still didn't feel very close. And that damage between Knight and Care,
he tops the damage charts.
Well, hey, that's Poke Varus for you, but the damage between Knight and Care is crazy because that's the Annie being deleted a lot early on in the fight showing on that damage graph right there.
That is the difference between MVP and a P, a most valuable player and a player matching up in the same lane in this one. Is Knight will very much so likely cruise himself towards an MVP. Gotta think, right, Cubby, with The way he was able to
Yeah.
perform towards the back end of this game.
Yeah, he also had the flash play that I thought was very significant. I'd say Elk is a decent shout too, but I think the Unara hype is worn off a little bit. Anyway, I really hope that BLG next game shows something cleaner, because I do think that BLG made some pretty big mistakes here. Like like that's a pretty tough flash ult. You only hit one. I'm looking for some of these players to put up better performances closer to the likes of what I'm used to seeing from them. And we haven't seen that from some of them yet, especially on the FPX side.
It's makings of some of these comebacks. It's makings of some of these, plays that were so inspiring when they were able to nearly shake up the playoff bracket so much, taking down IG. But yeah, it's just not the same team. And again, a lot of outside factors that messed up, the jungle role. It's just so critical, as the LPL has posted time and time again with all the swaps they made. And
Yeah.
again, this is, you got to think, how much scrim time has JJ really had playing with this team? How much of the comms really been figured out? As much as we saw FPX be competitive here, this is, in my mind, for Fun Plus Phoenix, kind of just a learning angle, an adjusting angle with the new 5 for when the play-in series does come.
In a way, yeah, but it's still got to show us more promise than what they've had. I think that making it a close series versus BLG would definitely be a step in the right direction with JJ. So it would be fun if we got a close one, say, for sure.
Well, at least got a close game 1 out of on our hands.
I don't know. Well, was it close?
I mean, I feel like this game could have ended in the BLG Goldilocks zone if Jue didn't have some heroics either here and there, or
maybe.
Do you really think this game had to take it would have taken the full 40 plus with the way BLG were cruising after that Otacon take? Or
no, I think the Hexel was the bad one. Like, they were just waiting on Hexel.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jue stealing that too, right? So it's a good thought experiment. It's
probably a few minutes. I'm yawning because I'm tired, not because of the thought experiment, Slayer. Don't worry about that.
I know.
Okay.
Listen, we're coming up on the finish line for the, what I would say is the most taxing time of a split for us casters here is the Rumble stage. I mean,
it's a fun time. That's all I care about.
It's fun. It's just sometimes you step back, like Kai threw up that take I had from July 23rd. That's technically a month and 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But the amount of time invested to this awesome league, again, that was very fun. Some of the best times I've ever had on a caster desk. It feels like a lot more than a month. And that's mostly because of what some of these LPL teams put me through this split with some of their decisions.
Yeah, I mean,
we knew this was
pretty damaging at points. Yeah, it wasn't an MVP. As he continues to try and close the gap against Jackie Love and those Pog Slayer. But gonna have to see if he can get another one in the next game, and if FPX can bounce back and put together, I'd say, a better early game where they don't get blown out of the water early in the lane.
Yeah, and avoiding an 0-4 Varus is a low but attainable bar to clear here for FPX going into a game 2. Glad you pointed out, though, that Knight still has to chase somebody in something. It feels like this split hasn't really been the reality a lot of times, but he is trying to make a late push here, especially knowing that BLG will have some of the most series left. We'll have to see what those player of the games look like for Knight going forward. Hey, maybe he can get himself a second one here and get this series done and dusted as quick as possible. But to get to there, we'll have to go through another draft, which means you all will have to go through another intermission. We're going to break, and on the other side, Game 2, Billy Gaming, Fun Plus Phoenix. Welcome to newfound territory here in a BLG series, LPL English fandom. They have conquered the Elk winless streak on Yanara. He wins his first game, 1-3 now on that champion. They adjust their post 40-minute game record up to 2-6, which is a whole lot better than 1-6. And now, Gabi, they'll look to do something that they did a lot more of in the first round robin, which is convincingly 2-0 opponents.
Yeah, I like all the above here for BLG. I thought it took a little bit for that game to close out, but they had the scaling, they had the Gwen Yunara, they got the Hextech Soul, and they managed it. So while I think they could have cleaned up that early game, that did go very much their way, and they did give FPX real ways to get back in. You know, are the ego fights ever going to stop from BLG? I'm not sure.
No,
so we might just have to accept it for what it is, and go from there.
Definitely not this matchup, right? And it's hard to hate. It's hard to hate on doing that this game. We'll have to see, obviously, how they approach the draft with some of their with some of the champions that are on the board for them and some of that aggressiveness. I do think that this may be, an angle for Ben to land himself on a tank with Gwen and Rumble both off the board. I don't think he's been the best Ambessa. We'll have to see, though. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see the end of ego fights or hands check fights, whatever way you want to label them, because one, BLG obviously believe they are the much better team in this matchup, and two, for shaking up in the top 4, a 2-0 for game difference would do wonders, and getting to 10-3 would also separate them from any sort of AL stealing the 3rd seed conversations, with them at 8-5.
Yeah. Again, BLG is trying to posture in the standings against IG and make sure they get the best seed, which in this case for playoffs is choice of opponents. So definitely does matter. And
big,
again,
yeah.
for BLG, I mean, more and more reasons, I guess, to continue building confidence. That game wasn't the biggest confidence builder for me personally, but I think that this is a team that, at least in the LPL, should be threatening for domestic championships. And the real question is going to be, if you go international, is Shadow and this squad going to be as ready, as prepared than what they were with Beishwan?
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much more about the like jungle carousel stuff. What I'll say here is, whatever BLG decide to do, I think once we get out of the Rumble stage, until the entire year's over, let's just stick with one set of 5 out there, because
Yeah.
I think that like meddling too much, specifically from Split 3 playoffs to like Worlds, you're really making some dicey decisions. But that is could be a much broader and bigger conversation to be had at later dates. Right now, we'll hone back in on this Game 1 draft, where one of those carry champions I talked about for Ben maybe want to go on is not going to be available. The Ambessa going to draw a blue side ban here for Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, one that I feel like Ben has kind of earned a ban on with how he plays that champion at times. So, got to get that out of the pool. Curious if we have any planned openers now for FPX on the top side with Trundle off the board. Sion goes up a lot in value, so now Sion banned away. And we'll see what the game plan is for FPX here.
So what champions do you think about being left up are tickling your fancy FPX? We have Xin Zhao still hanging around, with Wukong and Vi already gone. If you want to get
Pantheon's up.
JJ, a jungler. Pantheon also one of the most banned champions of all of Split 3. Yeah, you can't really pass up on that opportunity, right?
All right, JJ is going to get his hands on Pantheon. We'll see if Shadow wants to play the Xin Zhao matchup into it. One that I feel like is doable. Also with Talia on the board now, you want to deny that combo. You can find one of your own. So I'm expecting to see the Talia locked in with something else here.
I think it's just a pretty strong Talia Xin Zhao turn here if you are Shadow and BLG. I'm trying to think of ways they could throw interesting wrinkles in as well. Don't think there's any spot for that. I don't think there's like an 80 carry that's really screaming out to you. I don't think there's any supports either. But Shadow, the Skarner Hover was an interesting spot to have a combo, but no, yeah. So pretty powerful mid jungle, especially going into the mid game where the threat of a Weaver's Wall on any of these other lanes can help kind of bandage over the threat of a Pantheon Grand Starfall. So map pressure wise, both teams pretty even keel through the early couple of picks.
Yeah, and you know, as we continue to get throughout this one, at least with the Pantheon, you can somewhat match that semi-global with the Weaver's Wall. And the Alistar this game, I think, has some trouble operating against Talia Xin Zhao. So that raw strength that we usually see, we'll see if that is still going to be the plan. But at the moment, flexibility with the Corki a little bit showing here for FPX. And I gotta say, for Bin, it might be a game early for the Croc, but he's been playing a lot of the Croc and loving it and doing really well in this champion.
You know what makes it not feel like a game early? If he just pretends this is the final game, because it can't be if he brings out that Game 3 like Croc performance in Game 2. Now we have to see where do you think these bans are going? Do we just kind of take away more matchups the Bin doesn't like for Sheer to try and lean on? No, they're gonna get rid of Karis Ari to start.
Yeah, I think that you could somewhat leave the top side. What are you really scared of as Renekton here? Maybe a super tank, but even then, I mean, still kind of low damage, and a super tank, Talia goes Leandries and is really happy with life. So I like the support focus on. I'd really consider getting rid of his Rakan too, because you're banning out the Xayah Rakan combo as well.
Yeah, I think Rakan should just come across now. They will get rid of the Ornn.
Okay,
so
that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
It's a reasonable. Yeah, so Sion and Ornn, I think, are two good bans, knowing that you want to run a Bin Renekton game. I think this puts a lot of pressure on where you think Sheer wants to go champion-wise, because there aren't a lot of neutralizing answers. The only answers I can kind of think about now are kind of aggressive answers, and that has not worked out for any top laner this year, as the Rakan will slip through.
Yeah, so Lucian and the Xayah Rakan both can be options here.
If you lock Lucian, does this mean Enchanter for On, you feel like? Yeah, I mean, it has to. Or Braum. Braum is still up there, I forgot.
Yeah, Lucian Braum's playable. Could be. I would like this for Elf, as I think his Kai'Sa has just been so damn good. It really fits what BLG wants to do, which is attack. But no. Okay, could be Lucian. Now, opportunity to put that Corki mid if you want to try and find a different matchup like that Kai'Sa. But that you got to deal with on counter picks, so definitely something to be wary of. Might be a dance with the double scenario here, as they are looking to take the Orianna potentially mid.
Or do they lean into that double marksman? I do think this puts Pantheon in a really weird spot, so I would rather just play towards JJ's strengths here, and yeah, so lock the Orianna, a classic care pick. This is where I'm intrigued. What can we cook up here for Sheer? Because I think he's in a very tough spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you could go Gragas, but I don't think it feels great this game. It just has to be Cassante is probably the default. Like Jax is an option against Xin Zhao Renekton, but it's still, again, not great. Like you're just signing up for scaling, so feels like Cassante gives them a little bit of what they need, and a team fight as Cassante has never hurt anyone. As that leads to an Insta-Braum response slayer, and it's looking like a pretty solid draft here for BLG.
Yeah, I think the Braum is such a huge pick here, because looking at the damage for FPX, it's very burst oriented and pretty front loaded. That Braum shield, like if we pull up the Unbreakable Shield at the right point for Jachi's damage profile, like what damage are you worried about if you're BLG at this point?
No, I think that's a good point. You have Orianna damage over the top that could be nice, but I'm expecting to see a focus around mid lane, because if you can set that Orianna behind early, give Talia a push, your ability to play with the Xin Zhao from there, and make it a really difficult map for FPX. So my focus is on mid early, expecting both side lanes to be very winning here for BLG. Yeah. So I think pressure is going to be on mid to survive, and we'll see if Shadow can really break that lane, and if him and Knight can collapse into the other lanes that should be winning.
This is a big spot for JJ, who we've highlighted as such a big veteran force coming into this team. Got to lead this Pantheon pretty well. Need to see these Grand Starfall flanks overloads coming early and often, because you cannot afford for a Billy draft that is so mid-power spike centric to flourish, knowing that that's BLG's bread and butter across all of splits, not just split 3. Early lane advantages, never looking back, and that's how they're looking to try and end Fun Plus Phoenix's Rumble stage with just one series win. And they could do that with one final Nexus explosion as they eye a potential top 2 spot going into playoffs. A lot on the line here at Cubby as we head back to Summoner's Rift once more.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Did not get the JJ Jayo like we did at the end last time, so it's
It was a
only
one-time only thing.
one-time thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Well, that's quite the chart. BLG getting favored early on. Makes sense. Again, they have winning. Lucian Braum should be winning. Renekton Xin Zhao topside should be winning. A lot of priority in a lot of places, so we'll see if BLG can make the most of it.
And again, right in the wheelhouse of Billy Gaming as a team in the year 2025. So we get to see some of the summoner choices. Nothing really standing out of the ordinary. But the lane priority gained nonetheless here. Those Winter's Bite threats on the Jachi's going to make him think twice about really stepping up. And Jue, well, Alistar is not much of a champion at level 1. Both junglers will be pathing their way down here. But help is not arriving soon here for Jachi and Jue. They really just have to stick out in the mud or take some of these really bad trades as Jue. I mean, that headbutt's going to save him his life, but this is a decent chunk of health.
Yeah, I mean, Alistar does have sustain advantage, so it could be worse. But still, not exactly ideal for the bot lane of FPX. But what they signed up for in this draft and what BLG was able to take. So, not all is bad here, unless your team is down map wide. And that's where Care is going to be very important to make sure that he's the stable one, able to keep up. First few levels are hard. He'll get back in later on. He'll take a chase next wave, probably.
I want to see Shadow. I want to see how aggressive Shadow gets seeing these lane states. And yeah, he's already making his way in towards JJ's jungle. Not going to be able to stop the Raptor take, but yeah, he's going to start getting pesky with this red buff.
Might. Yeah, I think JJ just has to drop. I don't think he can fight this at all. He's going to go find Knight, and that's about it.
Yeah, he'll find it. Get the stun down here early. Care close by. Flick back's going to create some space, and Knight looks like he's running the wrong way, but On's actually here, and remember, Shadow as well is taking this red buff. Care and JJ weren't expecting this kind of a wrap coming through so early. When comes Lightning connects, Care is going to flash, but the red buff is going to get the kill.
That was depressing, Slayer. That was an anticlimactic first blood. Orianna got love tapped, and that red buff burned her down.
Down to the glorious Ring of Fire. Well, you know, earlier today, if you missed it, from our Group Nirvana series, we got to see the amazing music, NACL jungler, and pro div coach come in and talk about a lot of jungle stuff, and I'm sure he'd have a lot to say about the aggressive path there from Shadow. But if you want to, yeah, I'm sure you were. I'm sure music would be too. But if you want to become, you know, use the skills that these professional junglers have, level up in your own solo queue games, why not book a session with ProDiff, who is able to allow music to come on here, and our sponsor at the LPL English. Use the code LPL10 to get 10% off. There you go, and book a session with music if you liked his jungle talk. Also, I know me and Cubby got to chop it up with Rhino on the desk a couple of days ago. If you want some support love, anything, ProDiff's got you. They'll help you climb.
Well, it's very fun. You're guaranteed to get the pros on ProDiff, so definitely go check them out, and shout out to all the support they've been giving us over here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast. But still some official business to take care of as BLG trying to make sure that they secure that second seed in our LPL playoffs. And, well, the business I'm looking at is still in that mid lane where Knight, after I would say, intervention mid.
Hold on. Jue, try to punish on. Unbreakable shield. Not going to hold him long enough. Jue, man, keep talking about it. Continue to beat the dead horse. He just sees things that few other players do.
Well, to be fair, I do think that On way overstayed. He still has his heal coming off cooldown, but I'm a little surprised that we saw Braum that far up, and On did not play that combo very well. So we'll play Jue, pick up the kill.
It's been a thorn in the side of BLG for a while, is On's mispositionings, but still a lot of time to make up for it. And I don't think that one kill landing on the Alistar really takes away from the game state too much here for a BLG. The question now becomes, where are they going to look to try push this lead a bit further? We've got the Dragon up already, like we always talk about with Shadow, and it does seem to like he's wanting to take the tempo over there. And he will actually, for once, this is something we don't see too often. All right, it's a lot of late Dragon takes, usually because Grubs come up not too far after, but Shadow on a pick ward feels pretty confident taking this, and FPX, see how upset they are about it.
Stronger. Yeah, we'll see what they can do.
Dragon not started up too quickly. JJ's going to flash on top of On. Sets up the double headbutt pulverize with a flash out of the shockwave. Is going to keep Shadow alive. On very low, but full support seem happy to try and trade themselves out. L does have to flash forward to secure the first kill. Puts him in a pretty uncomfortable position. The flick back not going to land because Jachi flashes over it. Shadow going to look for the trade very desperately. Does use the move, becomes lightning. Able to get the kill and the heal. But Knight is out of mana, and JJ's got enough behind his spear to find that kill. Knight trying to use the complete usage of all of his mana to pick up this last kill, and he will get it with the flick back and the flash over the wall. Knight gets himself out. It's only on to TP back in.
Oh my god, what a fight. We just threw everything at it. As On TP's back in. The kills, I mean, the big benefactors from this going to be Jockey. This Corki is so big now, Slayer. Jockey got so much off that. Actually going to be able to contest the Lucian now. That could be a big change. Let's take another look, though. This is such a good preemptive flash coming in from Shadow. Got out of the shockwave. That's a great reaction as he gets out of a high damage ability. As we play out the fight from here, Elk's flash to take down Jue, definitely not worth it in the end. I think it put him in a really bad spot. Good flash from Jachi, too. There's a lot of good moments in this fight. I mean, even that 3-man win becomes lightning from Shadow. That was pretty well min-maxed. I know he went down. Knight played this crazily on the back half really well. As our LPL players said, throw down and shoot out here with it, Slayer.
Just in awe.
There's a lot of good mechanical plays in that fight.
Yeah, there was
a lot of good flashes.
I do think that if Knight had a healthier mana bar, that's a lot more of a fight for BLG. But hey, he's gonna have a lot of mana to utilize going forward here with how much gold he got. He's able to accelerate that Talia build. Dragon never went down. The Grubs will. And we return to a sense of normalcy in the LPL, even when Shadow tried to buck the trend of those late Drake takes. We're back in business here, leaning on another winning lane for BLG, which has been quietly so far. Gonna use that pressure to grab all 3 Grubs uncontested.
That feels good, man. So hard to fight. Renekton with Dominus up at this point of the game and a pickaxe. He is so big at those early fights. He can punish an entire team, but with those Grubs locked down, well, JJ, yep.
Oh, they're diving Elk on. Your AD carry's gonna need some help pretty quickly here. Trying to get back to the turret, still gets stunned. Atopa strikes back, but there's the all-out, really well positioned from Sheer. Gets Elk away from his turret. Knight TP's back in, seismic shoved down. Shield goes up for JJ. Spike stun's gonna come across, but FPX have numbers here. BLG have no way back in to avenge their AD carry.
Oh, Shadow. He did take the blast cone over the wall, so they're gonna long chase FPX out. I mean, if they kill their tempo here and fix their waves, I think that they could take the Dragon, which is why, yeah, exactly what BLG and Shadow's playing for. So, good play, good response from FPX, but in the end, it's still BLG coming out with both monster objectives. They will trade Elk and a single BLG loss for that.
Still, FPX showing some of that sort of, willingness to not quit. I just think that JJ has found decent angles. You're starting to see maybe in this game more that he's making more proactive calls, Cubby, that I think we're missing from FPX and some of these other series. The flash to start out that last fight, like you pointed out, he's making the call to use that Pantheon ult that I know we both have had trouble with teams not using that timer early and often enough. It's promising, and I will still say it was a pretty low bar to clear, but the bar has still somewhat been cleared. All right, Jachi, you're all right. You're all right. You're all right, kid.
I mean, I think things look better for FPX, but again, we have to start winning games, winning series here. We actually want to change things, and I still don't see a world where FPX do that. So, yeah, it's a yes and no. So I'm kind of with you in that
looked maybe a wee bit better.
Both
but
can be
still
true.
dropping games.
Yeah, both can be true.
Well,
There's still plenty of room for them to win this game too, especially knowing that they've done a decent job making sure these lane states don't transition into really big leads for BLG. Important to remember that, hey, this was, you know, Renekton and Kasante on one side, Lucian Braum and Corky Alistair. So to see, you know, Jachi up the most gold of anybody in the game, see Bin, you know, not having solo killed Sheer out, he's been able to survive in this lane for a while like Kasante's want to do. There are promising signs as the game goes on here for FPX.
And again, this is a team that scales. Like, Kasante all out later on. Yes, please. Kara with a shockwave. Potential to do more damage in a fight than Talia. Jachi as well on the Corki could do some work later. I think it's kind of tough. Like, Xin Braum is such a strong set of the front line.
That's that front line.
Yeah, we're good.
Both supports trade their ultimate. Shadow re-engages, gets the knockup when he comes fighting, holding onto that crescent guard. He's going to have to use it pretty soon here. Jachi will take him out. Both mid laners make the roam back over. Elk is sectioned off. Nonetheless, no flashes, no pretty big ultimates used there. Everybody a little bit camera shy.
Don't mind BLG looking for this finish. Get a reset though on.
I mean, this one was more on, caught out, but Fanny Knight that has to actually pay the Pied Piper. Joy delivers the shockwave. Knight flashing over the wall, but Jachi's going to chase him down. 2 levels down, but still feels like he has enough damage. Picks up the double kill, but look at Bin with Dominus Pod. Jachi already flashed over the wall to get in, and Bin's going to make sure to expedite his shipping right back towards the fountain, but Jachi's going to make it a triple kill before he goes down. More messy fights on tap for this series, Cubby.
Yeah, no, I mean, more gold going Jachi's way, so I don't think it's all bad for FPX, honestly. They're at least getting the gold on the carries. I know Bin's big, but later on, I don't think Renekton can 1v9 a game in the drafts that we have here. Look, On's gonna face check and try and hold his flash for this. He's gonna get the flash follow to die. Knight looks for a look on the Dway, but there was a ward that died by the blast plant that spotted Knight, so FPX was playing with info that BLG didn't know they had. And I mean, if you take that into account, the fact this fight went the way it did, maybe not too bad. You're only trading down one more as BLG, but there's also the flip side of, hey, we said their comp was strong / supposed to be stronger at this point of the game, and we haven't really seen that yet.
Maybe some items coming through here will make a bit of a difference. Elk does get the Essence Reaver in, albeit a bit late here on this Lucian. Seraph's on tap here for Knight as we have our first pretty big Grand Starfall coming down to try and cover Dway. He does pop the Unbreakable Will. But Shadow and On are able to create enough space here, it feels like, for Knight and Elk. It has to be a pretty big shockwave, but Shadow drops the Crescent Guard and executes JJ. Jachi over the wall still feels confident because the shockwave is going to find and clip Knight, who goes down first. Elk can't seem to find a way in, and Jachi, once again, making the difference in these fights for Fun Plus Phoenix.
It's really nice patience by Kara, too, with the shockwave to make sure that Jachi could clean up the back half as FPX played that quite well.
Jachi, cast her curse, please. He's got enough health behind him next to the Trinity Force, and he's actually making Elk have a bit of issue trying to take this turret. Some poking and prodding, nothing really to fight over. Dragon in about 30 seconds. We have Rift Herald spawning about 40, so shouldn't slow down too much, Cubby. See if any major items come through before we start fighting over some new monsters to slay in the pits. Yeah,
We're going to have to see what team wants priority for this one. There's a lot of ults. I'm waiting for that bar to drop to see FPX's ults. I'm curious what... yeah, we got 70 seconds still left on the Grand Starfall. So, wondering if FPX... Yeah, wondering if they want to delay this a little bit, maybe look for a rift or look to take the leftovers. As Elk, he took a lot of damage right there. That was... Trinity Force rocket, pretty hard.
Wasn't expecting Knight to flick him back, maybe, and Elk's gonna dash forward to try and find the kill, but he eats a shockwave and a Valkyrie right to the head. Jachi again, just pushing out way too much damage for BLG to ever find an answer for. You can see how much it just hinders all of their forward plays. They can't get past this titan of a Corki.
Honestly, kind of a tough look from Elk. Didn't have the culling and now
On, I mean, what are we doing there?
I would say at times jungle was the problem.
A lot of times, jungle has been the problem, I would argue.
Yeah, yeah. Well, don't really know how to explain that depth from the Braum. I'd say that the Lucian, though, it was a good catch by the Shockwave and Karas. We're going to see all out go in the top lane. Bin did save his ultimate, has TP coming up with a dominance. So I think that off the top trade, this Dragon might go BLG's way. Just curious to see if FPX wants to contest.
Grand Starfall is back up for JJ. They're going to get here just in time for a 50-50 to come across. He does not yoink it. Shadow wins that one. The younger hands able to handle the spike key there. JJ can eat the stun, and here comes that dominance up Bin, and that's enough to force Jachi back out of the fight. Bin making the difference, and Knight swinging on in to try and clean up some of these other kills. Because he's got Care sectioned off in a 1v1. The Shockwave going to find its mark, slow down, but he has to flash over. A whip becomes lightning. Bin still smells blood in the water. Not going to flash after that kill, but the Bin difference coming through here for BLG, saving them from these last couple of murky fights.
Yeah, I just didn't think that FPX should take that fight. The conditions were really good for BLG. They had Bin with an ultimate and TP up. Sheer had his TP, but no ult, so if you opt into a big numbers fight, I think that you would be powered down in terms of advantage. That the Pantheon didn't find the setup, but eventually the setup mid. Elk be able to skate out of this one, though. Shui has flash. Yep.
Yeah, and he's just going to make sure to commit it. Elk does flash as well, but they still are able to layer that second stun, and now it's JJ getting a 2-for-1 special on flashes there. Elk caught out.
Yeah, it's a nice E by 9 to at least try and force Pantheon to cast his W, but doesn't happen. The Rift Herald's going to fall, and FPX again showing they can make some plays. It hasn't been anything too fancy, too complicated yet, outside of I think a couple of nice Shockwave holds by Care, but it's getting the job done. And the gold allocation for FPX, I know the gold's pretty close on the scoreboard, but look at who has the gold on FPX. It's so much better.
Oh no. Jachi. Flash with the exhaust on, gets the Winter's Bite stack. Shadow's gonna find that kill. 2.8k advantage in the 80 carries, doesn't matter when he gets run down by Shadow and on. Oh, it just gets worse and worse, Cubby. They lost JJ as well. Dway should be fine here, but they're gonna lose the 2-1 turret on the top side. It's just that undisciplined stench exuding from FPX.
Yeah, that was a good play by BLG. Again, if FPX is disconnected, I think BLG can get away with that. And maybe more here. Okay, never mind. That wall looks a little bit goofy. You're able to skate on out of that one, but BLG, that's a 3k gold swing off that last place there. That's pretty significant.
Still is Jachi much ahead of the counterparts, and it's funny because last game, what did we talk about? How Jachi fell behind on like an 0-4 lethality Varus, and we were up here screaming like, oh, this game's wrecked. Like, how are you supposed to play Varus from behind? I think all those same combos you can have with Lucian 0-4 from behind.
This is a greedy base from Jachi.
Yep.
And yeah, disconnected. A lot of tools burned, double wards dropped to prevent the blast turn. And FPX ended up being split, and as you said, an undisciplined stench. You can't make mistakes like that into a team like BLG, even if we've talked about them lacking a little bit of discipline too. It's all good. They find the kills, and now we'll see if they can funnel some gold into Elk. Because find BLG, like the next big thing to come back, we're up gold overall. It's a pretty even game, but again, the gold allocation is so much better for FPX here. Elk needs gold. He has to catch back up. Being at an item and a half is just not enough looking into the Corki, who with the steel caps and a fall of Miramana is really pumping through the Lucian.
I thought Dre had elite driver in his bag as well. Yeah, right now, BLG, despite being in front of gold, they still are really relying on the right fighting circumstances to exude their pressure. It's going to take some flanks, right? You need to get Bin or Knight onto the back line to make things work.
Yeah, potentially. In terms of conditions, pretty much everyone on 2 items here for BLG, so they're going to feel good about that.
Feel confident enough to start the Otacon in the face of FPX. We'll have to see.
That's
JJ's
crazy.
nearby with Grand Starfall, and I'm glad Elk just got off vision because he nearly made the same mistake that cost him his life a couple seconds ago. So he gets the hell out of dodge. Are BLG willing to drop this mid-tier, or drop mid-waves here to dance around with Octagon? No. Elk's got to answer that mid-wave.
Yeah, he is. And that's going to
here we
give
go.
a man drop angle.
Okay. Oh, Glacial Fissure was a bit early, but the flick back from Knight gets on out. A lot of value having the bot tier 1 turret up right there. Easy to run back to.
Not bad at all. So, that's I mean, we're going to have the resets come out. That's a big ult that's now down for JJ. He also casted it while he was still level 10. He doesn't get that lower cooldown. And this is going to be a real window for BLG. So, another Hextech Soul. I think looking at this for them, if they secure Soul Point, that's really big. They're going to kind of just stall the game now and always threaten Soul.
Yeah. I think JJ using Red Starfall just slows the FPX down so much. Yeah, I mean, Prairie
real
Rocket
angle there.
Jachi was the angle. Now JJ, look, I mean, this is what Pantheon does when he doesn't have a flanking ultimate. He walks up and gets deleted. Both top laners been TP in here, but FPX, you've got no real rhyme or reason to be sticking around here unless you see a really good fight angle. Because you're down a Smite and you're down a key engage tool. So much of the brunt going to be put on Dwayne to find a unique angle in here as BLG start to melt the Octagon, but Shadow wants the fight. He's going to flash in, gets headbutted out, but the Weaver's Wall cuts care off for the rest of his team, and the rest of FPX are put into the grinder. Sure, Sheer gets one back, but Elk's flashing after him for the Winter Bite stacks, and it's going to make sure the top laner for FPX falls as well. There's the fight BLG were looking for, and here's their commanding lead.
Great turn from Shadow, their commanding leader, the old one of FPX, to start that off on the Corki on the turn. But Knight just had a beautiful fight on the Talia, locked everyone up with the Weaver's Wall, hit a double fight. Look at this again. Shadow, Q3 charge, insta-execute onto the Corki. Knight, that wall is perfectly placed. Double click there in the back half of the fight. And no chance for FPX to get any winning scenario, thanks to the setup and the cutoff that BLG were able to pull off between Knight and the squad.
It's the one fallout of playing this Corki, right? No matter how fed you are, you got to get close to do your damage. And
Not wrong.
the snappiness from Shadow. It's one of the things that has been so refreshing about BLG. And, you know, despite their fall off, I'll put in quotation marks, compared to their first round robin, I want to go back to what Knight talked about, the difference Shadow makes when he comes onto this team. You know, immediately inserting himself in calls and willing to try and lead a team full of such notable names. And I think that really showed up in that Octagon fight once again.
And that's like the good and the bad of BLG, right? Is that you can, like, these guys are freaks of nature when it comes to them playing on the sticks. But for me, this is always the team that was the brawn and not the brain. We're looking at AO and the MSI representatives. So still looking to see if BLG can double up their brain and make better plays here. I do like how Jouet sat on the ultimate there. That's two big ults down for BLG before they pressure this Baron.
Yeah, I think your I think your analogy for BLG got some personification in that play, right? Just yeah, we can drop these ults. This guy's dead. Nope.
Nope, not the case. That's okay, though. And BLG still have a lot of pressure, and Bin is very fed. Also, he's going for an interesting third item here. That's
sword,
a BF sword, so
What could
probably
that even-
GA3. It tells me that
Oh,
BLG
wow, yeah.
looking to wrap this game up a little bit faster.
They do get outscaled. I mean, this is a Talia Lucian Renekton comp, so
Yeah, they're getting outscored this game.
definitely wanna get this game done by the time we get to the BLG Goldilocks zone, and not any time after, to be honest.
Yeah, but
What helps
I
that
mean,
though? Baron in 20 seconds.
It does. They should be in good shape for it too. I mean, Pantheon's just miles behind right now. So really just have to be fearful of Corki, and that's a good starting chunk from Shadow onto the Alistar.
It's still such a tightrope to walk if you're Jachi. Not like you can sit back on that Varus and throw hails of arrows over and over across half screens. You gotta get close for the phosphorus bomb. You gotta get close to push out those autos with the minigun down. And you are staring down a Talia flick, a Braum Q sets up a stun, a Shadow popping Crescent Guard and just jumping on top of you, and of course the Croc. So I do not envy Jachi's role trying to keep this series alive for FPX right now.
Yeah, especially given that, you know, he picked the chicken skin, and that's a pretty good proc boot, you know.
I've seen
Thought about that one.
Can confirm. Yeah, Crocs would obliterate chickens that walk too close.
Oh,
to
they
the
do.
river.
They do.
Oh, they
That's
do.
nature. Nature's scary.
So
Damn, nature,
Here's-
you scary.
here's what's scary for me, Gubby, is if we wait, I feel like we've waited too long for this Baron, but BLG, yeah,
Let's
it's
play
a
Soul.
good spot to be in. Yeah, just play
Yeah,
for
let's play
Soul. All right, that's Glacial Fissure and Crescent Guard out for very little. So again, some ultimates coming down off the board, but Knight's going to be here and say, all right, guys, let's
Wei's
calm
dead.
down. Weaver's Wall. Wei's off to the side. We'll get his Unbreakable Will.
Oh,
We'll get
no.
the Pantheon ultimate. Sheer, though, throws himself into 4 members of BLG. Luckily, he's taking enough, but Jin wants seconds. Good headbutt there from Dway to get him out. But out is not good for FPX because the Soul is on the Rift in
Yeah.
about 9 seconds.
I mean, holy health bar advantage there for BLG. They just saw Pantheon base. That's going to be enough to just rip this on spawn. And that Soul, I mean, yet again, I think that's just game. You cannot overcome Hextech Soul in these games as FPX. So they got to get in here and steal, but they're too late.
Wait, do you have another hero smite in you? No, he doesn't even have it on tap. Instead, he's going to serve a shockwave and a headbutt onto Knight, but he doesn't have enough
No.
damage thrown on top of him, so he flashes back out. Look at Japji. How does he ever get into this fight to deal all the damage the Corki needs to deal? Finally, he'll be able to turn some, but that's just, again, to save some of his members until On flashes back forward, and they catch Japji again
boy.
with a 2-man seismic shove, flick back. BLG back to their mid-game dominating ways. And they're going to stamp off FPX's season 1 and 12 the way they're acing them home in these fights.
Well, 2 Hextech Souls, 2 wins for BLG. That sure seems to be the case, as BLG, I will say the back half of this game really liked how they played out these fights. Just played a really solid as a team. I thought the GA rush on Vin was actually quite smart for the Hextech Soul fight. Just make sure you can be as strong as possible. Didn't even need the 1 life. Easy for BLG to secure the Dragons and secure the Baron, and then secure the game afterwards.
All going according to plan. So I really want to just highlight how the damage issue we talked about for FPX's draft. Getting such a pristine pick on tonight, but doesn't matter when you can't finish the job.
Yeah,
Japji was
and
also
man,
late, so.
yeah, I mean, all of FPX was, right? They got really low from the initial skirmish that BLG won, and they decided the base and were just late for the Dragon. Probably shouldn't have the base there looking back, but also down to see, I guess, a wee bit of risk taken in that scenario because they were pretty far behind. And yeah, find themselves pretty far behind here. Level advantage with the Otacon for BLG is significant. Bin and Elk up a respective 2 levels on their opponents, as well as On and Whelp. Shadow's a couple creeps away from making that a full 3 levels over the Pantheon, as JJ really struggled to scan.
Yeah. The Pantheon did not get things going. There were some good looks early. I thought his first Grand Starfall was nice, looking for a dive, but it's really hard to find windows to be aggressive into BLG, especially when they draft a comp like we talked about. There just was bred in winning ways from the drafts, from bot side to top side. And yeah, they never looked back. So now you've got these kind of desperation heaves as JJ tries to set up a flank on Elk, but again, where's your damage, bro? There's nothing left. He barely tickles Elk and goes down just like that. Dway tries to deliver another shockwave, but it is just too little, too late, FPX. The sunset has passed. The twilight has arrived on your Rumble stage. And it's BLG, the Grim Reaper, looking to send them to play-ins with 1 measly series win in all of Group Ascend.
BLG, I know that, you know, this was an expected win. Game 1, I feel like, took a little bit longer than what it should have taken for them to win that one, but this one, I'd say right on schedule. It was a bloody game, but it was always in their favor. BLG take care of business and take down FPX. Shadow takes down his full team. Both times they met on the Rift, and JJ doesn't exactly get the debut that he wanted today.
There were small things that I think showed JJ's veteran difference he can make to this team, but yeah, as many expected, it hasn't solved any problems yet. Very little time, though. I will continue to be a little bit of the optimist and say I don't think this was the series where we thought major changes would come with how recently the swap comes in and having to face this team. You know, maybe if they're playing Weibo, there's more avenues. If they're taking on WE, you could look a bit better. Maybe even a shaky JDG. No, you had to play the top 2 bound Billy Gaming.
Top 2 bound indeed. Again, with that win, I believe they overtake IG in the standings.
For now,
and,
yep.
And yeah, need to keep it that way if they want to have that 2 seed. Of course, they are fighting to see who chooses who. That is your reward if you end up in the top 4. And BLG, they've been one of the best teams all year. Really only continued today. Just kind of felt like business as usual, if that's the style of business that BLG likes.
Can we I wish we had like a correct stamp,
How happy are you about being right about this one, Slayer? Because I kind of feel bad.
I'm not happy to be right for 2 people.
A plethora of reasons? Oh, for 2
well,
people?
For
okay.
people, yeah. For this bottom lane, I think
Yeah,
with all I think
good. I really do.
I think with a lot more time, I also think with a lot more time and in different circumstances, I think Jachi and Jue could be really potent, but just wasn't in the cards.
It wasn't
for this FPX team.
Sadly, it was not. I am a Jue fan. I hope that Jue has a good play in series and hopefully does well in the playoffs. That guy's a good player, but yeah, FPX. I mean, look, they've tried to develop some of these younger players with this team, and it feels like they're cooking with a lot of pieces right now. I think it's very fair. Hasn't really panned out the way they hoped so far. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens with FPX, but we'll see them in the play-ins, and that's a scary play-in for them because I know EDG did just drop to LGD, but that is the scariest team we have in Group Nirvana right now. We've been pitching them as a real team that should be able to contend against FPX.
That's the most fun thing for me about Split 3, right? For now, until we get to play-ins and playoffs, because while there have been a lot of interesting developments for a lot of our Group Ascend teams, some not as fun, like JDG, when you look at the standings and how they're going to reflect by the end of the year, they're very similar in a lot of spots to Split 2, right? Where it's like top esports are going to come away as the top seed. BLG and AL are likely going to be the ones coming up behind. Maybe the surprise that IG's a bit higher up and GG's a bit lower, but I feel like we are going into playoffs, Cubby, again, with a very similar outlook on our contending teams outside of, again, JD Gaming. In case you guys didn't hear me state that one.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think that when it comes to the LPL teams, I'm looking for the ruthless map play. Like I think the macro on these teams, it just hasn't been as drilled, hasn't been as ruthless against opponents to really warrant these teams being international competitors yet. And that for me, like come playoffs when we really need to clean things up and win out on these games. What team is going to be willing to pick or draft like T1 and do stupid stuff and play early and execute? Like, because you have to execute really well if you're going to play comps like that. Look, that's something that BLG has done really well in the past. That's been one of the reasons that they have been, for me, international competitors. And I'm a little bit concerned about the macro I see. I know that was a little bit of a massive series back and forth, but we can't be opting into 4v5s or, playing down numbers across the map if we're BLG and playing in playoffs. Because if you do that against LCK teams, well, historically we've seen how that's worked out for them. So hoping that BLG can clean it up there with some of the LPL teams, because in a way I do feel pretty similar about a lot of the teams going into this playoff, but also I am more convinced now that these teams are just not ready to hoist the World Championship trophy. Like there isn't anyone playing right now in LPL where I'm like, you're a world's favorite, right? Or like you're a top 2, top 3 world's favorite, maybe
a
AL.
finalist favorite, right?
Yeah, like maybe AL there, but even then, I think there are better Korean teams. So I think when it comes to playoffs, that's really what I'm looking out for to see. Am I confident in any of these LPL teams to go hoist the Summoners Cup?
And I think that's such a valuable point to make, Cubby, because in the scope of where we're at now, it's like, yeah, we still have regional playoffs to go through. There's still a lot of fighting between these teams, but for BLG, top esports, anyone's legend, maybe IG if you're feeling really hopeful, the bar to clear is always, it's not regional titles are nice, but LPL teams are here to win worlds and contend at worlds. So I'm glad that you are bringing up this high bar, because it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's a reality that I'm with you. I am not at the safe point where I feel like the LPL is a threat on the world stage against the very region that has costed them so many valuable international titles of past.
Yeah, So we'll see how that changes. I mean, overall, BLG, they are still able to win games. We see the hands. We see moments where they do look like a clean team, but then we see moments where they just kind of funnel in one by one and die, and we're just like, what? So I'd like to see those get eliminated as we move throughout the playoffs. Besides that, shout out to FPX. I know it wasn't the season or the split that they wanted to have in the group ascension. Still a little bit to go, but look, I'm still pretty excited about Jouet in the bot lane, and
Yeah.
I really hope that he can show up and show off a little bit in playoffs. I do think this guy's a good player.
He had some
so
moments even today. I mean,
yeah, he did.
I think he's the reason last game goes 40 plus, sealing a Hextech Drake early. And
Agree.
finding some really good Tempered Fate angles. I loved the creativity of saying, I'm going out on a limb and saying he's calling for this, where he's like, all right, put the ball on me, Karen. You ult when I tell you. With those Alistar, it flick backs, but yeah, it's a game. It's a team effort, and your support can only do so much.
Very true. But yeah, it's the carries at BLG that have always been the big difference maker, and
Yeah.
the carries at
Are
BLG
either-
were the difference maker to them.
Are either one of those carry laners your player of the game here?
Yeah, it's probably Knight
Mr.
again.
Cupster?
I mean, let's
Knight
be
back to back?
honest. Yeah, Knight
Okay.
had a disgusting Talia game. This guy's just way too good. I swear
I
to
think
God,
Ben
man.
might get a shout here.
Really? You didn't participate in like nearly as many kills as everyone else.
Yeah,
They're
that's
ding
true.
him
But
on KP.
that's the Ben way. That's the Ben way of life, by the way.
Those solo kills, just kind of vibing, as the Croc. He was the Croc monster. Don't get me wrong, but he was just kind of vibing. I felt like Knight was carrying.
Just want to give a shout. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, I respect the shout. We respect the bid, man.
I think we are united in the front that we are expecting a solo laner from BLG to grab player of the game here, or
I'm
we will be
expecting Knight.
upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I too am also expecting Knight. I don't have the Pog numbers in front of me. But how close how close how close is would 9 get him to Jackie Love right now? I am ill equipped
Oh,
with
few
my-
behind for sure.
Oh, okay.